greater when bodily capacity is commensurate with recognition, and, conversely, the probability of experiencing the body with unease, embarrassment, timidity grows with the disparity between the ideal body and the real body, the dream body and the looking-glass self reflected in the reactions of others. The same laws are also true of speech. The mere fact that the most sought-after bodily properties, slimness, beauty etc., are not randomly distributed among the classes, for example, the proportion of women whose waist measurement is greater than the modal waist rises sharply as one moves down the social hierarchy, is sufficient to exclude the possibility of treating the relationship which agents have with the social representation of their own body as a generic alienation, constitutive of the body for others. The alienated body described by Sartre is a generic body, as is the alienation which befalls each body when it is perceived and named, and therefore objectified by the gaze and the discourse of others. 33 The phenomenologist's body for others is doubly a social product. It derives its distinctive properties from its social conditions of production, and the social gaze is not a universal, abstract, objectifying power, like the Sartrean gaze, but a social power, whose efficacy is always partly due to the fact that the receiver recognizes the categories of perception and appreciation it applies to him or her. Although it is not a petit bourgeois monopoly, the petit bourgeois experience of the world starts out from timidity, the embarrassment of someone who is uneasy in his body and his language and who, instead of being as one body with them, observes them from outside, through other people's eyes, watching, checking, correcting himself, and who, by his desperate attempts to reappropriate an alienated being for others, exposes himself to appropriation, giving himself away as much by hyper-correction as by clumsiness. The timidity which, despite itself, realizes the objectified body, which lets itself be trapped in the destiny proposed by collective perception and statement, nicknames etc., is betrayed by a body that is subject to the representation of others even in its passive, unconscious reactions. One feels oneself blushing. By contrast, ease, a sort of indifference to the objectifying gaze of others which neutralizes its powers, presupposes the self-assurance which comes from the certainty of being able to objectify that objectification, appropriate that appropriation, of being capable of imposing the norms of apperception of one's own body, in short, of commanding all the powers which, even when they reside in the body and apparently borrow its most specific weapons, such as presence or charm, are essentially irreducible to it. This is the real meaning of the findings of the experiment by W. D. Danenmay and F. J. Thuman, in which the subjects, when asked to assess the height of familiar persons from memory, tended to overestimate most the height of those who had most authority or prestige in their eyes. 34 It would seem that the logic whereby the great are perceived as physically greater than they are applies very generally, and that authority of whatever sort contains a power of seduction which it would be naive to reduce to the effect of self-interested servility. That is why political contestation has always made use of caricature, a distortion of the bodily image intended to break the charm and hold up to ridicule one of the principles of the effect of authority imposition. Charm and charisma in fact designate the power, which certain people have, to impose their own self-image as the objective and collective image of their body and being, to persuade others, as in love or faith, to abdicate their generic power of objectification and delegate it to the person who should be its object, who thereby becomes an absolute subject, without an exterior, being his own other, fully justified in existing, legitimate. The charismatic leader manages to be for the group what he is for himself, instead of being for himself, like those dominated in the symbolic struggle, what he is for others. He makes the opinion which makes him, he constitutes himself as an absolute by a manipulation of symbolic power which is constitutive of his power since it enables him to produce and impose his own objectification. The universes of stylistic possibles. Thus, the spaces defined by preferences in food, clothing, or cosmetics are organized according to the same fundamental structure, that of the social space determined by volume and composition of capital. Fully to construct the space of lifestyles within which cultural practices are defined, one would first have to establish, for each class and class fraction, that is, for each of the configurations of capital, the generative formula of the habitus which retranslates the necessities and facilities characteristic of that class of, relatively, homogeneous conditions of existence into a particular lifestyle. One would then have to determine how the dispositions of the habitus are specified, for each of the major areas of practice, by implementing one of the stylistic possibles offered by each field, the field of sport, or music, or food, decoration, politics, language, etc. By superimposing these homologous spaces one would obtain a rigorous representation of the space of lifestyles, making it possible to characterize each of the distinctive features, example wearing a cap or playing the piano, in the two respects in which it is objectively defined, that is, on the one hand by reference to the set of features constituting the area in question, example the system of hairstyles, and on the other hand by reference to the set of features constituting a particular life style, example the working class lifestyle, within which its social significance is determined. For example, the universe of sporting activities and entertainments presents itself to each new entrant as a set of ready-made choices, objectively instituted possibles, traditions, rules, values, equipment, symbols, which receive their social significance from the system they constitute and which derive a proportion of their properties, at each moment, from history. A sport such as rugby presents an initial ambiguity. In England, at least, it is still played in the elite public schools, whereas in France it has become the characteristic sport of the working and middle classes of the regions south of the Loire, while preserving some academic bastions such as the Racing Club or the Paris Universite Club. This ambiguity can only be understood if one bears in mind the history of the process which, as in the elite schools of 19th century England, leads to the transmutation of popular games into elite sports, associated with an aristocratic ethic and worldview, fair play, will to win, etc., entailing a radical change in meaning and function entirely analogous to what happens to popular dances when they enter the complex forms of serious music, and the less well-known history of the process of popularization, akin to the diffusion of classical or folk music on LPS, which, in a second phase, transforms elite sport into mass sport, a spectacle as much as a practice. Strength and silhouette. I was no weakling for my age when I started, but all the same I put 5 inches on my shoulders, 3 inches on my chest and 1½ inches on my arms, and all that in just 3 months. It's beyond my wildest hopes. My muscles are several inches bigger and my strength has doubled. I feel like a new man. My parents and friends used to make fun of me, but now my father gets me to take off my shirt and show visitors what I've achieved, thanks to you. Prospectus for Sculpture Humaine. The President's Tennis Lesson, Paris, July 1978. Like a growing number of people in France, President Valéry Giscard d'Estaing is interested in tennis. To improve his style, he now takes regular early morning lessons in a club on the outskirts of Paris, where our photographer surprised him. Tennis Magazine/Sigma. An aesthete of fashion cannot fail to be sensitive to the harmony of his body, Karl Lagerfeld explains. The Paris fashion designer spends at least 30 minutes a day keeping in trim. His bedroom, which he has turned into a home gymnasium, contains all sorts of apparatus, an exercise bicycle, wall bars, a rowing machine, a massage machine, etc. Back from his holidays in Saint-Tropez, where he did a lot of swimming, he uses this panoply of equipment to keep himself looking the way he wants. I want to be free to choose my silhouette. La Maison de Marie Claire, October 1971. The distributional properties which are conferred on the different practices when they are evaluated by agents possessing a practical knowledge of their distribution among agents who are themselves distributed into ranked classes, or, in other words, of the probability, for the different classes, of practicing them, do indeed owe much to past patterns of distribution, because of the effects of hysteresis. The aristocratic image of sports like tennis, riding or golf can persist beyond a relative transformation of the material conditions of access, whereas pétanque, a form of bowls, doubly stigmatized by its popular and southern origins and connections, has a distributional significance very similar to that of Ricard or other strong drinks and all the cheap, strong foods which are supposed to give strength. But distributional properties are not the only ones conferred on goods by the agent's perception of them. Because agents apprehend objects through the schemes of perception and appreciation of their habitus, it would be naive to suppose that all practitioners of the same sport, or any other practice, confer the same meaning on their practice or even, strictly speaking, that they are practicing the same practice. It can easily be shown that the different classes do not agree on the profits expected from sport, be they specific physical profits, such as effects on the external body, like slimness, elegance or visible muscles, and on the internal body, like health or relaxation, or extrinsic profits, such as the social relationships a sport may facilitate, or possible economic and social advantages. And, though there are cases in which the dominant function of the practice is reasonably clearly designated, one is practically never entitled to assume that the different classes expect the same thing from the same practice. For example, gymnastics may be asked: this is the popular demand, satisfied by bodybuilding to produce a strong body, bearing the external signs of its strength, or a healthy body? This is the bourgeois demand, satisfied by keep fit exercises or slimnastics, or, with the new gymnastics, a liberated body. This is the demand characteristic of women in the new fractions of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie. 35 Only a methodical analysis of the variations in the function and meaning conferred on the different sporting activities will enable one to escape from abstract, formal typologies based, it is the law of the genre, on universalizing the researcher's personal experience, and to construct the table of the sociologically pertinent features in terms of which the agents, consciously or unconsciously, choose their sports. The meaning of a sporting practice is linked to so many variables: how long ago, and how, the sport was learned, how often it is played, the socially qualified conditions, place, time, facilities, equipment, how it is played, position in a team, style, etc. That most of the available statistical data are very difficult to interpret. This is especially true of highly dispersed practices, such as pétanque, which may be played every weekend, on a prepared pitch, with regular partners, or improvised on holiday to amuse the children, or gymnastics, which may be simple daily or weekly keep fit exercises, at home, without special equipment, or performed in a special gymnasium whose quality, and price, vary with its equipment and services, not to mention athletic gymnastics and all the forms of new gymnastics. But can one place in the same class, given identical frequency, those who have skied or played tennis from early childhood and those who learned as adults, or again those who ski in the school holidays and those who have the means to ski at other times and off the beaten track? In fact, it is rare for the social homogeneity of the practitioners to be so great that the populations defined by the same activity do not function as fields in which the very definition of the legitimate practice is at stake. Conflicts over the legitimate way of doing it, or over the resources for doing it, budget allocations, equipment, grounds, etc., almost always retranslate social differences into the specific logic of the field. Thus sports which are undergoing democratization may cause to coexist, generally in separate spaces or times, socially different subpopulations which correspond to different ages of the sport. In the case of tennis, the members of private clubs, long-standing practitioners who are more than ever attached to strict standards of dress, a Lacoste shirt, white shorts or skirt, special shoes, and all that this implies, are opposed in every respect to the new practitioners in municipal clubs and holiday clubs who demonstrate that the ritual of clothing is no superficial aspect of the legitimate practice. Tennis played in Bermuda shorts and a t-shirt, in a tracksuit or even swimming trunks, and Adidas running shoes, is indeed another tennis, both in the way it is played and in the satisfactions it gives. And so the necessary circle whereby the meaning of a practice casts light on the class distribution of practices, and this distribution casts light on the differential meaning of the practice, cannot be broken by an appeal to the technical definition. This, far from escaping the logic of the field and its struggles, is most often the work of those who, like physical education teachers, are required to ensure the imposition and methodical inculcation of the schemes of perception and action which, in practice, organize the practices, and who are inclined to present the explanations they produce as grounded in reason or nature. In any case, one only needs to be aware that the class variations in sporting activities are due as much to variations in perception and appreciation of the immediate or deferred profits they are supposed to bring, as to variations in the costs, both economic and cultural and, indeed, bodily, degree of risk and physical effort, in order to understand in its broad outlines the distribution of these activities among the classes and class fractions. Everything takes place as if the probability of taking up the different sports depended, within the limits defined by economic, and cultural, capital and spare time, on perception and assessment of the intrinsic and extrinsic profits of each sport in terms of the dispositions of the habitus, and more precisely, in terms of the relation to the body, which is one aspect of this. The relationship between the different sports and age is more complex, since it is only defined through the intensity of the physical effort called for and the disposition towards this demand, which is a dimension of class ethos in the relationship between a sport and a class. The most important property of the popular sports is that they are tacitly associated with youth, which is spontaneously and implicitly credited with a sort of temporary license, expressed, inter alia, in the expending of excess physical, and sexual, energy, and are abandoned very early, generally on entry into adult life, symbolized by marriage. By contrast, the common feature of the bourgeois sports, mainly pursued for their health-maintaining functions and their social profits, is that their retirement age is much later, perhaps the more so the more prestigious they are, example golf. The instrumental relation to their own bodies which the working classes express in all practices directed towards the body, diet or beauty care, relation to illness or medical care, is also manifested in choosing sports which demand a high investment of energy, effort, or even pain, example boxing, and which sometimes endanger the body itself, example motorcycling, parachute jumping, acrobatics, and, to some extent, all the contact sports. Rugby, which combines the popular features of the ball game and a battle involving the body itself and allowing a partially regulated expression of physical violence and an immediate use of natural physical qualities, strength, speed, etc., has affinities with the most typically popular dispositions, the cult of manliness and the taste for a fight, toughness in contact and resistance to tiredness and pain, and sense of solidarity, the mates, and revelry, the third half, and so forth. This does not prevent members of the dominant fractions of the dominant class, or some intellectuals, who consciously or unconsciously express their values, from making an aesthetico-ethical investment in the game and even sometimes playing it. The pursuit of toughness and the cult of male values, sometimes mingled with an aestheticism of violence and man-to-man combat, bring the deep dispositions of first-degree practitioners to the level of discourse. The latter, being little inclined to verbalize and theorize, find themselves relegated by the managerial discourse, that of trainers, team managers, and some journalists, to the role of docile, submissive, brute force, gentle giant, etc., working class strength in its approved form, self-sacrifice, team spirit, and so forth. But the aristocratic reinterpretation which traditionally hinged on the heroic virtues associated with the three-quarter game encounters its limits in the reality of modern rugby, which, under the combined effects of modernized tactics and training, a change in the social recruitment of the players and a wider audience, gives priority to the forward game, which is increasingly discussed in metaphors of the meanest industrial labor, attacking the coal face, or trench warfare, the infantryman who dutifully runs headlong into enemy fire. 36. Everything seems to indicate that the concern to cultivate the body appears, in its elementary form, that is, as the cult of health often associated with an ascetic exaltation of sobriety and controlled diet, in the middle classes, junior executives, the medical services, and especially school teachers, and particularly among women in these strongly feminized categories. These classes, who are especially anxious about appearance and therefore about their body for others, go in very intensively for gymnastics, the ascetic sport par excellence, since it amounts to a sort of training, ascesis, for training's sake. We know from social psychology that self-acceptance, the very definition of ease, rises with unself-consciousness, the capacity to escape fascination with the self possessed by the gaze of others. One thinks of the look of questioning anxiety, turning the looks of others on itself, so frequent nowadays among bourgeois women who must not grow old, and so it is understandable that middle-class women are disposed to sacrifice much time and effort to achieve the sense of meeting the social norms of self-presentation, which is the precondition of forgetting oneself and one's body for others, CSLXI. But physical culture and all the strictly health-oriented practices such as walking and jogging are also linked in other ways to the dispositions of the culturally richest fractions of the middle classes and the dominant class. Generally speaking, they are only meaningful in relation to a quite theoretical, abstract knowledge of the effects of an exercise which, in gymnastics, is itself reduced to a series of abstract movements, decomposed and organized by reference to a specific, erudite goal, example the abdominals, entirely opposed to the total, practically oriented movements of everyday life, and they presuppose a rational faith in the deferred, often intangible profits they offer, such as protection against aging or the accidents linked to age, an abstract, negative gain. It is therefore understandable that they should find the conditions for their performance in the ascetic dispositions of upwardly mobile individuals who are prepared to find satisfaction in effort itself and to take the deferred gratifications of their present sacrifice at face value. But also, because they can be performed in solitude, at times and in places beyond the reach of the many, off the beaten track, and so exclude all competition, this is one of the differences between running and jogging. They have a natural place among the ethical and aesthetic choices which define the aristocratic asceticism of the dominated fractions of the dominant class. Team sports, which only require competences, physical or acquired, that are fairly equally distributed among the classes and are therefore equally accessible within the limits of the time and energy available, might be expected to rise in frequency, like individual sports, as one moves through the social hierarchy. However, in accordance with the logic observed in other areas, photography, for example, their very accessibility and all that this entails, such as undesirable contacts, tend to discredit them in the eyes of the dominant class. And indeed, the most typically popular sports, football and rugby, or wrestling and boxing, which, in France, in their early days were the delight of aristocrats, but which, in becoming popular, have ceased to be what they were, combine all the features which repel the dominant class, not only the social composition of their public, which redoubles their commonness, but also the values and virtues demanded, strength, endurance, violence, sacrifice, docility and submission to collective discipline so contrary to bourgeois-roll-distance and the exaltation of competition. Regular sporting activity varies strongly by social class, ranging from 1.7% for farm workers, 10.1% for manual workers and 10.6% for clerical workers to 24% for junior executives and 32.3% for members of the professions. Similar variations are found in relation to educational level, whereas the difference between the sexes increases, as elsewhere, as one moves down the social hierarchy. 37 The variations are even more marked in the case of an individual sport like tennis, whereas in the case of soccer the hierarchy is inverted. It is most played among manual workers, followed by the craftsmen and shopkeepers. These differences are partly explained by the encouragement of sport in schools, but they also result from the fact that the decline in sporting activity with age, which occurs very abruptly and relatively early in the working classes, where it coincides with school leaving or marriage, 3/4 of the peasants and manual workers have abandoned sport by age 25, is much slower in the dominant class, whose sport is explicitly invested with health-giving functions, as is shown, for example, by the interest in children's physical development. This explains why, in the synoptic table table 21, the proportion who regularly perform any sporting activity at a given moment rises strongly with position in the social hierarchy, whereas the proportion who no longer do so but used to at one time is fairly constant, and is even highest among craftsmen and shopkeepers. Attendance at sporting events, especially the most popular of them, is most common among craftsmen and shopkeepers, manual workers, junior executives, and clerical workers, who often also read the sports paper L'Équipe. The same is true of interest in televised sport, soccer, rugby, cycling, horse racing. By contrast, the dominant class watches much less sport, either live or on TV, except for tennis, rugby, and skiing. Table 21 Class Variations in Sports Activities and Opinions on Sport, 1975. Source, C.S. 38th, 1975. A. The statistics available, see App 2, complementary sources, only indicate the most general tendencies, which are confirmed in all cases, despite variations due to vague definition of the practice, frequency, occasions etc. It may also be assumed that the rates are overestimated, to an unequal extent in the different classes, since all the surveys are based on the respondents' statements and are no substitute for surveys of the actual practitioners or spectators. For this reason a synoptic table is used to show the proportion of each class or sex of agents who present a given characteristic according to the most recent survey on sporting activities and opinions on sport, CS 38th. Italic figures indicate the strongest tendency in each row. Just as, in an age when sporting activities were reserved for a few, the cult of fair play, the code of play of those who have the self-control not to get so carried away by the game that they forget that it is only a game, was a logical development of the distinctive function of sport, so too, in an age when participation is not always a sufficient guarantee of the rarity of the participants, those who seek to prove their excellence must affirm their disinterestedness by remaining aloof from practices devalued by the appearances of sheep-like conformism which they acquired by becoming more common. To distance themselves from common amusements, the privileged once again need only let themselves be guided by the horror of vulgar crowds which always leads them elsewhere, higher, further, to new experiences and virgin spaces, exclusively or firstly theirs, and also by the sense of the legitimacy of practices, which is a function of their distributional value, of course, but also of the degree to which they lend themselves to aestheticization, in practice or discourse. 38. All the features which appeal to the dominant taste are combined in sports such as golf, tennis, sailing, riding, or show jumping, skiing, especially its most distinctive forms, such as cross-country, or fencing. Practiced in exclusive places, private clubs, at the time one chooses, alone or with chosen partners, features which contrast with the collective discipline, obligatory rhythms and imposed efforts of team sports, demanding a relatively low physical exertion that is in any case freely determined, but a relatively high investment, and the earlier it is put in, the more profitable it is of time and learning, so that they are relatively independent of variations in bodily capital and its decline. Through age, they only give rise to highly ritualized competitions, governed, beyond the rules, by the unwritten laws of fair play. The sporting exchange takes on the air of a highly controlled social exchange, excluding all physical or verbal violence, all anomic use of the body, shouting, wild gestures etc., and all forms of direct contact between the opponents, who are often separated by the spatial organization and various opening and closing rights. Or, like sailing, skiing and all the Californian sports, they substitute man's solitary struggle with nature for the man-to-man battles of popular sports, not to mention competitions, which are incompatible with a lofty idea of the person. Thus it can be seen that economic barriers, however great they may be in the case of golf, skiing, sailing, or even riding and tennis, are not sufficient to explain the class distribution of these activities. There are more hidden entry requirements, such as family tradition and early training, or the obligatory manner of dress and behavior, and socializing techniques, which keep these sports closed to the working class and to upwardly mobile individuals from the middle or upper classes, and which maintain them, along with smart parlor games like chess and especially bridge, among the surest indicators of bourgeois pedigree. In contrast to Beloti, and, even more so, Manil, bridge is a game played more at higher levels of the social hierarchy, most frequently among members of the professions, IFOP, 1948. Similarly, among students of the grandes écoles, bridge, and especially intensive playing, with tournaments, varies very strongly by social origin. Chess, or the claim to play it, seems less linked than bridge to social traditions and to the pursuit of the accumulation of social capital. This would explain why it increases as one moves up the social hierarchy, but chiefly towards the area of social space defined by strong cultural capital, CS7. The simple fact that, at different times, albeit with a change in meaning and function, the same practices have been able to attract aristocratic or popular devotees, or, at the same time, to assume different meanings and forms for the different groups, should warn us against the temptation of trying to explain the class distribution of sports purely in terms of the nature of the various activities. Even if the logic of distinction is sufficient to account for the basic opposition between popular and bourgeois sports, the fact remains that the relationships between the different groups and the different practices cannot be fully understood unless one takes account of the objective potentialities of the different institutionalized practices, that is, the social uses which these practices encourage, discourage, or exclude both by their intrinsic logic and by their positional and distributional value. We can hypothesize as a general law that a sport is more likely to be adopted by a social class if it does not contradict that class's relation to the body at its deepest and most unconscious level, i.e., the body schema, which is the depository of a whole worldview and a whole philosophy of the person and the body. Thus a sport is in a sense predisposed for bourgeois use when the use of the body it requires in no way offends the sense of the high dignity of the person, which rules out, for example, flinging the body into the rough and tumble of forward game rugby or the demeaning competitions of athletics. Ever concerned to impose the indisputable image of his own authority, his dignity, or his distinction, the bourgeois treats his body as an end, makes his body a sign of its own ease. Style is thus foreground, and the most typically bourgeois deportment can be recognized by a certain breadth of gesture, posture, and gait, which manifests by the amount of physical space that is occupied, the place occupied in social space, and above all by a restrained, measured, self-assured tempo. This slow pace, contrasting with working-class haste or petit bourgeois eagerness, also characterizes bourgeois speech, where it similarly asserts awareness of the right to take one's time and other people's. The affinity between the potentialities objectively inscribed in practices and dispositions is seen most clearly of all in flying, and especially military aviation. The individual exploits and chivalrous ethic of the Prussian aristocrats and French nobles who joined the Air Force from cavalry school, everything that La Grande illusion evokes, are implied in the very activity of flying which, as all the metaphors of skimming and high flying suggest, are associated, per ardua ad astra, with elevated society and high-mindedness, a certain sense of altitude combining with the life of the spirit, as Proust says apropos of Stendhal. 39 The whole opposition between a bellicose, jingoistic bourgeoisie, which identified the virtues of leadership with the gallant, risk-taking, stiff upper-lipped man of action, and a free-trading, multinational bourgeoisie which derives its power from its decision-making, organizational, in a word, cybernetic, capacities is contained in the opposition between the horse-riding, fencing, boxing or flying aristocrats and bourgeois of the Belle Époque and the modern skiing, sailing, or gliding executive. And just as a history of the sporting practices of the dominant class would no doubt shed light on the evolution of its ethical dispositions, the bourgeois conception of the human ideal and in particular the form of reconciliation between the bodily virtues and the supposedly more feminine intellectual virtues, so too an analysis of the distribution at a given moment of sporting activities among the fractions of the dominant class would bring to light some of the most hidden principles of the opposition between these fractions, such as the deep-rooted, unconscious conception of the relationship between the sexual division of labor and the division of the work of domination. This is perhaps truer than ever now that the gentle, invisible education by exercise and diet which is appropriate to the new morality of health is tending to take the place of the explicitly ethical pedagogy of the past in shaping bodies and minds. Because the different principles of division which structure the dominant class are never entirely independent, such as the oppositions between the economically richest and the culturally richest, between inheritors and parvenus, old and young, or seniors and juniors, the practices of the different fractions tend to be distributed, from the dominant fractions to the dominated fractions, in accordance with a series of oppositions which are themselves partially reducible to each other. The opposition between the most expensive and smartest sports, golf, sailing, riding, tennis, or the most expensive and smartest ways of doing them, private clubs, and the cheapest sports, rambling, hiking, jogging, cycling, mountaineering, or the cheapest ways of doing the smart sports, example tennis on municipal courts or in holiday camps, the opposition between the manly sports, which may demand a high energy input, hunting, fishing, the contact sports, clay pigeon shooting, and the introverted sports. Emphasizing self-exploration and self-expression, yoga, dancing, physical expression, or the cybernetic sports, flying, sailing, requiring a high cultural input and a relatively low energy input. Thus, the differences which separate the teachers, the professionals, and the employers are, as it were, summed up in the three activities which, though relatively rare, about 10% even in the fractions they distinguish, appear as the distinctive feature of each of them, because they are much more frequent there, at equivalent ages, than in the others. CSV and 7, Secondary Analysis. The aristocratic asceticism of the teachers finds an exemplary expression in mountaineering, which, even more than rambling, with its reserved paths, one thinks of Heidegger, or cycle touring, with its Romanesque churches, offers for minimum economic costs the maximum distinction, distance, height, spiritual elevation, through the sense of simultaneously mastering one's own body and a nature inaccessible to the many. 40 The health-oriented hedonism of doctors and modern executives who have the material and cultural means of access to the most prestigious activities, far from vulgar crowds, is expressed in yachting, open-sea swimming, cross-country skiing or underwater fishing, whereas the employers expect the same gains in distinction from golf, with its aristocratic etiquette, its English vocabulary and its great exclusive spaces, together with extrinsic profits, such as the accumulation of social capital. 41. Since age is obviously a very important variable here, it is not surprising that differences in social age, not only between the biologically younger and older in identical social positions, but also, at identical biological ages, between the dominant and the dominated fractions, or the new and the established fractions, are retranslated into the opposition between the traditional sports and all the new forms of the classic sports, pony trekking, cross-country skiing, and so on, or all the new sports, often imported from America by members of the new bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie, in particular by all the people working in fashion, designers, photographers, models, advertising agents, journalists who invent and market a new form of poor man's elitism, close to the teacher's version but more ostentatiously unconventional. The true nature of this counterculture, which in fact reactivates all the traditions of the typically cultivated cults of the natural, the pure, and the authentic, is more clearly revealed in the equipment which one of the new property rooms of the advanced lifestyle, the FNAC, executive retail shops, Beaubourg, Le Nouvel Observateur, holiday clubs etc. offers: the serious trekker, parkas, +4s, authentic jacquard sweaters in real Shetland wool, genuine pullovers in pure natural wool, Canadian trappers' jackets, English fishermen's pullovers, U.S. Army raincoats, Swedish lumberjack shirts, fatigue pants, U.S. work shoes, Rangers, Indian moccasins in supple leather, Irish work caps, Norwegian woolen caps, bush hats, not forgetting the whistles, altimeters, pedometers, trail guides, Nickens and other essential gadgets without which there can be no natural return to nature. And how could one fail to recognize the dynamics of the dream of social weightlessness as the basis of all the new sporting activities: foot trekking, pony trekking, cycle trekking, motorbike trekking, boat trekking, canoeing, archery, windsurfing, cross-country skiing, sailing, hang gliding, microlights, etc., whose common feature is that they all demand a high investment of cultural capital in the activity itself, in preparing, maintaining and using the equipment, and especially, perhaps, in verbalizing the experiences, and which bear something of the same relation to the luxury sports of the professionals and executives as symbolic possession to material possession of the work of art. The catalogue of new sporting resources. Physical expression. Gazelle. She is deeply imbued with the teaching of Larchi, where she lived for 10 years. Lanza del Vasto has written of her, her art is not just in her legs, it has matured for a long time in her head and heart. If I bring her out from time to time, it's so that this precious art, inspired by Hindu dance as much as by medieval Christian imagery, should not be lost. The approaches to the inner life are made through activities throughout the day's session, and are subsequently pursued in life. Indeed, the search for inner unity is the central theme. Dance has the place of honor, be it folk, religious or creative dance. It is not a goal in itself, but a support for the inner life. Technique is worked on, certainly, but never at the expense of the relaxation that is essential for the harmony of the self. Women discover their bodies through dance. For women, dance is above all a way of becoming aware of their bodies, and, in this sense, it is a self-discovery. Awareness of the body is sometimes accompanied by awareness of the body as a particular means of expression. Women experience dance as a new language through which they can express themselves. Moreover, for around half of the interviewees, this activity seems to awaken a primary eroticism, even a primary autoeroticism. Heightened consciousness of the body is experienced as a pleasure. That's when I feel I have a body. I think that dancing can give me harmony with myself, a search for myself, discovering myself physically. Sensations running through my body. A way of talking, you can say a lot. It's a self-affirmation. I feel good when dancing. I become aware of myself. Once, I stopped for 2 years, there was something missing. It's a need. Wheels. 4 girls, 2 guys, a hired horse, a second-hand cart and a bike. We started out from La Charite-sur-Loire in the Nièvre, with no precise destination. In the course of a month we did 300 kilometers to Montaigut-en-Combe rail, Puy-de-Dôme, along the minor roads of the Bourbonnais. Average speed 3 kilometers an hour, the horse didn't feel like going any faster. 15 or 20 kilometers a day. Because we were just ambling along, we had time to do all sorts of things you can't do in a car: blackberrying, cycling, talking to the locals, climbing up on the cart, bathing, making love. After a few days, we'd completely lost the sense of time, the time of the rat race. Free flight. A hang glider is a sail stretched between aluminum tubes, a big kite without a string but with a bloke hanging in a harness. You take it somewhere high, jump off, and fly. You start with little hills, grassy slopes, sand pits, just a few yards above the ground. Geographically speaking, you can do it anywhere, from the Pyrenees to the Vosges, from the slag heaps and cliffs of the Nord to the Jura and the Alps, not forgetting the Puy-de-Dôme. Walking. To think there are people who don't know that you only have to leave the claustrophobic world of the metro at Porte de Saint Cloud to find yourself on the route of National Trail No. 1. Yes, indeed. Sounds like the blurred breakfast time account of a dream. And yet it's true. At the end of the Avenue de Versailles, there's the start of 565 kilometers, no less, of footpaths, without entering a single town. Groovy football. Alternative soccer is on the up and up. Spontaneity is the word: no clubs, no championships, often no grounds. The traditional team colors give way to multicolored t-shirts, even Indian shirts. Not many shorts to be seen, but lots of jeans. Heavy boots with studs and laces all over them are rare in the extreme, and when they do appear a crowd gathers to gawk at them before the match. Sneakers and desert boots are more like it. The number of players is very variable and rarely reaches the symbolic 11. The players aren't even always men, and I can remember some matches in the winter mud of the Parc des Sièges in which each team included 3 or 4 girls whose high heels made their mark on a few ankles and shins, and not just their opponents. They were epic struggles, with 2 or 3 intervals, during which the least out of breath would have a quick joint or two. A typical score would be 32 to 28. Age is pretty variable, too. No categories like kiddies, juniors, minors, seniors, veterans. And kids of 11 or 12 are the sort of mosquitoes you can't easily shake off. Naturally, the rules are liberally interpreted. Besides, most of the time there's no referee. The offside rule only applies in cases of flagrant violation, for example, when a player hangs around the opposite goal throughout the match in case a pass comes his way. There are no touch lines, so the pitches are often wider than they're long. Corners are taken, because they're a real gas. The teams expand during the match as more players arrive. Competitiveness isn't entirely ruled out, but we're a long way from the fanaticism of pro teams. In fact, the people who come along to kick the ball aren't out there to win at all costs. Given that there are no prizes, it's rarely the same teams, the length of the match is very elastic, and the scoring is very approximate, to within a goal or two. And when one team is obviously stronger, you balance it out by transferring players between the two teams. It's a far cry from the gamesmanship they teach you most of the time at school. What's the answer? Perhaps it comes from games masters like the one who gave each player a ball so there would be no competitive spirit. A true story. The teacher in question even got into trouble for not observing the usual rule. Next weekend, if you see a couple of gangs of hairy louts chasing after a ball, don't hesitate, just ask if you can join in. They won't eat you. Extracts from Catalogue de ressources, Paris, Libre Iris Alternative and Parallels, 1977. In the opposition between the classical sports and the Californian sports, two contrasting relations to the social world are expressed, as clearly as they are in literary or theatrical tastes. On the one hand, there is respect for forms and for forms of respect, manifested in concern for propriety and ritual and in unashamed flaunting of wealth and luxury, and on the other, symbolic subversion of the rituals of bourgeois order by ostentatious poverty, which makes a virtue of necessity, casualness towards forms and impatience with constraints, which is first marked in clothing or cosmetics, since casual clothes and long hair like the minibus or camping car, or folk and rock, in other fields are challenges to the standard attributes of bourgeois rituals, classically styled clothes, luxury cars, boulevard theater, and opera. And this opposition between two relations to the social world is perfectly reflected in the two relations to the natural world, on the one hand the taste for natural, wild nature, on the other, organized, signposted, cultivated nature. Thus, the system of the sporting activities and entertainments that offer themselves at a given moment for the potential consumers to choose from is predisposed to express all the differences sociologically pertinent at that moment, oppositions between the sexes, between the classes and between class fractions. The agents only have to follow the leanings of their habitus in order to take over, unwittingly, the intention immanent in the corresponding practices, to find an activity which is entirely them and, with it, kindred spirits. The same is true in all areas of practice. Each consumer is confronted by a particular state of the supply side, that is, with objectified possibilities, goods, services, patterns of action, etc., the appropriation of which is one of the stakes in the struggles between the classes, and which, because of their probable association with certain classes or class fractions, are automatically classified and classifying, rank-ordered and rank-ordering. The observed state of the distribution of goods and practices is thus defined in the meeting between the possibilities offered at a given moment by the different fields of production, past and present, and the socially differentiated dispositions which associated with the capital, of determinate volume and composition, of which, depending on the trajectory, they are more or less completely the product and in which they find their means of realization define the interest in these possibilities. That is, the propensity to acquire them and, through acquisition, to convert them into distinctive signs. Thus, a study of the toy market undertaken along these lines would first have to establish the specific structuring principles of a field of production in which, as in other such fields, there coexist firms differing in age, from small workshops producing wooden toys to large modern companies, in volume, turnover, number of employees, and, perhaps especially, in the extent to which production is guided by psychological as well as technological research. Secondly, on the basis of an analysis of the conditions in which toy purchases are made, and in particular of the degree, probably varying with class, to which they are linked to traditional, seasonal, gift exchanges, Christmas, New Year, one could try to determine the meaning and function which the different classes consciously or unconsciously confer on toys according to their own schemes of perception and appreciation and, more precisely, according to their educational strategies. The latter in turn have to be seen in terms of their whole system of reproduction strategies. The propensity to confer an educational function on toys no doubt rises with the degree to which the reproduction of social position depends exclusively on transmission of cultural capital, i.e., with the weight of cultural capital in the asset structure. It would also be necessary to examine how the logic of the competition between firms of different types, having different strengths and therefore inclined to defend different products, is in a sense decided by the different categories of clients. Craft firms may get a new lease on life when wooden toys encounter the taste for natural materials and simple shapes among the intellectual fractions, who are also attracted by all forms of logical games which are supposed to awaken and develop the intelligence, and the cultural capital-intensive firms benefit not only from the intensified competition for educational qualifications and the general rise in educational investments, but also from the unsolicited advertising given to products which suit their taste by those who present their own lifestyle as an example to others and elevate the inclinations of their own ethos into a universal ethic. The producers of cultural toys, who have every interest in deseasonalizing their sales by creating a continuous need for their products, can count on the proselytism of all those who are inclined to believe and persuade others to believe in the, strictly unverifiable, educational value of toys and play psychologists, psychoanalysts, nursery teachers, toy bank organizers, and everyone else with a stake in a definition of childhood capable of producing a market for goods and services aimed at children. 42. There is no clearer indication of the existence, in all areas, of a legitimacy and a definition of legitimate practice than the careless, but socially corroborated, assurance with which the new taste makers measure all practices against the yardstick of their own taste, the acid test of modernity, as opposed to all that is archaic, rigid, old-fashioned. The naivete of some of the comments embroidering the statistics on consumption they produce for the purposes of marketing reveals, for example, that they classify all eating habits in terms of their distance from the American ideal of eggs and bacon for breakfast or a light lunch washed down with mineral water, just as others adjudicate what is in politics or the latest must in philosophical fashion in terms of what is, or is not, being done at Harvard, Princeton, or Stanford. It follows that it is only by increasing the number of empirical analyses of the relations between relatively autonomous fields of production of a particular class of products and the market of consumers which they assemble, and which sometimes function as fields, without ceasing to be determined by their position in the field of the social classes, that one can really escape from the abstraction of economic theories, which only recognize a consumer reduced to his purchasing power, itself reduced to his income, and a product characterized, equally abstractly, by a technical function presumed to be equal for all. Only in this way is it possible to establish a genuine scientific theory of the economy of practices. The abstract notion of the labor market requires a similar critique which would describe both the invariance and the variations in the relationship between the owner of the means of production and therefore of jobs and the seller of labor power, according to the power relations between the two parties. These depend, among other things, on the rarity of the post and the material and symbolic advantages it gives, and on the rarity of the labor power supplied or of the qualifications which guarantee it, in other words, on the degree to which the job supplier can withstand individual or collective withdrawal of labor power, refusal of the job, a strike, etc., and the extent to which the possessor of labor power is able to refuse the job, depending, for example, on his qualifications, age and family responsibilities, with the unmarried young being least vulnerable. 4. The dynamics of the fields. There are thus as many fields of preferences as there are fields of stylistic possibles. Each of these worlds, drinks, mineral waters, wines and aperitifs, or automobiles, newspapers or holiday resorts, design or furnishing of house or garden, not to mention political programs, provides the small number of distinctive features which, functioning as a system of differences, differential deviations, allow the most fundamental social differences to be expressed almost as completely as through the most complex and refined expressive systems available in the legitimate arts, and it can be seen that the total field of these fields offers well nigh inexhaustible possibilities for the pursuit of distinction. If, among all these fields of possibles, none is more obviously predisposed to express social differences than the world of luxury goods, and, more particularly, cultural goods, this is because the relationship of distinction is objectively inscribed within it, and is reactivated, intentionally or not, in each act of consumption, through the instruments of economic and cultural appropriation which it requires. It is not only a matter of the affirmations of difference which writers and artists profess ever more insistently as the autonomy of the field of cultural production becomes more pronounced one, but also of the intention immanent in cultural objects. One could point to the socially charged nature of legitimate language and, for example, the systems of ethical and aesthetic values deposited, ready for quasi-automatic reactivation, in pairs of contrasting adjectives, or the very logic of literary language, whose whole value lies in an écart, i.e., a distance from simple, common ways of speaking. Rhetorical figures, as modifications of ordinary usage, are in a sense the objectifications of the social relationship in which they are produced and function, and it is futile to seek, in the intrinsic nature of the tropes catalogued in the arts of rhetoric, properties which, like all properties of distinction, exist only in and through the relationship, in and through difference. A figure of words or style is always only an alteration of usage, and consequently a distinctive mark which may consist in the absence of any mark when the intention of distinguishing oneself from a would-be distinction that is held to be excessive, the vulgarity of pretension, or simply worn out or outmoded leads to the double negations which underlie so many spurious encounters between the opposite extremes of social space. It is well known that all dominant aesthetics set a high value on the virtues of sobriety, simplicity, economy of means, which are as much opposed to first-degree poverty and simplicity as to the pomposity or affectation of the half-educated. It is scarcely necessary to establish that the work of art is the objectification of a relationship of distinction, and that it is thereby explicitly predisposed to bear such a relationship in the most varied contexts. As soon as art becomes self-conscious, in the work of Alberti, for example, as Gombrich demonstrates, it is defined by a negation, a refusal, a renunciation, which is the very basis of the refinement in which a distance is marked from the simple pleasure of the senses and the superficial seductions of gold and ornaments that ensnare the vulgar taste of the Philistines. In the strict hierarchic society of the 16th and 17th centuries, the contrast between the vulgar and the noble becomes one of the principal preoccupations of the critics. Their belief was that certain forms or modes are really vulgar, because they please the low, while others are inherently noble, because only a developed taste can appreciate them. To the aim of distinction, expressing the specific interest of the artists, who are increasingly inclined to claim exclusive control over form at the risk of disappointing their clients' bad taste, is far from incompatible with the functions really conferred on works of art by those who commission them or conserve them in their collections. These cultural creations, which we usually regard purely aesthetically, as variants of a particular style, were perceived by their contemporaries, as Norbert Elias reminds us, referring to the society of the Grand Siècle, as the highly differentiated expression of certain social qualities. 3. This means that, like art as defined by Yeats, art is a social act of a solitary man. Every appropriation of a work of art which is the embodiment of a relation of distinction is itself a social relation and, contrary to the illusion of cultural communism, it is a relation of distinction. Those who possess the means of symbolically appropriating cultural goods are more than willing to believe that it is only through their economic dimension that works of art, and cultural goods in general, acquire rarity. They like to see symbolic appropriation the only legitimate sort, in their view as a kind of mystical participation in a common good of which each person has a share and which everyone has entirely, as a paradoxical appropriation, excluding privilege and monopoly, unlike material appropriation, which asserts real exclusivity and therefore exclusion. If I contemplate a painting by Poussin or read a Platonic dialogue, that doesn't imply that I am depriving anyone and that we need to produce as many Poussins and Platos as there are possible beholders or readers. Philosophy teacher, age 30. The love of art is conceived as a secularized form of the intellectual love of God, a love, according to Spinoza, that is the greater as more men enjoy it. There is no doubt that the works of art inherited from the past and deposited in museums and private collections and, beyond them, all objectified cultural capital, the product of history accumulated in the form of books, articles, documents, instruments, which are the trace or materialization of theories or critiques of these theories, problematics or conceptual systems, present themselves as an autonomous world which, although it is the product of historical action, has its own laws, transcending individual wills, and remains irreducible to what each agent or even the whole population of agents can appropriate, i.e., to internalized cultural capital, just as the language objectified in dictionaries and grammars remains irreducible to the language really appropriated, that is, to what is internalized by each speaker or even the whole population. However, contrary to theories of the autonomy of the world of ideas or of objective knowledge without a knowing subject and subjectless processes, in which Louis Althusser and Karl Popper concur, it has to be pointed out that objectified cultural capital only exists and subsists in and through the struggles of which the fields of cultural production, the artistic field, the scientific field etc., and, beyond them, the field of the social classes, are the site, struggles in which the agents wield strengths and obtain profits proportionate to their mastery of this objectified capital, in other words, their internalized capital. 4. Because the appropriation of cultural products presupposes dispositions and competences which are not distributed universally, although they have the appearance of innateness, these products are subject to exclusive appropriation, material or symbolic, and, functioning as cultural capital, objectified or internalized, they yield a profit in distinction, proportionate to the rarity of the means required to appropriate them, and a profit in legitimacy, the profit par excellence, which consists in the fact of feeling justified in being what one is, being what it is right to be. 5. This is the difference between the legitimate culture of class societies, a product of domination predisposed to express or legitimate domination, and the culture of little differentiated or undifferentiated societies, in which access to the means of appropriation of the cultural heritage is fairly equally distributed, so that culture is fairly equally mastered by all members of the group and cannot function as cultural capital, i.e., as an instrument of domination, or only so within very narrow limits and with a very high degree of euphemization. The symbolic profit arising from material or symbolic appropriation of a work of art is measured by the distinctive value which the work derives from the rarity of the disposition and competence which it demands and which determines its class distribution. 6. Cultural objects, with their subtle hierarchy, are predisposed to mark the stages and degrees of the initiatory progress which defines the enterprise of culture, according to Valéry Larbaud. Like Christians' progress towards the heavenly Jerusalem, it leads from the illiterate to the literate, via the non-literate and semi-literate, or the common reader, lecteur, leaving aside the bibliophile to the truly cultivated reader, Leisure. The mysteries of culture have their catechumens, their initiates, their holy men, that discreet elite set apart from ordinary mortals by inimitable nuances of manner and united by equality, something which lies in the man himself, which is part of his happiness, which may be indirectly very useful to him but which will never win him a sou, any more than his courtesy, his courage, or his goodness. 7. Hence the incessant revisions, reinterpretations, and rediscoveries which the learned of all religions of the book perform on their canonical texts. Since the levels of reading designate hierarchies of readers, it is necessary and sufficient to change the hierarchy of readings in order to overturn the hierarchy of readers. It follows from what has been said that a simple upward displacement of the structure of the class distribution of an asset or practice, i.e., a virtually identical increase in the proportion of possessors in each class, has the effect of diminishing its rarity and distinctive value and threatening the distinction of the older possessors. Intellectuals and artists are thus divided between their interest in cultural proselytism, that is, winning a market by widening their audience, which inclines them to favor popularization, and concern for cultural distinction, the only objective basis of their rarity, and their relationship to everything concerned with the democratization of culture is marked by a deep ambivalence which may be manifested in a dual discourse on the relations between the institutions of cultural diffusion and the public. When asked in a survey how they thought works of art in museums might be better presented, and whether the supply level ought to be made more accessible by providing technical, historical, or aesthetic explanations, members of the dominant class and especially the teachers and art specialists endeavor to escape from the contradiction by dissociating what is desirable for others from what is desirable for themselves. It is because the museum is as it is that it is their exclusive privilege, so it is as it should be for people like them, i.e., people made for it. But they cannot fail to be sensitive to the fact that they, the habitués, are being consulted first about what should be done, because this recognizes their privilege of granting part of their privilege to others. In accepting educational improvements, it is their museum, the one that they alone can enjoy, austere, ascetic and noble, which they graciously open to others. An analysis of the debates which occurred when cheap paperbacks came onto the market, a promise of popularity for the author, a threat of vulgarization for the reader, would reveal the same ambivalence. Because the distinctive power of cultural possessions or practices, an artifact, a qualification, a film culture tends to decline with the growth in the absolute number of people able to appropriate them, the profits of distinction would wither away if the field of production of cultural goods, itself governed by the dialectic of pretension and distinction, did not endlessly supply new goods or new ways of using the same goods. The correspondence between goods production and taste production. In the cultural market and no doubt elsewhere, the matching of supply and demand is neither the simple effect of production imposing itself on consumption nor the effect of a conscious endeavor to serve the consumer's needs, but the result of the objective orchestration of two relatively independent logics, that of the fields of production and that of the field of consumption. There is a fairly close homology between the specialized fields of production in which products are developed and the field of the social classes or the field of the dominant class, in which tastes are determined. This means that the products developed in the competitive struggles of which each of the fields of production is the site, and which are the source of the incessant changing of these products, meet, without having expressly to seek it, the demand which is shaped in the objectively or subjectively antagonistic relations between the different classes or class fractions over material or cultural consumer goods, or, more exactly, in the competitive struggles between them over these goods, which are the source of the changing of tastes. This objective orchestration of supply and demand is the reason why the most varied tastes find the conditions for their realization in the universe of possibles which each of the fields of production offers them, while the latter find the conditions for their constitution and functioning in the different tastes which provide a, short or long-term, market for their different products. 8. The field of production, which clearly could not function if it could not count on already existing tastes, more or less strong propensities to consume more or less clearly defined goods, enables taste to be realized by offering it, at each moment, the universe of cultural goods as a system of stylistic possibles from which it can select the system of stylistic features constituting a lifestyle. It is always forgotten that the universe of products offered by each field of production tends in fact to limit the universe of the forms of experience, aesthetic, ethical, political etc., that are objectively possible at any given moment. 9. It follows from this, among other things, that the distinction recognized in all dominant classes and in all their properties takes different forms depending on the state of the distinctive signs of class that are effectively available. In the case of the production of cultural goods at least, the relation between supply and demand takes a particular form. The supply always exerts an effect of symbolic imposition. A cultural product, an avant-garde picture, a political manifesto, a newspaper is a constituted taste, a taste which has been raised from the vague semi-existence of half-formulated or unformulated experience, implicit or even unconscious desire, to the full reality of the finished product, by a process of objectification which, in present circumstances, is almost always the work of professionals. It is consequently charged with the legitimizing, reinforcing capacity which objectification always possesses, especially when, as is the case now, the logic of structural homologies assigns it to a prestigious group so that it functions as an authority which authorizes and reinforces dispositions by giving them a collectively recognized expression. 10. Taste, for its part, a classification system constituted by the conditionings associated with a condition situated in a determinate position in the structure of different conditions, governs the relationship with objectified capital, with this world of ranked and ranking objects which help to define it by enabling it to specify and so realize itself. 11. Thus the tastes actually realized depend on the state of the system of goods offered. Every change in the system of goods induces a change in tastes. But conversely, every change in tastes resulting from a transformation of the conditions of existence and of the corresponding dispositions will tend to induce, directly or indirectly, a transformation of the field of production, by favoring the success, within the struggle constituting the field, of the producers best able to produce the needs corresponding to the new dispositions. There is therefore no need to resort to the hypothesis of a sovereign taste compelling the adjustment of production to needs, or the opposite hypothesis, in which taste is itself a product of production, in order to account for the quasi-miraculous correspondence prevailing at every moment between the products offered by a field of production and the field of socially produced tastes. The producers are led by the logic of competition with other producers and by the specific interests linked to their position in the field of production, and therefore by the habitus which have led them to that position, to produce distinct products which meet the different cultural interests which the consumers owe to their class conditions and position, thereby offering them a real possibility of being satisfied. In short, if, as they say, there is something for everyone, if each fraction of the dominant class has its own artists and philosophers, newspapers and critics, just as it has its hairdresser, interior decorator or tailor, or if, as an artist put it, everyone sells, meaning that paintings of the most varied styles always eventually find a purchaser, this is not the result of intentional design but of the meeting between two systems of differences. The functional and structural homology which guarantees objective orchestration between the logic of the field of production and the logic of the field of consumption arises from the fact that all the specialized fields, haute couture or painting, theater or literature, tend to be governed by the same logic, i.e., according to the volume of the specific capital that is possessed, and according to seniority of possession, which is often associated with volume, and from the fact that the oppositions which tend to be established in each case between the richer and the less rich in the specific capital, the established and the outsiders, veterans and newcomers, distinction and pretension, rearguard and avant-garde, order and movement etc. are mutually homologous, which means that there are numerous invariants, and also homologous to the oppositions which structure the field of the social classes, between dominant and dominated, and the field of the dominant class, between the dominant fraction and the dominated fraction. 12. The correspondence which is thereby objectively established between the classes of products and the classes of consumers is realized in acts of consumption only through the mediation of that sense of the homology between goods and groups which defines tastes. Choosing according to one's tastes is a matter of identifying goods that are objectively attuned to one's position and which go together because they are situated in roughly equivalent positions in their respective spaces, be they films or plays, cartoons or novels, clothes or furniture. This choice is assisted by institutions, shops, theaters, left or right bank, critics, newspapers, magazines which are themselves defined by their position in a field and which are chosen on the same principles. For the dominant class, the relationship between supply and demand takes the form of a pre-established harmony. The competition for luxury goods, emblems of class, is one dimension of the struggle to impose the dominant principle of domination, of which this class is the site, and the strategies it calls for, whose common feature is that they are oriented towards maximizing the distinctive profit of exclusive possessions, must necessarily use different weapons to achieve this common function. On the supply side, the field of production need only follow its own logic, that of distinction, which always leads it to be organized in accordance with a structure analogous to that of the symbolic systems which it produces by its functioning and in which each element performs a distinctive function. The logic of homologies thus, the case of fashion, which might seem to justify a model which locates the motor of changing sartorial styles in the intentional pursuit of distinction, the trickle-down effect, is an almost perfect example of the meeting of two spaces and two relatively autonomous histories. The endless changes in fashion result from the objective orchestration between, on the one hand, the logic of the struggles internal to the field of production, which are organized in terms of the opposition old/new, itself linked, through the oppositions expensive/relatively, cheap and classical/practical, or rearguard/avant-garde, to the opposition old/young, very important in this field, as in sport, and, on the other hand, the logic of the struggles internal to the field of the dominant class which, as we have seen, oppose the dominant and the dominated fractions, or, more precisely, the established and the challengers, in other words given the equivalence between power, more specifically, economic power, and age, which means that, at identical biological ages, social age is a function of proximity to the pole of power and duration in that position between those who have the social properties associated with accomplished adulthood and those who have the social properties associated with the incompleteness of youth. The couturiers who occupy a dominant position in the field of fashion only have to follow through the negative strategies of discretion and understatement that are forced on them by the aggressive competition of the challengers to find themselves directly attuned to the demands of the old bourgeoisie who are oriented towards the same refusal of emphasis by a homologous relation to the audacities of the new bourgeoisie, and, similarly, the newcomers to the field, young couturiers or designers, endeavoring to win acceptance of their subversive ideas, are the objective allies of the new fractions and the younger generation of the dominant fractions of the bourgeoisie, for whom the symbolic revolutions of which vestimentary and cosmetic outrages are the paradigm, are the perfect vehicle for expressing the ambiguity of their situation as the poor relations of the temporal powers. Just as the ready-to-wear revolution arose when the dispositions of a designer occupying a particular position in the field of fashion encountered the modern, dynamic, casual lifestyle of the new bourgeoisie which brings the traditional functions of representation into professional life, so the new fashion based on the authentic and genuine, real Chinese clothes, real army surplus parkas, combat trousers, light raincoats etc. Canadian trappers' jackets, Japanese martial art kimonos, safari jackets, which the most in boutiques sell at inflated prices to a clientele of beautiful people, models, photographers, advertising agents, journalists, owes its success to the fact that it meets the demands of the young counterculture. Point 13. The logic of the functioning of the fields of cultural goods production, together with the distinction strategies which determine their dynamics, cause the products of their functioning, be they fashion designs or novels, to be predisposed to function differentially, as means of distinction, first between the class fractions and then between the classes. The producers can be totally involved and absorbed in their struggles with other producers, convinced that only specific artistic interests are at stake and that they are otherwise totally disinterested, while remaining unaware of the social functions they fulfill, in the long run, for a particular audience, and without ever ceasing to respond to the expectations of a particular class or class fraction. This is especially clear in the case of the theater, where the correspondence between several relatively autonomous spaces, the space of the producers, playwrights and actors, the space of the critics, and through them the space of the daily and weekly press, and the space of the audiences and readerships, i.e., the space of the dominant class, is so perfect, so necessary, and yet so unforeseeable that every actor can experience his encounter with the object of his preference as a miracle of predestination. Point 14. In the same way, it would be easy to show how much newspapers owe, even in an age of market research, to the logic of competition for advertisers and for readers. Like political parties, newspapers must endlessly work to maximize their clientele, at the expense of their closest competitors in the field of production, through more or less disguised borrowings of themes, formulae, and even journalists, without losing the core readership which defines them and gives them their distributional value. Boulevard theater, which offers tried and tested shows, adaptations of foreign plays, revivals of boulevard classics, etc., written to reliable formulae and performed by consecrated actors, and which caters to a middle-aged, bourgeois audience that is disposed to pay high prices, is opposed in every respect to experimental theater, which attracts a young, intellectual audience to relatively inexpensive shows that flout ethical and aesthetic conventions. This structure of the field of production operates both in reality, through the mechanisms which produce the oppositions between the playwrights or actors and their theater, the critics and their newspapers, and in people's minds, in the form of a system of categories shaping perception and appreciation which enable them to classify and evaluate playwrights, works, styles and subjects. Thus, critics occupying opposed positions in the field of cultural production will assess plays in terms of the very same oppositions which engender the objective differences between them, but they will set the terms of these oppositions in opposite hierarchies. Thus in 1973 François Dorin's play Le Tournant, The Turning, which dramatizes a boulevard playwright's attempt to start a new career as an avant-garde playwright, aroused reactions which varied in form and content according to the position of the publication in which they appeared, that is, according to how distant the critic and his readership were from the bourgeois pole and consequently from Dorin's play. They range from unconditional approval to disdainful silence, via a neutral point, occupied by Le Monde, as one moves from right to left, from the right bank to the left bank, through the field of newspapers and weeklies, from L'Aurore to Le Nouvel Observateur, and, simultaneously, through the field of readership, which is itself organized in accordance with oppositions corresponding fairly exactly to those defining the field of the theater. When confronted with an object so clearly organized in terms of the basic opposition, the critics, who are themselves distributed in the field of the press in accordance with the structure which shapes both the classified object and the classification system they apply to it, reproduce in the space of the judgments whereby they classify both it and themselves the space within which they are themselves classified. The whole process constitutes a perfect circle from which the only escape is to objectify it sociologically. In the play itself, Françoise Dorin sets bourgeois drama, her own, which applies technical skill to produce gaiety, lightness, and wit, typically French qualities, in opposition to the pretentiousness and bluff, camouflaged under ostentatious starkness, the dull solemnity and drab décor, which characterize intellectual drama. The series of contrasted properties which the right bank critics pick out: technical skill, joie de vivre, clarity, ease, lightness, optimism, as opposed to tedium, gloom, obscurity, pretentiousness, heaviness and pessimism reappears in the columns of the left bank critics, but here the positives are negatives and vice versa, because the hierarchy of qualities is reversed. As in a set of facing mirrors, each of the critics located at either extreme can say exactly what the critic on the other side would say, but he does so in conditions such that his words take on an ironic value and stigmatize by antiphrasis the very things that are praised by his opposing counterpart. Thus, The left bank critic credits Madame Doran with the qualities on which she prides herself, but when he mentions them, to his readership, they automatically become derisory, so that her technique becomes a box of tricks, and common sense is immediately understood as synonymous with bourgeois stupidity. In so doing, he turns against Madame Doran the weapon she herself uses against avant-garde theatre when, exploiting the structural logic of the field, she turns against avant-garde theatre the weapon it likes to use against bourgeois chatter and the bourgeois theatre which reproduces its truisms and clichés, example Ionesco's descriptions of the bald prima donna or Jacques as a sort of parody or caricature of boulevard theatre falling apart and going mad. A sociological test. Moving from right to left or from right bank to left bank, we start with Lauror. Cheeky Françoise Doran is going to be in hot water with our toffee-nosed, Marxist intelligentsia, the two things go together. The author of Unsale Egoist shows no respect for the solemn boredom, profound emptiness, and vertiginous nullity which characterize so many so-called avant-garde theatrical productions. She dares to profane with sacrilegious laughter the notorious incommunicability which is the alpha and omega of the contemporary stage. And this perverse reactionary, who flatters the lowest appetites of consumer society, far from acknowledging the error of her ways and wearing her boulevard playwright's reputation with humility, has the impudence to prefer the jollity of Sacha Guitry, or Feydeau's bedroom farces, to the darkness visible of Marguerite Duras or Arabelle. This is a crime for which she will not easily be forgiven. Especially since she commits it with cheerfulness and gaiety, using all the dreadful devices which make lasting successes. Gilbert Guilleminaud, Lauror, January 12, 1973. Situated at the fringe of the intellectual field, at a point where he already has to speak of it as an outsider, our intelligentsia, the Lauror critic does not mince his words, he calls a reactionary, and does not hide his strategies. The rhetorical effect of putting words into the opponent's mouth, in conditions in which his discourse, functioning ironically, objectively signifies the opposite of what he means, presupposes and brings into play the very structure of the field of criticism and his relationship of immediate connivance with his readership based on homology of position. From Lauror we move to L.E. Figaro. In perfect harmony with the author of L.E. Ternant, the harmony of orchestrated habitus, the Figaro critic cannot but experience absolute delight at a play which so perfectly corresponds to his categories of perception and appreciation, his view of the theatre and his view of the world. However, being forced into a higher degree of euphemization, he excludes overtly political judgments and limits himself to the language of aesthetics and ethics. How grateful we should be to Madame Françoise Doran for being a courageously light author, which means to say that she is wittily dramatic, and smilingly serious, irreverent without fragility, pushing her comedy into outright vaudeville, but in the subtlest way imaginable, an author who wields satire with elegance, who at all times demonstrates astounding virtuosity. Françoise Doran knows much more than any of us about the tricks of the dramatist's art, the springs of comedy, the potential of a situation, the comic or biting force of the mot juste. Yes, what skill in taking things apart, what irony in her deliberate sidestepping, what mastery in the way she lets you see her pulling the strings. L.E. Ternant gives every sort of enjoyment without a hint of self-indulgence or vulgarity. And without ever being facile, since it is quite clear that in this day and age, it is entirely the avant-garde which is conformist, it is gravity which is ridiculous and boredom which is the imposture. Madame Françoise Doran will relieve a well-balanced audience by bringing it back into balance with healthy laughter. Hurry along and see for yourselves, and I'm sure you will laugh so heartily that you will forget to think how anguishing it can be for a writer to wonder if she is still in tune with the times in which she lives. In the end, it is a question everyone asks himself, and only humor and incurable optimism can rid him of it. Jean-Jacques Gaultier, L.E. Figaro, January 12, 1973. From L.E. Figaro one moves naturally to L'Express, which balances between endorsement and distance, thereby attaining a distinctly higher degree of euphemization. It ought to be a runaway success. A witty and amusing play. A character. An actor made for the part, Jean Piat. With an unfailing virtuosity that is only occasionally overdone, with a sly cunning, a perfect mastery of the tricks of the trade, Françoise Dorin has written a play on the turning points in the boulevard which is, ironically, the most traditional of boulevard plays. Only morose pedants will probe too far into the contrast between two types of theatre and the contrast between two conceptions of political life and the private life behind it. The brilliant dialogue, full of wit and epigrams, is often bitingly sarcastic. But Romain is not a caricature, he is much less stupid than your run-of-the-mill avant-gardist. Philippe has the plum role, because he is on his own ground. What the author of Como Theatre gently wants to suggest is that the boulevard stage is where people speak and behave as in real life, and this is true, but it is only a partial truth, and not just because it is a class truth. Robert Cantor's, L'Express, 15–21 January 1973. Here the approval, which is still total, begins to be colored by systematic use of formulations that are ambiguous even as regards the oppositions involved. It ought to be a runaway success, a sly cunning, a perfect mastery of the tricks of the trade. Philippe has the plum role, all formulae which could equally be taken pejoratively. And we even find, surfacing through its denial, a hint of the other truth. Only morose pedants will probe too far, or even of the plain truth, but doubly neutralized by ambiguity and denial, and not just because it is a class truth. Le Monde offers a perfect example of ostentatiously neutral discourse, even-handedly dismissing both sides, both the overtly political discourse of L'Aurore and the disdainful silence of Le Nouvel Observateur. The simple, or simplistic, argument is complicated by a very subtle two-tier structure, as if there were two plays overlapping. One by Françoise Dorin, a conventional author, the other invented by Philippe Roussel, who tries to take the turning towards modern theatre. This conceit performs a circular movement, like a boomerang. Françoise Dorin deliberately exposes the boulevard clichés which Philippe attacks and, through his voice, delivers a violent denunciation of the bourgeoisie. On the second floor, she contrasts this language with that of a young author whom she assails with equal vigor. Finally, the trajectory brings the weapon back onto the boulevard stage, and the futilities of the mechanism are unmasked by the devices of the traditional theatre, which are shown to have lost nothing of their value. Philippe can declare himself a courageously light playwright, inventing characters who talk like real people. He can claim that his art is without frontiers and therefore non-political. However, the demonstration is entirely distorted by the model avant-garde author chosen by Françoise Dorin. Vancouves is an epigone of Marguerite Duras, a vaguely militant, belated existentialist. He is parodic in the extreme, like the theatre that is denounced here. A black curtain and a scaffold certainly help, or the title of the play, Do Take a Little Angst in Your Coffee, Mr. Carsof. The audience sniggers at this derisive picture of modern drama. The denunciation of the bourgeoisie is an amusing provocation inasmuch as it rebounds onto an odious victim and finishes him off. To the extent that it reflects the state of bourgeois theatre and reveals its systems of defense, Le Tournant can be regarded as an important work. Few plays let slip so much anxiety about an external threat and recuperate it with so much unconscious fury. Louis Dandrel, Le Monde, January 13, 1973. The ambiguity which Robert Cantors was already beginning to cultivate here reaches its peak. The argument is simple or simplistic, take your pick. The play is split in two, offering two works for the reader's choice, a violent but recuperatory critique of the bourgeoisie and a defense of non-political art. For anyone naive enough to ask whether the critic is for or against, whether he finds the play good or bad, there are two answers. First, the observation by an objective informant with a duty towards truth that the avant-garde author portrayed is parodic in the extreme and that the audience sniggers, but without our knowing where the critic stands in relation to this audience, and therefore what the sniggering signifies, and then, after a series of judgments that are held in ambiguity by many reservations, nuances, and academic attenuations, insofar as can be regarded as the assertion that L'Eternant is an important work, but be it noted, as a document illustrating the crisis of modern civilization, as they would no doubt say at Sciences Po. This art of conciliation and compromise achieves the virtuosity of art for art's sake with the critic of the Catholic paper La Croix, who laces his unconditional approval with such subtly articulated justifications, understatements through double negation, nuances, reservations, and self-corrections that the final conciliatio oppositorum, so naively Jesuitical in form and substance, as he would say, almost seems to go without saying. L'Eternant, as I have said, seems to me an admirable work, in both form and substance. This is not to say it would not put many people's teeth on edge. I happened to be sitting next to an unconditional supporter of the avant-garde, and throughout the evening I was aware of his suppressed anger. However, I by no means conclude that Françoise Dorin is unfair to certain very respectable albeit often tedious experiments in the contemporary theatre. And if she concludes her preference is delicately hinted with the triumph of the boulevard, but a boulevard that is itself avant-garde, that is precisely because for many years a master like Anouilh has placed himself as a guide at the crossroads of these two paths. Jean Venerin, La Croix, January 21, 1973. Although the silence of Le Nouvel Observateur no doubt signifies something in itself, we can form an approximate idea of what its position might have been by reading its review of Félicien Marceau's play La Preuve Pierre Cotter, or the review of L'Eternant which Philippe Tesson, then editor of Combat, wrote for Le Canard and Chain. Theatre seems to me the wrong term to apply to these society gatherings of tradesmen and businesswomen in the course of which a famous and much-loved actor recites the laboriously witty text of an equally famous author in the middle of an elaborate stage set, even a revolving one decorated with Follen's measured humor. No ceremony here, no catharsis or revelation either, still less improvisation. Just a plateful of bourgeois cuisine for stomachs that have seen it all before. The audience, like all boulevard audiences in Paris, bursts out laughing, on cue, in the most conformist places, as and when this spirit of easygoing rationalism inspires them. The connivance is perfect and the actors are all in on it. This play could have been written 10, 20, or 30 years ago. M. Pierre, Le Nouvel Observateur, February 12, 1964, reviewing Félicien Marceau's La Preuve Pierre Cotter. Françoise Dorin really knows a thing or two. She's a first-rate recuperator and terribly well-bred. Her Ternant is an excellent boulevard comedy, which runs mainly on bad faith and demagogy. The lady wants to prove that avant-garde theatre is a dog's dinner. To do so, she takes a big bag of tricks and, needless to say, as soon as she pulls one out the audience rolls in the aisles and calls for more. Our author, who was just waiting for that, does it again. She gives us a young trendy leftist playwright called Vancois Get It, and puts him in various ridiculous, uncomfortable, and rather shady situations, to show that this young gentleman is no more disinterested, no less bourgeois, than you and I. What common sense, madame! Dorin, what lucidity, what honesty! You at least have the courage to stand by your opinions, and very healthy, red, white and blue ones they are too. Philippe Tesson, Le Canard and Chain, March 17, 1973. Italics in all foregoing quotations are mine. In each case the same device is used. The critic's relationship of ethical and aesthetic connivance with his readers supplies the leverage to break the connivance of the parroted discourse with its own audience and to turn it into a series of misplaced remarks which are shocking and laughable because they are not uttered in the appropriate place and before the right audience. Instead, they become a mockery, a parody, establishing with their audience the immediate complicity of laughter, because they have persuaded their audience to reject, if it had ever accepted, the presuppositions of the parroted discourse. As this exemplary case clearly shows, it is the logic of the homologies, not cynical calculation, which causes works to be adjusted to the expectations of their audience. The partial objectifications in which intellectuals and artists indulge in the course of their battles omit what is essential by describing as the conscious pursuit of success with an audience what is in fact the result of the pre-established harmony between two systems of interests, which may coincide in the person of the bourgeois writer, or, more precisely, of the structural and functional homology between a given writer's or artist's position in the field of production and the position of his audience in the field of the classes and class fractions. By refusing to recognize any other relationship between the producer and his public than cynical calculation or pure disinterestedness, writers and artists give themselves a convenient device for seeing themselves as disinterested, while exposing their adversaries as motivated by the lust for success at any price, provocation and scandal, the right bank argument, or mercenary servility, the left bank argument. The so-called intellectual lackeys are right to think and profess that they, strictly speaking, serve no one. They serve objectively only because, in all sincerity, they serve their own interests, specific, highly sublimated and euphemized interests, such as interest in a form of theater or philosophy which is logically associated with a certain position in a certain field and which, except in crisis periods, has every likelihood of concealing, even from its advocates, the political implications it contains. Between pure disinterestedness and cynical servility, there is room for the relationships established, objectively, without any conscious intention, between a producer and an audience, by virtue of which the practices and artifacts produced in a specialized and relatively autonomous field of production are necessarily overdetermined. The functions they fulfill in the internal struggles are inevitably coupled with external functions, those which they receive in the symbolic struggles between the fractions of the dominant class and, in the long run, between the classes. Sincerity, which is one of the preconditions of symbolic efficacy, is only possible and real in the case of perfect, immediate harmony between the expectations inscribed in the position occupied, in a less consecrated area, one would say job description, and the dispositions of the occupant. It is the privilege of those who, guided by their sense of their place, have found their natural site in the field of production. In accordance with the law that one only preaches to the converted, a critic can only influence his readers insofar as they grant him this power because they are structurally attuned to him in their view of the social world, their tastes, and their whole habitus. Jean-Jacques Gaultier, for a long time literary critic of Le Figaro, gives a good description of this elective affinity between the journalist, his paper, and his readers. A good Figaro editor, who has chosen himself and been chosen through the same mechanisms, chooses a Figaro literary critic because he has the right tone for speaking to the readers of the paper, because, without making a deliberate effort, he naturally speaks the language of Le Figaro and is the paper's ideal reader. If tomorrow I started speaking the language of Les Temps Modernes, for example, or Sainte-Chapelle's de Lettres, people would no longer read me or understand me, so they would not listen to me, because I would be assuming a certain number of ideas or arguments which our readers don't give a damn about. 15 To each position there correspond presuppositions, a daza, and the homology between the producer's positions and their clients is the precondition for this complicity, which is all the more strongly required when fundamental values are involved, as they are in the theater. Elective affinities. This limiting case forces one to question the appearances of the direct effect of demand on supply or of supply on demand, and to consider in a new light all the encounters between the logic of goods production and the logic of taste production through which the universe of appropriated things, objects, people, knowledge, memories, etc. is constituted. The limit of these coincidences of homologous structures and sequences which bring about the concordance between a socially classified person and the socially classified things or persons which suit him is represented by all acts of co-option in fellow feeling, friendship or love which lead to lasting relations, socially sanctioned or not. The social sense is guided by the system of mutually reinforcing and infinitely redundant signs of which each body is the bearer: clothing, pronunciation, bearing, posture, manners, and which, unconsciously registered, are the basis of antipathies or sympathies. The seemingly most immediate elective affinities are always partly based on the unconscious deciphering of expressive features, each of which only takes on its meaning and value within the system of its class variations. One only has to think of the ways of laughing or smiling noted by ordinary language. Taste is what brings together things and people that go together. The most indisputable evidence of this immediate sense of social compatibilities and incompatibilities is provided by class and even class fraction endogamy, which is ensured almost as strictly by the free play of sentiment as by deliberate family intervention. It is known that the structure of the circuit of matrimonial exchanges tends to reproduce the structure of the social space as described here. 16. It is probable that the homogeneity of couples is still underestimated and that better knowledge of the secondary properties of the spouses and their families would further reduce the apparent random element. For example, a survey in 1964 of the matrimonial strategies of 6 classes, 1948 to 1953, of arts graduates of the École Normale showed that of those who were married by then, 85% of the total, 59% had married a teacher, and of these 58% had married an agrégé. 17 Among the directors of the central administration, who occupy an intermediate position between the civil service and business, 22.6% of whose fathers are civil servants and 22% businessmen, 16.6%. Of those who are married have a civil servant father-in-law and 25.2% a businessman father-in-law. 18 Among the alumni of INSEAD, European Institute of Business Administration, which trains future top executives for the private sector, 28% of whose fathers are industrial or commercial employers and 19.5% executives or engineers, 23.5% of those who are married have an employer for father-in-law and 21% an executive or engineer. Very rarely are they the sons, 2%, or sons-in-law, 5%, of a teacher. 19 And the decisive contribution of the logic of matrimonial exchanges to the reproduction of the grande bourgeoisie has been demonstrated in an earlier study. 20. Taste is a matchmaker, it marries colors and also people, who make well-matched couples, initially in regard to taste. All the acts of co-option which underlie primary groups are acts of knowledge of others qua subjects of acts of knowledge or, in less intellectualist terms, sign-reading operations, particularly visible in first encounters, through which a habitus confirms its affinity with other habitus. Hence the astonishing harmony of ordinary couples who, often matched initially, progressively match each other by a sort of mutual acculturation. 21 This spontaneous decoding of one habitus by another is the basis of the immediate affinities which orient social encounters, discouraging socially discordant relationships, encouraging well-matched relationships, without these operations ever having to be formulated other than in the socially innocent language of likes and dislikes. 22 The extreme improbability of the particular encounter between particular people, which masks the probability of interchangeable chance events, induces couples to experience their mutual election as a happy accident, a coincidence which mimics transcendent design, made for each other, and intensifies the sense of the miraculous. Those whom we find to our taste put into their practices a taste which does not differ from the taste we put into operation in perceiving their practices. Two people can give each other no better proof of the affinity of their tastes than the taste they have for each other. Just as the art lover finds a raison d'être in his discovery, which seems to have been waiting for all eternity for the discoverer's eye, so lovers feel justified in existing, as Sartre puts it, made for each other, constituted as the end and raison d'être of another existence entirely dependent on their own existence, and therefore accepted, recognized in their most contingent features, a way of laughing or speaking, in short, legitimate in the arbitrariness of a way of being and doing, a biological and social destiny. Love is also a way of loving one's own destiny in someone else and so of feeling loved in one's own destiny. It is no doubt the supreme occasion of a sort of experience of the intuitus originarius of which the possession of luxury goods and works of art, made for their owner, is an approximate form and which makes the perceiving, naming subject. We know the role of name-giving in love relations, the cause and the end, in short, the raison d'être, of the perceived subject. Le maître, par un erg profond, et, sur ses pas. Apaise de l'Eden l'inquiète merveille. Don't le frisson final, dans sa voix seule, éveillé. Pour la rose et le mystère d'un nom. 23. Taste is the form par excellence of amor fati. The habitus generates representations and practices which are always more adjusted than they seem to be to the objective conditions of which they are the product. To say with Marx that the petit bourgeois cannot transcend the limits of his mind, others would have said the limits of his understanding, is to say that his thought has the same limits as his condition, that his condition in a sense doubly limits him, by the material limits which it sets to his practice and the limits it sets to his thought and therefore his practice, and which make him accept, and even love, these limits. 24 We are now better placed to understand the specific effect of the raising of consciousness. Making explicit what is given presupposes and produces a suspension of immediate attachment to the given so that the knowledge of probable relationships may become dissociated from recognition of them, and amor fati can thus collapse into odium fati, hatred of one's destiny. Symbolic struggles. To escape from the subjectivist illusion, which reduces social space to the conjunctural space of interactions, that is, a discontinuous succession of abstract situations. 25 It has been necessary to construct social space as an objective space, a structure of objective relations which determines the possible form of interactions and of the representations the interactors can have of them. However, one must move beyond this provisional objectivism, which, in treating social facts as things, reifies what it describes. The social positions which present themselves to the observer as places juxtaposed in a static order of discrete compartments, raising the purely theoretical question of the limits between the groups who occupy them, are also strategic emplacements, fortresses to be defended and captured in a field of struggles. Care must be taken to avoid the objectivist inclination, which is expressed and reinforced in a spatial diagram, to mark out regions of this space that are defined once and for all in a single respect and delimited by clearly drawn frontiers. For example, as has been shown in the case of industrial employers and as will subsequently be shown in the exemplary case of the new middle-class fractions, a particularly indeterminate zone in that site of relative indeterminacy represented by the petite bourgeoisie, each of the classes of positions which the ordinary classifications of statistics require us to construct can itself function as a relatively autonomous field. One only has to substitute more strictly defined occupational positions for the relatively abstract categories imposed by the necessities of statistical accumulation in order to see the emergence of the network of competitive relations which give rise, for example, to conflicts of competence, conflicts over the qualifications for legitimate practice of the occupation and the legitimate scope of the practice between agents possessing different qualifications, such as doctors, anesthetists, nurses, midwives, physiotherapists and healers, each of these universes itself functioning as a field of struggles, or between the occupations, mostly of recent creation, offering social guidance, social workers, domestic economy counselors, child care services, mothers' helpers etc., educational services, special teachers, remedial teachers, approved schools etc., cultural services, play leaders, youth leaders, adult tutors etc., or medico-psychological services, marriage guidance, consultants, pediatric nurses, physiotherapists etc., whose common feature is that they are only defined in and by the competition between them and in the antagonistic strategies through which they seek to transform the established order so as to secure a recognized place within it. The model of social space that has been put forward here is not only limited by the nature of the data used, and usable, particularly by the practical impossibility of including in the analysis structural features such as the power which certain individuals or groups have over the economy, or even the innumerable associated hidden profits. If most of those who carry out empirical research are often led to accept, implicitly or explicitly, a theory which reduces the classes to simple ranked but non-antagonistic strata, this is above all because the very logic of their practice leads them to ignore what is objectively inscribed in every distribution. A distribution, in the statistical but also the political economy sense, is the balance sheet, at a given moment, of what has been won in previous battles and can be invested in subsequent battles. It expresses a state of the power relation between the classes or, more precisely, of the struggle for possession of rare goods and for the specifically political power over the distribution or redistribution of profit. Thus, The opposition between theories which describe the social world in the language of stratification and those which speak the language of the class struggle corresponds to two ways of seeing the social world which, though difficult to reconcile in practice, are in no way mutually exclusive as regards their principle. Empiricists seem locked into the former, leaving the latter for theorists, because descriptive or explanatory surveys, which can only manifest classes or class fractions in the form of a punctual set of distributions of properties among individuals, always arrive after, or before, the battle and necessarily put into parentheses the struggle of which this distribution is the product. When the statistician forgets that all the properties he handles, not only those he classifies and measures but also those he uses to classify and measure, are weapons and prizes in the struggle between the classes, he is inclined to abstract each class from its relations with the others, not only from the oppositional relations which give properties their distinctive value, but also from the relations of power and of struggle for power which are the very basis of the distributions. Like a photograph of a game of marbles or poker which freezes the balance sheet of assets, marbles or chips, at a given stage, the survey freezes a moment in a struggle in which the agents put back into play, at every moment, the capital they have acquired in early phases of the struggle, which may imply a power over the struggle itself and therefore over the capital held by others. The structure of class relations is what one obtains by using a synchronic cross-section to fix a, more or less steady, state of the field of struggles among the classes. The relative strength which the individuals can put into the struggle, or, in other words, the distribution at that moment of the different types of capital, defines the structure of the field, but, equally, the strength which the individuals command depends on the state of the struggle over the definition of the stake of the struggle. The definition of the legitimate means and stakes of struggle is in fact one of the stakes of the struggle, and the relative efficacy of the means of controlling the game, the different sorts of capital, is itself at stake, and therefore subject to variations in the course of the game. Thus, as has constantly been emphasized here, if only by use of quotation marks, the notion of overall volume of capital, which has to be constructed in order to account for certain aspects of practice, nonetheless remains a theoretical artifact. As such, it could produce thoroughly dangerous effects if everything that has to be set aside in order to construct it were forgotten, not least the fact that the conversion rate between one sort of capital and another is fought over at all times, and is therefore subject to endless fluctuations. Dispositions are adjusted not only to a class condition, presenting itself as a set of possibilities and impossibilities, but also to a relationally defined position, a rank in the class structure. They are therefore always related, objectively at least, to the dispositions associated with other positions. This means that, being adapted to a particular class of conditions of existence characterized by a particular degree of distance from necessity, class moralities and aesthetics are also necessarily situated with respect to one another by the criterion of degree of banality or distinction, and that all the choices they produce are automatically associated with a distinct position and therefore endowed with a distinctive value. This occurs even without any conscious intention of distinction or explicit pursuit of difference. The genuinely intentional strategies through which members of a group seek to distinguish themselves from the group immediately below, or believed to be so, which they use as a foil, and to identify themselves with the group immediately above, or believed to be so, which they thus recognize as the possessor of the legitimate lifestyle, only ensure full efficacy, by intentional reduplication, for the automatic, unconscious effects of the dialectic of the rare and the common, the new and the dated, which is inscribed in the objective differentiation of conditions and dispositions. Even when it is in no way inspired by the conscious concern to stand aloof from working-class laxity, every petit bourgeois profession of rigor, every eulogy of the clean, sober, and neat, contains a tacit reference to uncleanness in words or things, to intemperance or improvidence, and the bourgeois claim to ease or discretion, detachment or disinterestedness, need not obey an intentional search for distinction in order to contain an implicit denunciation of the pretensions, always marked by excess or insufficiency, of the narrow-minded or flashy, arrogant or servile, ignorant or pedantic petite bourgeoisie. It is no accident that each group tends to recognize its specific values in that which makes its value, in Saussure's sense, that is, in the latest difference which is also, very often, the latest conquest 26 in the structural and genetic deviation which specifically defines it. Whereas the working classes, reduced to essential goods and virtues, demand cleanness and practicality, the middle classes, relatively freer from necessity, look for a warm, cozy, comfortable, or neat interior, or a fashionable and original garment. 27 These are values which the privileged classes relegate to second rank because they have long been theirs and seem to go without saying, having attained intentions socially recognized as aesthetic, such as the pursuit of harmony and composition. They cannot identify their distinction with properties, practices, or virtues which no longer have to be claimed or which, because they have become commonplace and lost their distinctive value, no longer can be claimed. As is shown in Figure 10 by the series of histograms indicating the class fraction variations of the adjectives applied to the ideal domestic interior, except for three of them, classical, neat-so-fine and sober, which proved to be ambiguous, the proportion of choices emphasizing overtly aesthetic properties, studied, imaginative, harmonious, grows as one moves up the social hierarchy, whereas the proportion of functionalist choices, clean, practical, easy to maintain, declines. The steady distortion of the histogram in fact points towards three relatively incommensurable extremes: the small shopkeepers lead to the industrial and commercial employers, the primary teachers to the secondary teachers, and the cultural intermediaries to the artistic producers. The same logic is found in the refusal of adjectives. The working classes never reject clean and tidy, easy to maintain or practical. In the middle classes, the established fractions, office workers, junior administrative executives, craftsmen, and shopkeepers, reject imaginative much more often than classical, in contrast to the new petite bourgeoisie, except the art craftsmen, who, like most fractions of the dominant class, especially the teachers and members of the professions, reject classical more often than imaginative. Figure 10 Ideal homes. Tastes thus obey a sort of generalized Engels' law. At each level of the distribution, what is rare and constitutes an inaccessible luxury or an absurd fantasy for those at an earlier or lower level becomes banal and common, and is relegated to the order of the taken for granted by the appearance of new, rarer, and more distinctive goods, and, once again, this happens without any intentional pursuit of distinguished rarity. 28 The sense of good investment which dictates a withdrawal from outmoded, or simply devalued, objects, places, or practices and a move into ever newer objects in an endless drive for novelty, and which operates in every area, sport and cooking, holiday resorts and restaurants, is guided by countless different indices and indications, from explicit warnings, Saint Tropez or the Buffet de la Gare de Lyon, or anywhere else has become impossible, to the barely conscious intuitions, which, like the awareness of popularization or overcrowding, insidiously arouse horror or disgust for objects or practices that have become common. It is no accident that tastes in painting or music so often follow paths which, revivals and rehabilitations apart, reproduce history in biography. So the search for distinction has no need to see itself for what it is, and all the intolerances of noise, crowds etc. inculcated by a bourgeois upbringing are generally sufficient to provoke the changes of terrain or object which, in work as in leisure, lead towards the objects, places, or activities rarest at a given moment. Those who are held to be distinguished have the privilege of not worrying about their distinction. They can leave it to the objective mechanisms which provide their distinctive properties and to the sense of distinction which steers them away from everything common. Where the petit bourgeois or nouveau riche overdoes it, betraying his own insecurity, bourgeois discretion signals its presence by a sort of ostentatious discretion, sobriety, and understatement, a refusal of everything which is showy, flashy, and pretentious, and which devalues itself by the very intention of distinction. When asked how they would dress if invited to dinner by their husband's boss, 33% of the wives of junior executives or office workers, 32% of manual workers' wives, 29% of farm workers' wives, say they would wear their best clothes, as against only 19% of the wives of industrial and commercial employers, senior executives, and professionals, of whom 81% say they would change their clothes but without putting on their Sunday best, compared with 67% of the middle-class wives and 68% of the working-class wives, CSXLII. Struggles over the appropriation of economic or cultural goods are, simultaneously, symbolic struggles to appropriate distinctive signs in the form of classifying goods or practices, or to conserve or subvert the principles of classification of these distinctive properties. As a consequence, the space of lifestyles, i.e., the universe of the properties whereby the occupants of different positions differentiate themselves, with or without the intention of distinguishing themselves, is itself only the balance sheet, at a given moment, of the symbolic struggles over the imposition of the legitimate lifestyle, which are most fully developed in the struggles for the monopoly of the emblems of class luxury goods, legitimate cultural goods, or the legitimate manner of appropriating them. The dynamic of the field in which these goods are produced and reproduced and circulate while yielding profits of distinction lies in the strategies which give rise to their rarity and to belief in their value, and which combine in their very opposition to bring about these objective effects. Distinction, or better, class, the transfigured, misrecognizable, legitimate form of social class, only exists through the struggles for the exclusive appropriation of the distinctive signs which make natural distinction. Culture is a stake which, like all social stakes, simultaneously presupposes and demands that one take part in the game and be taken in by it, an interest in culture, without which there is no race, no competition, is produced by the very race and competition which it produces. The value of culture, the supreme fetish, is generated in the initial investment implied by the mere fact of entering the game, joining in the collective belief in the value of the game which makes the game and endlessly remakes the competition for the stakes. The opposition between the authentic and the imitation, true culture and popularization, which maintains the game by maintaining belief in the absolute value of the stake, conceals a collusion that is no less indispensable to the production and reproduction of the illustio, the fundamental recognition of the cultural game and its stakes. Distinction and pretension, high culture and middlebrow culture like, elsewhere, high fashion and fashion, haute coiffure, and so on only exist through each other, and it is the relation, or rather, the objective collaboration of their respective production apparatuses and clients which produces the value of culture and the need to possess it. It is in these struggles between objectively complicit opponents that the value of culture is generated, or, which amounts to the same thing, belief in the value of culture, interest in culture and the interest of culture which are not self-evident, although one of the effects of the game is to induce belief in the innateness of the desire to play and the pleasure of playing. It is barbarism to ask what culture is for, to allow the hypothesis that culture might be devoid of intrinsic interest, and that interest in culture is not a natural property unequally distributed, as if to separate the barbarians from the elect but a simple social artifact, a particular form of fetishism, to raise the question of the interest of activities which are called disinterested because they offer no intrinsic interest, no palpable pleasure, for example, and so to introduce the question of the interest of disinterestedness. The struggle itself thus produces effects which tend to disguise the very existence of the struggle. If the relationship of the different classes with culture can be described indifferently either in the language, favored by Maurice Halbwachs, of distance from the centers of cultural values or in the language of conflict, this is because the symbolic struggles between the classes have no chance of being seen and organized as such, and are bound to take the form of competitive struggles helping to reproduce the gaps which are the essence of the race. It is no accident that apart from Proudhon, who is inspired by his petit bourgeois horror of the dissolute, slovenly lifestyle of artists, and by what Marx calls his ire hominis probi, to dare to expose the hidden, repressed face of the petite bourgeoisie's ambivalent idea of art, there is practically no questioning of art and culture which leads to a genuine objectification of the cultural game, So strongly are the dominated classes and their spokesmen imbued with a sense of their cultural unworthiness. Nothing is further from such objectification than the artistic denunciation of the art which some artists go in for 29 or the activities grouped under the term counterculture. The latter merely contest one culture in the name of another, counterposing a culture dominated within the relatively autonomous field of cultural production and distribution, which does not make it the culture of the dominated, to a dominant culture. In so doing they fulfill the traditional role of a cultural avant-garde which, by its very existence, helps to keep the cultural game functioning. The dominated classes intervene in the symbolic struggles to appropriate the distinctive properties which give the distinctive lifestyles their physiognomy, and especially in the struggles to define the legitimate properties and the legitimate mode of appropriation, only as a passive reference point, a foil. The nature against which culture is here constructed is nothing other than what is popular, low, vulgar, common. This means that anyone who wants to succeed in life must pay for his accession to everything which defines truly humane humans by a change of nature, a social promotion experienced as an ontological promotion, a process of civilization. Hugo speaks somewhere of the civilizing power of art, a leap from nature to culture, from the animal to the human, but having internalized the class struggle, which is at the very heart of culture, he is condemned to shame, horror, even hatred of the old Adam, his language, his body, and his tastes, and of everything he was bound to, his roots, his family, his peers, sometimes even his mother tongue, from which he is now separated by a frontier more absolute than any taboo. The struggles to win everything which, in the social world, is of the order of belief, credit and discredit, perception and appreciation, knowledge and recognition, name, renown, prestige, honor, glory, authority, everything which constitutes symbolic power as a recognized power always concern the distinguished possessors and the pretentious challengers. Pretension, the recognition of distinction that is affirmed in the effort to possess it, albeit in the illusory form of bluff or imitation, inspires the acquisition, in itself vulgarizing, of the previously most distinctive properties. It thus helps to maintain constant tension in the symbolic goods market, forcing the possessors of distinctive properties threatened with popularization to engage in an endless pursuit of new properties through which to assert their rarity. The demand which is generated by this dialectic is by definition inexhaustible, since the dominated needs which constitute it must endlessly redefine themselves in terms of a distinction which always defines itself negatively in relation to them. Nietzsche's enlightened elitism comes close to the scientific truth of the mechanisms of the production of belief in the value of culture. You were wont to say that no one would strive for culture if he knew how unbelievably small the number of truly cultured men is, and indeed can only be, and yet that even this small number of truly cultured men was not possible unless a great mass, determined, fundamentally, against their nature and only by a seductive illusion, engaged in the pursuit of culture, that therefore nothing should be publicly divulged of the ridiculous disproportion between the number of truly cultivated men and the vast apparatus of culture, that the peculiar secret of culture was this, that countless people work for culture, apparently for themselves, but ultimately only to make a few people possible. 30. The symbolic struggles over being and seeming, over the symbolic manifestations which the sense of appropriateness, as strict as the old sumptuary laws, assigns to the different social conditions. Who does he think he is, separating, for example, natural grace from usurped airs and graces, are both based and focused on the degree of freedom from one's station that is allowed by the specific logic of symbolic manifestations. Countless social arrangements are designed to regulate the relations between being and seeming, from the laws on the illegal wearing of uniforms and decorations and all forms of usurpation of titles, to the gentlest forms of repression aimed at recalling to reality, to the sense of reality, of limits, those who, by exhibiting the external signs of a wealth associated with a condition higher than their own, show that they think themselves something better than they are, the pretentious pretenders, who betray by their poses, their postures, their presentation that they have a self-image too far out of line with the image others have of them, to which they ought to cut down their self-image, climb down. the relation to one's own body which is expressed in a certain manner and bearing the natural self-confidence, ease and authority of someone who feels authorized, the awkwardness or arrogance of someone who brings suspicion upon his legitimacy by his too patent need to assert it is one of the most visible traces of early and recurrent exposure to archetypal situations which are very unequally probable for the different social classes. It is one of the most powerful social markers, and for this reason the forced or affected ease of the bluffer is always exposed to the demystifying irony of an interlocutor who sees through it and refuses to be taken in. This does not mean that the strategies of pretension are lost in advance. Since the surest sign of legitimacy is self-assurance, bluff if it succeeds, first by impressing the blufferer, is one of the few ways of escaping the limits of social condition by playing on the relative autonomy of the symbolic, i.e., of the capacity to make and perceive representations, in order to impose a self-representation normally associated with a higher condition and to win for it the acceptance and recognition which make it a legitimate, objective representation. Without subscribing to the interactionist and typically petit bourgeois idealism which conceives the social world as will and representation, it would nonetheless be absurd to exclude from social reality the representation which agents form of that reality. The reality of the social world is in fact partly determined by the struggles between agents over the representation of their position in the social world and, consequently, of that world. As is shown by the inversion of the relationship between spending on food and on clothing, and more generally, on substance and on appearance, as one moves from the working class to the petite bourgeoisie, the middle classes are committed to the symbolic. Their concern for appearance, which may be experienced as unhappy consciousness, sometimes disguised as arrogance 31 is also a source of their pretension, a permanent disposition towards the bluff or usurpation of social identity which consists in anticipating being by seeming, appropriating the appearances so as to have the reality, the nominal so as to have the real, in trying to modify the positions in the objective classifications by modifying the representation of the ranks in the classification or of the principles of classification. Torn by all the contradictions between an objectively dominated condition and would-be participation in the dominant values, the petit bourgeois is haunted by the appearance he offers to others and the judgment they make of it. He constantly overshoots the mark for fear of falling short, betraying his uncertainty and anxiety about belonging in his anxiety to show or give the impression that he belongs. He is bound to be seen both by the working classes, who do not have this concern with their being for others, and by the privileged classes, who, being sure of what they are, do not care what they seem as the man of appearances, haunted by the look of others and endlessly occupied with being seen in a good light. Being so linked to appearance the one he has to give, not only to do his job, that is, play his role, to make believe, to inspire confidence or respect and present his social character, his presentation, as a guarantee of the products or services he offers, as is the case with salespeople, business representatives, hostesses etc., but also to assert his pretensions and demands, to advance his interests and upward aspirations. The petit bourgeois is inclined to a Berkeleyan vision of the social world, reducing it to a theater in which being is never more than perceived being, a mental representation of a theatrical performance, representation. 32 His ambiguous position in the social structure, sometimes compounded by the ambiguity inherent in all the roles of intermediary between the classes, manipulated manipulators, deceived deceivers, often his very trajectory, which leads him to the positions of second in command, second officer, second lead, second fiddle, eminence grise, agent, deputy, or stand-in. Deprived of the symbolic profits associated with the recognized status and official delegation which allow legitimate imposture, and well placed to suspect its true foundation, everything predisposes him to perceive the social world in terms of appearance and reality, and the more he has personally had to climb down, the more inclined he is to observe manipulations and impostures with the suspicious eyes of resentment. 33. But the side par excellence of symbolic struggles is the dominant class itself. The conflicts between artists and intellectuals over the definition of culture are only one aspect of the interminable struggles among the different fractions of the dominant class to impose the definition of the legitimate stakes and weapons of social struggles, in other words, to define the legitimate principle of domination, between economic, educational or social capital, social powers whose specific efficacy may be compounded by specifically symbolic efficacy, that is, the authority conferred by being recognized, mandated by collective belief. The struggle between the dominant fractions and the dominated fractions, themselves constituting fields organized in a structure homologous to that of the dominant class as a whole, tends, in its ideological retranslation, and here the dominated fractions have the initiative and the upper hand, to be organized by oppositions that are almost superimposable on those which the dominant vision sets up between the dominant class and the dominated classes. On the one hand, freedom, disinterestedness, the purity of sublimated tastes, salvation in the hereafter; on the other, necessity, self-interest, base material satisfactions, salvation in this world. It follows that all the strategies which intellectuals and artists produce against the bourgeois inevitably tend, quite apart from any explicit intention, and by virtue of the structure of the space in which they are generated, to be dual-action devices, directed indifferently against all forms of subjection to material interests, popular as much as bourgeois. I call bourgeois whoever thinks basely, as Flaubert put it. This essential overdetermination explains how the bourgeois can so easily use the art produced against them as a means of demonstrating their distinction, whenever they seek to show that, compared to the dominated, they are on the side of disinterestedness, freedom, purity, and the soul, thus turning against the other classes weapons designed for use against themselves. It is clearly no accident that the dominant art and the dominant art of living agree on the same fundamental distinctions, which are all based on the opposition between the brutish necessity which forces itself on the vulgar, and luxury, as the manifestation of distance from necessity, or asceticism, as self-imposed constraint, two contrasting ways of defying nature, need, appetite, desire, between the unbridled squandering which only highlights the privations of ordinary existence, and the ostentatious freedom of gratuitous expense or the austerity of elective restriction, between surrender to immediate, easy satisfactions and economy of means, bespeaking a possession of means commensurate with the means possessed. Ease is so universally approved only because it represents the most visible assertion of freedom from the constraints which dominate ordinary people, the most indisputable affirmation of capital as the capacity to satisfy the demands of biological nature or of the authority which entitles one to ignore them. Thus linguistic ease may be manifested either in the tours de force of going beyond what is required by strictly grammatical or pragmatic rules, making optional liaisons, for example, or using rare words and tropes in place of common words and phrases, or in the freedom from the demands of language or situation that is asserted in the liberties taken by those who are known to know better. These opposing strategies, which place one above the rules and proprieties imposed on ordinary speakers, are in no way mutually exclusive. The two forms of conspicuous freedom, unconventional constraint, and deliberate transgression, can coexist at different moments or different levels of the same discourse. Lexical relaxation may, for example, be counterbalanced by increased tension in syntax or diction, or the reverse. This is clearly seen in condescension strategies, in which the gap thus maintained between the levels of language is the symbolic equivalent of the double game of asserting distance by appearing to negate it. Such strategies, which may be perfectly unconscious, and thereby even more effective, are the ultimate riposte to the hypercorrection strategies of pretentious outsiders, who are thrown into self-doubt about the rule and the right way to conform to it, paralyzed by a reflexiveness which is the opposite of ease, and left without a leg to stand on. The speaker who can take the liberty of standing outside rules fit only for pedants or grammarians who, not surprisingly, are disinclined to write these games with the rules into their codifications of the linguistic game, puts himself forward as a maker of higher rules, i.e., a taste maker, an arbiter elegantium whose transgressions are not mistakes but the enunciation of a new fashion, a new mode of expression or action which will become a model, and then modal, normal, the norm, and will call for new transgressions by those who refuse to be ranked in the mode, to be included, absorbed, in the class defined by the least classifying, least marked, most common, least distinctive, least distinguishing property. Thus we see that, contrary to all naively Darwinian convictions, the, sociologically well-founded, illusion of natural distinction is ultimately based on the power of the dominant to impose, by their very existence, a definition of excellence which, being nothing other than their own way of existing, is bound to appear simultaneously as distinctive and different, and therefore both arbitrary, since it is one among others, and perfectly necessary, absolute, and natural. Ease in the sense of natural facility is no more than ease in the sense of a comfortable situation ensuring an easy life. The proposition is self-destructive, since there would be no need to point out that ease is only what it is, if it were really not something else, which is also part of its truth. This is the error of objectivism, which forgets to include in the complete definition of the object the representation of the object that it has had to destroy in order to arrive at the objective definition, which forgets to perform the final reduction of its reduction that is indispensable in order to grasp the objective truth of social facts, objects whose being also consists in their being perceived. 34 One has to put back into a complete definition of ease what is destroyed by recalling. That ease, like Aristotle's virtue, requires a certain ease, or, conversely, that embarrassment arises from embarrassment, that is, the effect of imposition which those who only have to be in order to be excellent achieve by their mere existence. This perfect coincidence is the very definition of ease which, in return, bears witness to this coincidence of is and ought and to the self-affirming power it contains. The value placed on casualness and on all forms of distance from self stems from the fact that, in opposition to the anxious tension of the challengers, they manifest both the possession of a large capital, linguistic or other capital, and a freedom with respect to that capital which is a second-order affirmation of power over necessity. Verbal virtuosities or the gratuitous expense of time or money that is presupposed by material or symbolic appropriation of works of art, or even, at the second power, the self-imposed constraints and restrictions which make up the asceticism of the privileged, as Marx said of Seneca, and the refusal of the facile which is the basis of all pure aesthetics, are so many repetitions of that variant of the master-slave dialectic through which the possessors affirm their possession of their possessions. In so doing, they distance themselves still further from the dispossessed, who, not content with being slaves to necessity in all its forms, are suspected of being possessed by the desire for possession, and so potentially possessed by the possessions they do not, or do not yet, possess. 35. Part 3. Class tastes and lifestyles. Our pride is more offended by attacks on our tastes than on our opinions. La Rochefoucauld, Maxims. In order that the description of lifestyles may constitute a valid empirical verification, we must go back to the survey and compare the unities that are brought to light by the method which seems best suited to grasp the whole set of observations in simultaneity and to draw out the immanent structures without imposing any presuppositions, namely, analysis of the correspondences with the unities that can be constructed on the basis of the principles of division which objectively define the major classes of homogeneous conditions and conditionings, and therefore habitus and practices. Such an operation reproduces, in reverse, the transformation which ordinary perception performs when it applies socially constituted schemes of perception and assessment to the practices and properties of agents, constituting them as distinctive lifestyles through which it intuits social conditions. In restricting ourselves to the survey data, as a linguist may limit himself to the finite corpus of sentences produced in response to a finite set of triggers, we deny ourselves the possibility of evoking the infinite richness of each lifestyle. This possibility is in fact purely theoretical since, to avoid the positivist temptation, which Jorge Luis Borges describes, of making a map as big as the country, one would have to find the style most capable of evoking the features which, as a differential equation condenses a curve, condense a whole universe of practices. To avoid the monotony of references limited to the indicators used in the survey, it would have been possible to substitute numerous equivalents for the works and composers actually offered, for example, the Goldberg Variations or the Little Notebook for Anna Magdalena Bach for the Well-Tempered Clavier, or, among the singers, Regine, Ferrat, Barbara, or Juliette Greco for Brel and Douai, or Marcel Amont, Adamo, or Mireille Mathieu for Aznavour. This procedure, though perfectly consistent with the logic of taste, which constantly makes such substitutions within classes of equivalence vaguely perceived on the basis of social cues, was rejected on the grounds that the very nature of classes of equivalence depends on the system of classification put into operation, where one person will only see interchangeable elements of the category classical music, another will refuse the seemingly most justified substitutions, same composer or period, similar form and style. As Aristotle said, it is because bodies have color that we observe that some are a different color from others. Different things differentiate themselves through what they have in common. Similarly, the different fractions of the dominant class distinguish themselves precisely through that which makes them members of the class as a whole, namely the type of capital which is the source of their privilege and the different manners of asserting their distinction which are linked to it. And just as, to borrow an example from Anatole Rappaport, we speak of a cloud or a forest, although in each case the density of the trees or droplets is a continuous function and the limit does not exist as a clear-cut line, so we can speak of a class fraction although it is nowhere possible to draw a demarcation line such that we can find no one on either side who possesses all the properties most frequent on one side and none of the properties most frequent on the other. In this universe of continuity, the work of construction and observation is able to isolate, relatively, homogeneous sets of individuals characterized by sets of properties that are statistically and sociologically interrelated, in other words, groups separated by systems of differences. 5. The sense of distinction. If it is true, as I have endeavored to establish, that, first, the dominant class constitutes a relatively autonomous space whose structure is defined by the distribution of economic and cultural capital among its members, each class fraction being characterized by a certain configuration of this distribution to which there corresponds a certain lifestyle, through the mediation of the habitus, that, second, the distribution of these two types of capital among the fractions is symmetrically and inversely structured, and that, third, the different inherited asset structures, together with social trajectory, command the habitus and the systematic choices it produces in all areas of practice, of which the choices commonly regarded as aesthetic are one dimension. Then these structures should be found in the space of lifestyles, i.e., in the different systems of properties in which the different systems of dispositions express themselves. Point 1. To endeavor to establish this, the whole set of survey data was subjected to correspondence analysis. Point 2. As a first stage, after a methodical reading of the tables expressing the results of the survey, see Appendix 3, the answers given by the members of the dominant class, n equals 467, to various sets of questions, see the questionnaire, Appendix 1, were analyzed in order to determine whether the structures and explanatory factors varied according to the area of practice. These included, all the questions on knowledge or preferences in painting and music and on museum going, which all measure legitimate competence, all the questions on the likelihood of producing a beautiful, interesting, meaningless, or ugly photograph from each of the 21 subjects, which measure the aesthetic disposition, all the questions on the preferred singers, radio programs, and books, on knowledge of film actors and directors and on personal photography, which all measure middle brow culture, all the choices as regards domestic interior, furniture, cooking, clothes, the qualities of friends, through which ethical dispositions are more directly expressed, and so on. In all these analyses, the first factor opposes the fractions richest in economic capital to the fractions richest in cultural capital. The commercial employers and the higher education teachers or cultural producers are situated at the two opposite extremes of the axis, see figures 11, 12, while the members of the professions, the executives, and the engineers occupy intermediate positions. In the analysis based on the indicators of preference in middle brow culture, The commercial employers are opposed most strongly to the secondary teachers, rather than the higher education teachers or the artistic producers, in accordance with the logic already observed in the primary teachers' preferences for singers. In the analysis based on the indicators of ethical disposition, the artistic producers, who thereby assert their casualness and indifference to convention, are opposed to the teachers, the engineers, and the public sector executives, and occupy positions very close to those of the commercial employers, to whom they are very strongly opposed in other respects, identified in this case by the second factor. Having thus identified the most pertinent indicators in each case, it was necessary, in order to avoid the overloading resulting from the abundance of information gathered, see questionnaire, Appendix 1, to eliminate from the final analysis only the results of which are presented here, the questions which proved to be badly phrased, such as the questions on clothing or on types of books, or less classifying, in favor of questions, such as that on cooking, measuring much the same dispositions. The questions on photographic subjects were also excluded, and analyzed separately. The data retained, for disjunctive coding, were thus those which concerned the qualities of an interior, 12 adjectives, the qualities of a friend, 12 adjectives, the style of meals served to friends, 6 possibilities, furniture purchases, 6 possibilities, preferred singers, 12, preferred works of classical music, 15, visits to the Modern Art Museum or the Louvre, knowledge of composers, classified into 4 levels, opinions on art, 5. To give the demonstration its full force, the characteristics treated as illustrative variables were age, father's occupation, qualifications and income, class fraction, which constitutes the most powerful explanatory factor, was not used as such in the analysis. Exactly the same operations were applied in analyzing the responses of the middle and working classes, see chapters 6 and 7. Analysis of the correspondences makes it possible to isolate, through successive divisions, different coherent sets of preferences stemming from distinct and distinctive systems of dispositions, defined as much by their interrelationship as by the relationship between each of them and its social conditions of production. The indicators measuring cultural capital, which vary, of course, in approximately inverse ratio to the indicators of economic capital, make the strongest contribution to the constitution of the first factor, which represents 5.8% of the total inertia as against 3.6% and 3.2% respectively for the second and third factors. Point 3. Thus on the left side of figures 11 and 12 are those who, with the lowest incomes, have the greatest competence, who know the largest number of musical works, 6%, and composers, 7.7%, who prefer the works demanding the purest aesthetic disposition, such as the well-tempered clavier, 1.8%, or the art of fugue, 1.7%, who are most capable of applying this aesthetic disposition to less consecrated areas, such as song or cinema or even cooking or interior decoration, who are interested in abstract painting, visit the Modern Art Museum and expect their friends to be artistic, 2.4%. On the right side are those who receive the highest incomes and have the lowest competence, who know few musical works or composers, like their friends to be conscientious, 1.5%, and whose tastes run to second rank, déclassé, or classical works of bourgeois culture l'Arlésienne, 3%, the Blue Danube, 2.9%, La Traviata, 2.1%, the Hungarian Rhapsody, Buffet, Vlaminck, Utrillo, Raphael, 2.3%, Watteau, Leonardo, and to light opera Guittari, 1.8%, Mariano. Or the most popular singers Petula Clark, 2.2%, point 4. Figure 11, shown in black, variants of the dominant taste. Analysis of correspondences. Plane diagram of first and second axes of inertia, the space of properties. Figure 12, shown in gray, variants of the dominant taste. Analysis of correspondences. Plane diagram of first and second axes of inertia, the space of individuals of the different fractions. It can be seen intuitively that these indicators of the different lifestyles fall into a pattern which corresponds to the structure of the space of lifestyles as it has been established, and therefore to the structure of positions. And indeed, in terms of individuals, the most clear-cut opposition is set up between the commercial and, to a lesser extent, the industrial employers, and the higher education teachers and artistic producers, who are virtually indistinguishable at this level of analysis. The clusters of points representing the members of the same fraction are distributed in the expected pattern. 5 Projection of the determinants of position, income, qualifications, social origin, age, as supplementary variables confirms that this structure corresponds to the structure of the distribution of the types of capital. Educational capital is distributed along the first axis, from zero qualification to post-license degrees, while incomes have an opposite, but less dispersed and non-linear, distribution. The industrial and commercial employers closest to the extremity of the first axis are those in whose overall capital cultural capital has least weight. Those situated close to the professions are heads of businesses handling cultural goods, antique dealers, record dealers, the book trade, etc., all possessing greater cultural capital than the average for their fraction, license or grande école. Except for those who sell cultural goods, the commercial employers are very close to middlebrow culture in another respect, brought out by the third factor, in their cultural preferences, Blue Danube, Guattari, Petula Clark, and also in the choices most strongly involving ethical dispositions. In their ideal interior or friend they seek qualities often chosen by the working and middle classes, such as easy to maintain, practical, and conscientious, level-headed. In this respect they are opposed to the industrial employers, who are closer overall to bourgeois taste. It is certain that, with respect to culture, language and lifestyle, the boundary with the working classes is much less marked, and situated much higher, in the self-employed sector, especially in the commercial occupations, than among wage earners, where it appears at the level of clerical workers. As in their eating habits, small employers are much closer to the working class in their speech, their tastes, for sport, music hall, etc., and their values than clerical workers, who are much more strongly opposed to the working class in all these respects but much closer in their political positions. The higher education teachers, who have very high competence even in less consecrated areas, such as cinema, occupy the other extremity of the first axis. Their preferences are balanced between a certain audacity and a prudent classicism. They refuse the facile pleasures of right-bank taste without venturing into the artistic avant-garde, exploring rediscoveries rather than discoveries, the rarest works of the past rather than the contemporary avant-garde, warm, studied, imaginative interior, Braque, Picasso, Breppel and sometimes Kandinsky, Firebird Suite, Art of Fugue, Well-Tempered Clavier. The members of the professions occupy an intermediate position and divide into two subgroups differing mainly in respect of cultural capital. The larger group, situated near the pole occupied by the artistic producers, mainly includes Parisian architects, barristers, advocates, doctors, and only a few dentists or pharmacists. The second subset, closer to the employer's pole, largely consists of relatively old provincials, dentists, solicitors, notaires, etc. The former choose, for example, the rarest works, Braque, Kandinsky, the Concerto for the Left Hand, the most intellectual films, Exterminating Angel, Salvatore Giuliano, and very often know the directors of the films mentioned, whereas the latter declare the most banal preferences of middlebrow taste, Vlaminck, Renoir, the Blue Danube, and see wide audience films, Les Dimanches de Ville d'Avray, or historical spectaculars, The Longest Day. Thus, given that the differences linked to the overall volume of capital are partially neutralized, by the fact that the analysis is applied to the members of the same class, who are roughly equal in this respect, each individual's position in the space defined by the first two factors depends essentially on the structure of his assets, that is, on the relative weights of the economic capital and cultural capital he possesses, axis 1, and his social trajectory, Axis 2, which, through the corresponding mode of acquisition, governs his relationship to those assets. 6 The greatest absolute contributions to the second factor are made by the indicators of the dispositions associated with more or less seniority in the bourgeoisie, mainly manifested in the relation to legitimate culture and in the nuances of the art of living. They separate individuals who have much the same volume of cultural capital. Within each fraction, the second factor opposes those individuals whose families have long been members of the bourgeoisie to those who have recently entered it, the parvenus, those who have the supreme privilege, seniority in privilege, who acquired their cultural capital by early, daily contact with rare, distinguished things, people, places, and shows, to those who owe their capital to an acquisitive effort directed by the educational system or guided by the serendipity of the autodidact, and whose relationship to it is more serious, more severe, often more tense. This, second, factor naturally distributes the fractions according to the proportion of their members who originate from the bourgeoisie or from another class, on one side the professions and the higher education teachers, and, to a lesser extent, the private sector executives, and on the other the engineers, the public sector executives and the secondary teachers, categories which represent the main routes, via academic success, into the dominant class, while the employers divide fairly, equally between the two poles. The former, grouped on the positive side of the second factor, have in common the fact that they, initially, acquired their capital by familiarization within the family, and they present signs of long-standing membership of the bourgeoisie such as inherited furniture, 3.1%, purchases from antique dealers, 2.4%, a predilection for a comfortable interior and traditional cooking, 1.5%, visits to the Louvre and the Modern Art Museum, 1.8%, and a taste for the concerto. For the left hand, which proves to be almost always associated with piano playing. The others, who owe the essential part of their culture to the educational system and the relatively late learning encouraged and entailed by a high scholastic culture, are opposed to them by their preference for friends who are determined, 2.6%, and pragmatic, 3.6%, rather than, as at the opposite pole, cultivated or artistic, their taste for clean and tidy, 3.2%, sober and discreet, 1.6%, interiors, and works of mainstream bourgeois culture, such as the sabre dance, 1.5%, Utrillo and Van Gogh or, in another order, Jacques Brel or Aznavour, Buffet and Rhapsody in Blue, all indices of upward mobility. They are characterized by prudent and therefore relatively homogeneous choices. Never stooping to works suspected of banality or vulgarity, such as L'Arlésienne or the Blue Danube, they rarely venture into the slightly less canonical works, such as L'Enfant et les Sortilèges, which are often chosen by the cultural intermediaries and artistic producers. Projection of the father's occupation, the respondent's age, qualification, income etc. as illustrative variables shows that the principle of division is indeed social trajectory. The opposition is established between those members of the dominant class who are both older and drawn from the oldest or economically richest fractions, professionals, industrial and commercial employers, and those whose father was a clerical worker, junior executive or manual worker, who are relatively less rich in economic capital and younger, see Figure 13. The complex relationship which emerges between the positions of the fractions in social space, seniority in the bourgeoisie and age, also linked to the first two factors, and which is very important in understanding a number of ethical or aesthetic differences between members of the dominant class. For example, differences in sports or clothing becomes clear when one knows that the proportion of parvenus rises as one moves from the dominant to the dominated fractions, and, a fortiori, the proportion of those who owe their entry to the accumulation of scholastic capital. The dispersion of the executives is no doubt partly due to the fact that the lower their social origin, the more likely they are to achieve these positions at a relatively advanced age. Point 7. Figure 13 Variants of the dominant taste. Analysis of correspondences, simplified plane diagram of first and third axes of inertia. This simplified diagram only includes variables which make an absolute contribution equal to or greater than 1.5%. The only illustrative variable represented is educational qualification. The third factor which, at the level of individuals, sets the majority of the teachers and especially the artists who are even more inclined than the teachers to mark their refusal of bourgeois taste, and also the commercial employers, in opposition to the most typically bourgeois, by origin, place of residence and education, of the professionals, industrialists, and executives tends chiefly to characterize the bourgeois taste of these latter categories by opposing it to the tastes of all the other fractions, principally to the better equipped and more daring intellectual taste, but also, secondarily, to a taste defined negatively and combining features of middle-brow taste and popular taste, that of the commercial employers. Bourgeois taste, a modal taste or taste à la mode, as is shown by the strength of the preference for the Impressionist painters, 4.2%, confirmed by the choice of Van Gogh, 2.1%, or Renoir, 2.1%, is based on an average competence, knowledge of 7 to 11 works, 3.3%, and 7 to 11 composers, 3.2%. It is fundamentally a taste for tradition, with a preference for traditional French meals, 1.3%, for furniture from antique shops, 1%, for well-bred friends, 1.5%, and a sort of temperate hedonism, example its favorite interior is comfortable but also sober and discreet, 1.8%, and cozy, 1.2%, moderate even in its audacities, with the choice of the Firebird Suite or Rhapsody in Blue, 1.3%, or the preference for pragmatic friends, 1.7% as opposed to artistic. It is chiefly defined by opposition to a set of indicators which characterize a culture that is both more scholastic, knowledge of 12 or more composers, 3%, knowledge of 12 or more works, 1.9%, preference for Leonardo, 1.6%, etc., and relatively more daring, with Kandinsky, 1.4%, and Picasso, 1.3%, but also more ascetic, Goya or the well-tempered clavier, furniture from the flea market, etc. The modes of appropriation of the work of art. But this statistical analysis would not really fulfill its purpose of verification if it did not help one to understand the underlying logic of the distributions it establishes, if, having proved that volume and structure of capital, synchronically and diachronically defined, constitute the principle of division of practices and preferences, it were not possible to bring to light the intelligible, sociological relationship between, for example, an asymmetric asset structure biased towards culture and a particular relation to the work of art, and to explain, that is, understand completely, why the most ascetic form of the aesthetic disposition and the culturally most legitimate and economically cheapest practices, example museum going, or, in sport, mountain climbing or walking, are likely to occur particularly frequently among the fractions, relatively, richest in cultural capital and, relatively, poorest in economic capital. One's immediate intuition should be followed for the purpose of testing it when it sees in the teacher's taste for the austerity of pure works, Bach or Braque, Brecht or Mondrian, the same ascetic disposition that is expressed in all their practices, and when it senses in these seemingly innocent choices the symptom of a similar, but merely better hidden, relationship to sexuality or money, or when it divines the whole view of the world and of existence that is expressed in the taste for the delights of boulevard theater or the Impressionists, for Renoir's rosy women, Boudin's sunlit beaches or Defoe's stage sets. A cozy samovar-style bedroom. Isabelle d'Ornano, the minister's sister-in-law, has made her bedroom the centerpiece of her apartment. A Baroque masterpiece. I know how I want to live. Decoration is a way of expressing it. Scorning fashion and its conventions, she has applied this principle throughout her apartment, a rhapsody of colors, imitation green marble and Venetian blinds, and especially in her bedroom. An almost timeless and yet very up-to-date room, which also serves as Isabelle's study when she is working, marketing the Sisley range of cosmetics her husband launched 3 years ago, as a TV room for her 5 children, and sometimes, since it communicates with the reception rooms, as a second salon for big dinner parties. Originally it was a big dull library, sumptuous and boring. She has turned it into something warm and cozy, as she puts it. First, by having a circular balcony built around the walls almost halfway up. By organizing movement in the room around a centerpiece, the bed. And quite a bed it is. Isabelle d'Ornano likes muscular furniture and wanted a bed which suggests a gondola. Her upholsterer had his work cut out for a year and a half. By flouting all the classical rules and combining different styles of furniture, in fact, every style. A Louis XVI inlaid roll-top desk, upholstered tub easy chairs and Second Empire fireside chairs, an enormous 18th century crystal chandelier from the La Granja works, bought from a Madrid antique dealer, 1 or 2 little late 19th century English stands holding plants, books, and an orchid, the only flower that lasts, 2 glass lamps bought for a song at Drouot, with modern shades, 2 tiered bedside tables recently ordered from a cabinet maker. By mingling colors and fabrics with a certain audacity. By sprinkling the ensemble, not with knickknacks, they're pointless, but with dozens of photos. With wicker baskets full of bric-a-brac. With children's mugs bristling with pencils. With novels, exhibition catalogs, magazines on interior decoration, she cuts out the useful addresses and sticks them in scrapbooks, scattered all over the place. And other very personal details, such as the painted faience tiles surrounding the chimney piece. In short, by adopting an original, personal style of decoration. So much so that designer Henry Samuel, who acted as technical advisor, replied, when I asked him to define this bedroom, "It's Pierre d'Ornano, and that's a compliment." D. de Saint-Sauveur, Le Figaro magazine, Madame Figaro, October 7, 1978. As is clearly seen in theater or painting, but the same is true of the other arts, what emerge through the discontinuous or disparate indices which have to be used to take measurements are 2 antagonistic relations to the work of art, or, more precisely, 2 modes of aesthetic appropriation expressing 2 opposite asset structures. Thus, how is one to explain why the median price paid for a theater ticket rises from 4.17 francs among teachers, less than is paid by junior executives in the private sector, 4.61, and the public sector, 4.77, to 6.09 for public sector senior executives, 7.00 for the professions, 7.58 for private sector executives, 7.80 for commercial employers and 9.19 for industrialists, which gives one the ordinary hierarchy of the fractions distributed by volume of economic capital. 8. And how does one explain why the hierarchy of the fractions is inverted if their rate of representation in the cheapest theaters is considered? If the elective affinity between relatively inexpensive avant-garde theater and the intellectual fractions, or between the much more expensive boulevard theater and the dominant classes, is understood superficially, i.e., as simply a direct effect of the relationship between economic cost and economic means, one is liable to forget that through the price they are willing to pay for access to a work of art, or, more precisely, through the relationship between the material cost and the expected cultural benefit, each fraction expresses its conception of what specifically makes the value of the work of art and of the legitimate way of appropriating it. The same logic explains why the desired price makes the strongest absolute contribution to the first factor brought to light by analysis of the correspondences of a set of characteristics of a sample of Parisian theaters and their audiences, CS 14. Or again, why the propensity to judge the admission charge of a museum as being cheap or very cheap rises very strongly, in relation to the ordinary hierarchy, as one moves from the fractions, relatively, rich in cultural capital to those rich in economic capital, with the professions being distinguished only by a bimodal distribution, reasonable very cheap. For certified or apprentice intellectuals, activities such as theater-going, visits to exhibitions or art cinemas, performed with a frequency and regularity which take away any extraordinary quality, are in a sense governed by the pursuit of maximum cultural profit for minimum economic cost, which implies renunciation of all ostentatious expense and all gratifications other than those given by symbolic appropriation of the work. You go to the theater to see the play, not to show off your wardrobe, as one of them said. They expect the symbolic profit of their practice from the work itself, from its rarity and from their discourse about it, after the show, over a drink, or in their lectures, their articles, or their books, through which they will endeavor to appropriate part of its distinctive value. By contrast, for the dominant fractions, a night out at the theater is an occasion for conspicuous spending. They dress up to go out, which costs both time and money. They buy the most expensive seats in the most expensive theaters, just as in other areas they buy the best there is. They go to a restaurant after the show. 9 Choosing a theater is like choosing the right shop. 10 Marked with all the signs of quality and guaranteeing no unpleasant surprises or lapses of taste, a playwright who knows his job, who commands the springs of comedy, the potential of a situation, the comic or biting force of the mot. Just, in short, a goldsmith or jeweler, a past master in the art of construction who has the tricks of the dramatist's art at his fingertips. 11 Actors known for their ability to enter the 24-carat role he offers them and to place the eager docility of a perfect thespian technician at the service of the polytechnician playwright. 12 And a play which gives every sort of enjoyment, without a hint of self-indulgence or vulgarity, which is designed to relieve a well-balanced audience by bringing it back into balance with healthy laughter, because it only asks questions which everyone asks himself, from which the only escape is humor and incurable optimism. The implications of the opposition between bourgeois theater and avant-garde theater have already been explored, see Chapter 4. To remain within the limits of the data provided directly by the survey, we may glance at the oppositions found in the field of the cinema, see Figure 14, where the taste for ambitious works that demand a large cultural investment is opposed to the taste for the most spectacular feature films, overtly designed to entertain, differences which are often accompanied by differences in admission prices and in the geographical location of the cinemas. No doubt there are some all-purpose films which gain the unanimous approval of the various fractions of the dominant class, and their critics. In the list offered, The Trial, a strong, solemn work of intellectual courage, not to be missed, Le Monde, December 25, 1962, Rocco and His Brothers, by Visconti, with Alain Delon, and Divorce Italian Style, with Mastroianni, an honest commercial film for combat, June 2, 1962, a comedy of astonishing cynicism, cruelty, and audacity for Le Monde. May 22, 1962. However, there are very marked divergences of cinematic taste between the two extremities, with the professions, as usual, in the middle. Thus the industrial and commercial employers choose historical films, like The Longest Day, a colossal reconstruction of the most spectacular battle of World War II, Le Monde, October 12, 1962, blockbusters like 55 Days at Peking, an excellent example of box office movie making, sumptuous spectacles, deliberately stripped of intellectual content, which show to packed audiences because they know how to appeal to the public's capacity for wonderment. Le Monde, May 17, 1963. Commercially successful films like Vadim's Vice and Virtue, a solidly constructed film of undeniable virtuosity which makes a moderate sadism available to all, François, March 2, 1963, and comic films and actors, Fernandel, Darry Cowell, etc. By contrast, the secondary teachers, who can almost always name the directors and actors of the films they have seen, systematically exclude popular comedies and big commercial successes, and give their preference to classic films, almost all consecrated in histories of the cinema, such as Buñuel's Exterminating Angel, which the Le Monde critic, May 4, 1963, compares to Sartre's Hugues Claus, Salvatore Giuliano, an enthralling and very beautiful film by Francesco Rossi which retraces a moment in Sicilian life with the rigor of an historian and the lyricism of an artist, Le Monde, March 6, 1963, and finally The Suitor, a comedy by Pierre, which the critic predicts will one day take its place in the great tradition which runs from Max Sennett to Toddy, via Max Linder, Chaplin, Keaton, and a few others. Le Monde, February 16, 1963. It is significant that in order to justify the injunctions which alert readers expect from serious newspapers, essential viewing, not to be missed, etc., a phrase can be used in one place, certainly not a harmless entertainment. Le Monde, December 25, 1962, about the trial, which in another would be an irrevocable condemnation. Figure 14 films scene, in order of preference I. In contrast to bourgeois theatre, the opera, or exhibitions, not to mention premieres and gala nights, which are the occasion or pretext for social ceremonies enabling a select audience to demonstrate and experience its membership of high society in obedience to the integrating and distinguishing rhythms of the society calendar, the art museum admits anyone, who has the necessary cultural capital, at any moment, without any constraints as regards dress, thus providing none of the social gratifications associated with great society occasions. Moreover, unlike the theater and, especially, music hall and variety shows, it always offers the purified, sublimated pleasures demanded by the pure aesthetic and, rather like the library in this respect, it often calls for an austere, quasi-scholastic disposition, oriented as much towards the accumulation of experience and knowledge, or the pleasure of recognition and deciphering, as towards simple delight. The middle-class visitors and the teachers and secondarily the engineers are those most inclined to associate the museum with a library. What do I like most? A library? It contains works of value and you need to want to go there. Engineer, Cambrai, age 44, Lille Museum. The same groups are most inclined to combine contemplation with acts of recording, example taking notes, and accumulation, example buying reproductions. One also finds that the teachers are those who most often refuse to dissociate direct experience of the work from erudite knowledge. They are the ones who most often refuse the judgment, I don't need to know who painted the picture or how, what counts is whether it is pleasurable to look at. Behind the obligatory exaltation of the austere severity of the museum and the meditation it encourages, there are sometimes glimpses of the true nature of the visit and always somewhat laborious task which the devotees set themselves and duly perform with methodical determination, rewarded as much by the sense of a duty done as by the immediate pleasure of contemplation. The museum left me with an impression of silence. Emptiness, too, but perhaps because of the silence. That helps you concentrate on the works, helps them sink into you. I wasn't bowled over by it. It's very tedious. Looking at everything systematically is tiring. It was a self-imposed discipline. It's constraining and you get indigestion. I think I got through it quickly because I wanted to be able to tell myself I'd done that museum. It was very monotonous, one picture after another. They ought to put something different in between the paintings to break it up a bit. Engineer, Amiens, age 39, Lille Museum. These comments are reminiscent of those of the conservator of the New York Metropolitan Museum, who sees his museum as a gymnasium in which the visitor is able to develop his eye muscles. 13. It is understandable that as one moves from avant-garde concerts or plays, museums with a high transmission level and low tourist appeal or avant-garde exhibitions to spectacular exhibitions, major concerts, or the classical theaters, and finally to the boulevard theater and variety shows, the rate of representation of the different fractions distributed in order of decreasing cultural capital and increasing economic capital, i.e., teachers, administrative executives, engineers, professionals. Industrial and commercial employers tends to change systematically and continuously, so that the hierarchy of the fractions distributed by their weight in the public tends to be inverted. 14 The teachers and the industrial or commercial employers occupy symmetrically opposite positions in the diagrams of correlation between the rates of attendance at two categories of shows presenting opposite properties, on the one hand, concerts and art exhibitions, on the other, variety shows and trade exhibitions. In each case the members of the professions and the senior executives are in an intermediate position. The professions, underrepresented in use of libraries and museums, are more represented among exhibition visitors than museum visitors, and go to the theater relatively frequently, to boulevard plays or musicals rather than classical or avant-garde theater. The museum, a consecrated building presenting objects withheld from private appropriation and predisposed by economic neutralization to undergo the neutralization defining the pure gaze, is opposed to the commercial art gallery which, like other luxury emporia, boutiques, antique shops etc., offers objects which may be contemplated but also bought, just as the pure aesthetic dispositions of the dominated fractions of the dominant class, especially teachers, who are strongly over-represented in museums, are opposed to those of the happy few in the dominant fractions who have the means of materially appropriating works of art. The whole relation to the work of art is changed when the painting, the statue, the Chinese vase or the piece of antique furniture belongs to the world of objects available for appropriation, thus taking its place in the series of the luxury goods which one possesses and enjoys without needing to prove the delight they give and the taste they illustrate, and which, even when not personally possessed, belong to the status attributes of one's group, decorating the offices one works in or the salons one frequents. In the pages of a journal like Connaissance des Arts, we discover the series into which the dominant fractions insert the work of art, the universe of luxury objects, distinguished and distinctive, selected and selective. In a single issue, November 1973, we find advertised, jewels, furs, perfumes, carpets, tapestries, antique furniture, clocks, chandeliers, bronzes, porcelains, faience, silverware, leather-bound books, luxury cars, Volvo, SM, Mercedes, Rolls etc., luxury cigarettes, Craven, Benson and Hedges, Kent, Rothmans, Haute Couture, Dior Boutique and Old England, chateaux, manors, estates, residences of character, parks with lake, champagne, Bordeaux, Burgundy, brandy, cruises, movie cameras. A lavishly illustrated announcement of auctions at the Hotel Drouot or the Palais Galliera, beside two advertisements for antique dealers on the Quai Voltaire and in the Faubourg Saint-Honore, offering furniture and objects d'art, antique faience and porcelain, paintings, statues, furniture and objets d'art. An advertisement for the Galerie Arditi, featuring American hyperrealists, next to one for curiosites, offering 19th-century French and English furniture, the Galerie Martin-Cale, Faubourg Saint-Honore, presenting Max Agostini, a post-impressionist born in 1914, opposite Dupont cigarette lighters. Point 15. A grand bourgeois unique among his kind. S., a lawyer aged 45, is the son of a lawyer and his family belongs to the Parisian grande bourgeoisie. His wife, the daughter of an engineer, studied at the Paris Political Science Institute and does not work. Their 4 children are at the best private Catholic secondary schools in Paris. They live in a very big apartment, more than 300 square meters, in the 16th arrondissement, a very large entrance hall, a spacious living room, a dining room, a study, and the bedrooms. His office is not in the apartment. In the living room, modern furniture, big cushions, a large couch, armchairs, antiquities, a Greek head in stone, authentic and rather beautiful, a wedding present, an object which the head of the household calls his personal altar, a rather attractive religious thing I managed to get off my parents. His father collects all sorts of objets d'art, and has bought, among other things, all sorts of stuff, enamel work, chalices, crosses. From a sort of Russian, a dealer, a terracotta thing from the Tang dynasty, bought from an antique shop in Formosa where he went accompanied by 10 specialists, several paintings, a Paul Siracere. It is rather charming, but, that said, I'd just as soon put a modern picture in its place, in the dining room a Dutch still life. Unique among its kind. When he buys objects d'art, it's in no way an investment. What counts for him is first of all the beauty of the thing, the object, and secondly, not whether it is unique, but whether it's made in a craftsmanlike way. You can make it again, but you can also make a mess of it. So it becomes unique among its kind, because you can't copy the same object, the same subject, twice. What makes the beauty of a face, the beauty of a sculpture, is the smile, the look. You can't do it twice. You can make a plaster copy, but you can't do it again in the same material. The material counts more, anyway, as much as the mess. I'd love to own a very fine bronze. There are bronzes that are absolutely extraordinary. The nouveau riche approach. He does not often visit commercial galleries and does not systematically inspect antique shops or the Drouot auction rooms. He buys an objet d'art, a piece of furniture, because it pleases him at that moment. He is somewhat condescending about people who want to invest and haven't got the time. They haven't got the time to be personally interested. What essentially interests them is not what pleases them but what has value. So they club together and pay in francs a year. They delegate other people to purchase for them. On the one hand, investment, and on the other, total incompetence. If you stuck a piece of shit on the wall, it would be all the same to them as long as someone tells them the shit is worth money. That's the nouveau riche approach, wanting to show off that you've got something. Or that you're capable of having something. It's like hiring an interior designer, delegating someone. You've looked for it for a long time and at last you've found it. The object has an inward value, an emotional value, when you've wanted it, looked for it, for a long time. That was what you wanted and at last, by a stroke of luck, you've found it. It's a revelation. When it's for my pleasure, price doesn't come into it. It's like the organ, a gadget, it's electronic, I want it and I have it. Once again, you normally keep within your means. I wouldn't buy Chartres Cathedral. He would have loved to own a church and renovate it. What I find beautiful is stone, the shape of the stones, vaults, stone is beautiful. He comes from a Catholic family but no longer practices. He makes frequent, half-ironic religious references. For my personal enjoyment. For his country house in Burgundy, a very big one, 1,000 square meters to furnish, after all, almost a mistress. He bought furniture from a rag and bone man. I came across a chap, a junk dealer, who had solid wood furniture, real country style, and I bought other bits and pieces, stuffed animals, including stuffed boars which outraged everyone, except me. Because they are funny. Pleasure is what is fun. I'm irritated by people who buy things just to show them off, to say they've got them or put them in a particular place. The value isn't what counts, it's the pleasure it gives you. I bought the boars for my personal enjoyment, or simply because I found it was funny, a joke, or because it annoyed other people. The house is too damp to put a decent piano in it, but he is going to get a grand piano. At the casino, they are throwing out old grand pianos. Perhaps they have a note or two missing. Heirlooms. Don't make me laugh. The inherited objects with which he has furnished the house are of little interest to him. When his wife reminds him that there are some, he replies, heirlooms. Don't make me laugh, there have been 3 bits of furniture. She enumerates them. When we were getting married, and X popped off. I inherited a certain amount of silver, first legacy. Then there was Madame C, second legacy. Then Mademoiselle L, third legacy. So we have a certain amount of china, old bits and pieces and furniture. Furniture has never been much of a problem for us because we inherited a certain amount. Fourth legacy, my in-laws got rid of some of their property. We got some armchairs. If he does not like this furniture, he chucks it out, not too much clutter. You need a big enough apartment, rooms which allow you a certain inner silence, uncluttered, and then on the other hand, you need rooms containing all the personal objects which are never souvenirs. They can go into the dustbin, but objects you like to have around you. He detests travel souvenirs and never brings any back, except the thing I just mentioned, the Chinese terracotta. I've bought little knickknacks and trinkets that we've distributed to all and sundry, but we've never cluttered ourselves up. Looking around, you wouldn't know we'd traveled. The local souvenir, bought on the spot, has no interest whatsoever. Besides, when you're traveling, it's better to keep an open mind, walk around with your hands in your pockets and look around you, but without having one eye glued to a viewfinder. In the Far East, his wife recalls, we took photos, but, she adds, we looked at them, showed them round once or twice, and now they are at the bottom of the cupboard. Many hours in museums, for the pleasure of it, in Holland and Italy. He has a painting studio in which he spends a lot of time. He likes twirling a brush, his wife emphasizes, but he considers his efforts of no interest and prefers not to talk about them. On the other hand, he readily confesses to having spent many hours in museums, for the pleasure of it, in Holland and Italy. He was very struck, educated, by Italian painting. Leonardo, Venetian and Sienese paintings, all the pictures in the Villa Borghese, Botticelli. He is also very responsive to Dutch painting because of its character, Frans Hals, Rembrandt. It's a totally different sort of painting, laid on much thicker. There are also some Matisse and Cocteau drawings. Painting doesn't have to be figurative for him to appreciate it. But he is left completely cold by practical joke painting, for example, a white canvas slashed this way and that. His wife says bluntly that she doesn't call that sort of thing painting, whereas he is less forthright, well, no, it isn't painting, but it's a sort of art, of expression. Loving something means having it with you. For him, a painting is something which can be dreamt of for a long time and which is always looked at with the same pleasure. Perhaps the pleasure varies depending on what you are or what your mood is. The criterion is whether I'd want to have it in my home. Loving something means having it with you. And he adds, pleasant things are non-necessary things. I don't live to hoard things. I live for the sake of living. And, so far as possible, I try to live for the present moment. It isn't always easy. As necessary as a cooking stove. He could not live without his hi-fi system, bought more than 10 years ago for about 8,000 francs. No one brand, it's a combination of several. I asked around and that was that. Same thing for the organ, I asked around and that was that. It's something which is as necessary to me as a cooking stove. Everyone, even someone who earns nothing at all, needs music. It's a need, like food. Among his records, Vivaldi, Bach, a lot of Bach cantatas, masses, requiems, Monteverdi. Modern music doesn't mean much to him, not because I deliberately reject it, but it's a question of attuning one's ears to it. Mahler, Jolivet, Messiaen, I can cope with, but in a lot of purely serial music, electronic music, there are some things that are rather beautiful, and others which, again, sound to me like practical jokes, the same thing as in painting. When there's an important work, you always know. He rarely goes to concerts and is not one of those people who go and see things because they have to be seen. He does not read the reviews in Le Monde, his daily paper, but would rather trust the judgment and recommendation of a friend. When there's something on that's an important work, you always know. You know because you're in contact with loads of people. That's why I don't bother to read the critics. If you read one, you'd have to read all of them. He recently went to see one-man show, some Italian Maoist alone on stage. We left at the interval because it was lousy. When he does go to the theater, he does not necessarily go out for dinner as well. You can't do umpteen things at the same time. You have to enjoy things to the full. I have a high opinion of myself. He refuses any sartorial refinement. If people want to see me, it's not for the socks I'm wearing, my pocket handkerchief or the flower in my buttonhole, or my tie. If people want to see me or invite me to dinner, they invite me as I am. In other words, I have a high opinion of myself, he explains, taking the opportunity to indicate once again his distance both from bourgeois taste and from the questions put to him by the sociologist, who belongs to his wife's family. He adds, I think that 500 francs is quite enough for a suit. There's no point in spending 1,000 francs on a suit when personally I don't give a damn. Cooking is a state of mind. He is a busy man and does not have much time in the middle of the day. He almost wishes they'd invent a pill so you didn't have to eat in the daytime. Cooking is a state of mind. To appreciate it, you have to be relaxed. Sturgeon's eggs, some Russian cooking, is quite delicious. Cooking isn't just a matter of food, there's also the setting. If you're going to eat smoked eel, it's more agreeable to eat it in the Amsterdam fish market than in some tacky restaurant. Real cooking, the sort where it takes 2 days to make a Madeira sauce, where you keep things simmering away for ages, that's what I call cooking, and it's an art. But when people talk about cooking nowadays, they just mean throwing a few things together, pulling them out of the freezer, sticking them under the grill. That's not cooking. There's no preparation, it isn't an art anymore. A certain liturgy. He likes hunting out restaurants with the aid of the guide Michelin or Gault et Millau and remembers wines drunk 3 years ago, a bouquet, a port, a rather special Saint Estèphe from a particular year. I have very clear memories of bottles from 1923 to 1929. Bordeaux. I still have 10 bottles of wine from 1923 here. And 4 bottles of liqueur dated 1870. A good bottle isn't to be drunk with just anyone. It requires a certain liturgy, a liturgy to get the temperature right, and a liturgy to drink it. It's a communion, to be celebrated only with certain people, who are capable of enjoying it in the same way. I'd rather drink it on my own than with people who don't appreciate it. A dinner with champagne is rather quaint. A wine is varied, different. Comparing champagne with wine is rather like comparing a sort of little flute with an orchestra. I prefer pleasure. Among the books in his library, left by a grandmother or bought in a sort of shop in the Rue de Provence, there are leather-bound 17th century-ish books, more for the beauty of the edition than the interest of the text. Bossuet's Sermons, Pascal's Pensées. A 17th century book considered pornographic in its day, quite amusing. The only books he now keeps in Paris are a sort of philosophical or religious, and a bit of poetry. His novels and so on, about 2,000 books, are in his country house. He also has books on German history, the Algerian War. Setting aside the leather-bound stuff, the artsy-craftsy shelves, for me books are a tool to work with, not books for the sake of it. He does not belong to any clubs. Some people love wearing uniforms, belonging to this or that team or club. I'm my own man, an individualist at all costs. He no longer hunts because you have to go a long way, it's rather tiring and it's also rather expensive. He plays tennis occasionally, on holiday, and goes skiing for pleasure. I'm not going to struggle up a mountain with skis over my shoulder when there's a ski tow beside me. I like coming down more than going up. I prefer pleasure. All these interviews, this one and those of the same type that follow, were carried out in 1974, with the aim of collecting, as systematically as possible, the most significant features of each of the lifestyles that had emerged from analysis of the survey, which had already reached a fairly advanced stage. Given previous knowledge of the generative formula of his or her properties and practices, it was decided to lead the interviewee, who was often a relation or acquaintance of the interviewer, methodically towards the most central areas of his or her lifestyle, hence the heterogeneity of the themes discussed, which contrasts with the forced homogeneity of statistical survey data. This was done by supplying all the reassurances and reinforcements that are expected in ordinary life from someone in whom one confides. Finally, by tightening the discourse, through alternating use of direct, semi-direct, and indirect quotation, the aim has been to intensify and so make palpable the concrete image of the systematic totality, the lifestyle, which statistical analysis dissolves even as it brings it to light. In a series of advertisements ranging all the way from cognac to watches, the combination of material and symbolic appropriation confers on the possession of luxury goods a second-order rarity and a legitimacy which make it the supreme symbol of excellence. First, cognac, Princes de Cognac. To talk about it, you need to use the ancient words of the language of cognac. Charnu, the quality of the body of a cognac. Princes de Cognac has charnu, but a charnu with no fat, a svelte charnu which is all muscle. What a Botticelli is to a Rubens. Fleur, the scent of the flower of the fine champagne vine, the aristocrat of cognac. Princes de Cognac has fleur, an elegant, purified fleur with eloquence and breeding. Futsrue, very old, very civilized casks that have sown their wild oats, shed their excess tannin. Princes de Cognac has aged in Futsrue. Hence its taste, dry, clean, discreetly wooded. Paradis, that's what we call the cellar containing the oldest reserves of cognac. Princes de Cognac was brought up in the Paradis of Maison Otard, at the Château de Cognac. Princes de Cognac is produced in limited quantities, only a few thousand bottles a year, and is only found in selected stores and restaurants. Connaissance d'Arts, November 1973, p. 16. Burgundy is treated to the same esoteric archaism, down in Burgundy, its epandage time. The last echo of the vintage has scarcely died away, and already the vines are being attended to. Deftly wielding their secateurs, skilled craftsmen snip off the unwanted shoots and prepare the stalks to receive the next season's dressing. This is epandage, a delicate operation, which demands much dexterity and which Moiliard supervises on your behalf. Selected for your pleasure from the most highly considered vineyards, Moiliard Burgundies are only entrusted to qualified distributors. Ibid, p. 200. Through his mastery of a verbal accompaniment, preferably technical, archaic and esoteric, which separates informed tasting from mere passive consumption, the connoisseur shows himself worthy of symbolically appropriating the rarities he has the material means of acquiring. For some connoisseurs, there is only one beer in France. That's not many. But a real connoisseur is hard to please. Exclusive. And if some connoisseurs will only grant their favor to 1664, that's quite simply because 1664 gives a unique pleasure. And a pleasure 300 years old. Sometimes it's good to rediscover the taste of the authentic. Ibid, p. 187. Few people would dare to explain what makes a good cognac. The Baron of the Château de Cognac has that right. In 1795 Baron Otard made the Château de Cognac his home. He also found, under the vaults of the chateau, the ideal place to mature his cognac. And you realize the importance of that, when you know that a great cognac has to age for many long years before becoming a VSOP. Since 1795, nothing has changed at the Château de Cognac. The same vaults, the same aging, the same care devoted to this great cognac. Ibid, p. 155. The ostentatious, gratuitous expense implied in the purchase of a priceless object is the most indisputable way of showing the price one is prepared to set on things that have no price, an absolute testimony of the irreducibility of love to money which only money can buy. What is true luxury? Refinement, a necessity for those who can afford it, and a key for those who, when they see it, train their eye, their taste, and can find it in the simplest object, a scarf, a skirt, a pair of shoes, a garment, if it is beautiful. But expensive? Haute couture is absolute rigor and the absolute has no price. Marc Bohan, artistic director of the Christian Dior Company, interview. You have to be Pierre Jouet and own the finest vineyard on the slopes of Cremant to afford this folly and to offer it to others, a champagne made from the most expensive grapes in the world. But the 78 centiliters in this 18th century bottle have no price for a lover of champagne for its own sake. Especially when it's an exceptional vintage. Connaissance d'Arts, November 1973, p. 14. To highlight your personality, we create luxurious, delicate watches. Made only in limited editions. Each of our watches brings out the personality of the discriminating purchaser. You will become the owner of an exclusive, precious timepiece. Ibid, p. 81. One might be reading Marx, who writes, man is initially posited as a private property owner, i.e., an exclusive owner whose exclusive ownership permits him both to preserve his personality and to distinguish himself from other men, as well as relate to them. Private property is man's personal, distinguishing and hence essential existence. 16. The appropriation of symbolic objects with a material existence, such as paintings, raises the distinctive force of ownership to the second power and reduces purely symbolic appropriation to the inferior status of a symbolic substitute. To appropriate a work of art is to assert oneself as the exclusive possessor of the object and of the authentic taste for that object, which is thereby converted into the reified negation of all those who are unworthy of possessing it, for lack of the material or symbolic means of doing so, or simply for lack of a desire to possess it strong enough to sacrifice everything for it. The consumption of works of art, an almost too obvious illustration of this argument, is only one, among others, of these distinctive practices. Consider the new cult of nature which the fashion for second homes and the refusal of petit bourgeois tourism have brought back into favor, and which has a deep affinity with the vieille France lifestyle of the most ancient fraction among the dominant fractions. Animals, flowers, hunting, gastronomy, environment, riding, gardening, fishing, enology, rambling, the regular topics of the Parisian journal Connaissance de la Campagne, which is to the distinguished tasting of nature as Connaissance des Arts is to the distinguished tasting of culture, present an exhaustive program of the legitimate objects and modes of appropriation. Appropriating nature, birds, flowers, landscapes presupposes a culture, the privilege of those who have ancient roots. Owning a chateau, a manor house or grange is not only a question of money, one must also appropriate it, appropriate the cellar and learn the art of bottling, described as an act of deep communion with the wine which every believer should have performed at least once, acquire trophies, the secrets of fishing, the skills of gardening, competences which are both ancient and slowly learned, like cooking or knowledge of wines, appropriate, in a word, the art of living of the aristocrat, or country gentleman, indifferent to the passage of time and rooted in things which last. There's nothing easier than pickling gherkins, my mother claims. As long as you pick them by a new moon, as long as you sweat them in cooking salt for 24 hours in a stoneware pot after rubbing them with a linen cloth, the only sort that is rough enough. As long as you add dried but not bone-dry tarragon and bend them to pack them in tightly. Etc. Connaissance de la Campagne, September 1973. A pot of homemade gherkins, made to grandma's recipe and brought to the table with the appropriate verbal accompaniment as when exhibiting the little picture by an 18th century French master spotted at the antique dealer's, or the exquisite little piece of furniture unearthed in a junk shop symbolizes a squandering of time and a competence which can only be acquired by long frequentation of old, cultivated people and things, that is, membership of an ancient group, the sole guarantee of possession of all the properties which are endowed with the highest distinctive value because they can only be accumulated over time. What is at stake is indeed personality, i.e., the quality of the person, which is affirmed in the capacity to appropriate an object of quality. 17 The objects endowed with the greatest distinctive power are those which most clearly attest the quality of the appropriation, and therefore the quality of their owner, because their possession requires time and capacities which, requiring a long investment of time, like pictorial or musical culture, cannot be acquired in haste or by proxy, and which, therefore appear as the surest indications of the quality of the person. This explains the importance which the pursuit of distinction attaches to all those activities which, like artistic consumption, demand pure, pointless expenditure, especially of the rarest and most precious thing of all, particularly for those whose market value gives them least of it to waste, namely, time, time devoted to consumption or time devoted to the cultural acquisition which adequate consumption presupposes. One has to bear in mind, firstly, that time, despite the possibility of appropriating other people's time or of saving time by rationalization and by exploiting the freedom to avoid the effects of overcrowding by using unusual times and places, is one of the most rigorous anthropological limits, and, secondly, that the market value of time more or less directly experienced, depending on the mode of remuneration, Consultation fees, monthly salary, or profits, increases as one rises in the social hierarchy, in order to understand the value of the potlatch of time. This term can be applied to all the practices involving the granting or giving of time to others, an important dimension of what is offered at receptions, and, of course, to all leisure activities whose symbolic value always lies partly in the capacity to dominate time and money that is affirmed in taking one's time, i.e., expending such valuable time to no purpose. Of all the conversion techniques designed to create and accumulate symbolic capital, the purchase of works of art, objectified evidence of personal taste, is the one which is closest to the most irreproachable and inimitable form of accumulation, that is, the internalization of distinctive signs and symbols of power in the form of natural distinction, personal authority or culture. The exclusive appropriation of priceless works is not without analogy to the ostentatious destruction of wealth. The irreproachable exhibition of wealth which it permits is, simultaneously, a challenge thrown down to all those who cannot dissociate their being from their having and attain disinterestedness, the supreme affirmation of personal excellence. And as is shown, for example, by the primacy given to literary and artistic culture over scientific or technical culture, the exclusive possessors of a vast culture behave no differently when they fling into the potlatch of social encounters the time they have spent without thought for immediate profit in exercises as prestigious as they are useless. The dominant fractions do not have a monopoly of the uses of the work of art that are objectively and sometimes subjectively oriented towards the exclusive appropriation which attests the owner's unique personality. But in the absence of the conditions of material possession, the pursuit of exclusiveness has to be content with developing a unique mode of appropriation. Liking the same things differently, liking different things, less obviously marked out for admiration, these are some of the strategies for outflanking, overtaking, and displacing which, by maintaining a permanent revolution in tastes, enable the dominated, less wealthy fractions, whose appropriations must, in the main, be exclusively symbolic, to secure exclusive possessions at every moment. Intellectuals and artists have a special predilection for the most risky but also most profitable strategies of distinction, those which consist in asserting the power, which is peculiarly theirs, to constitute insignificant objects as works of art, or, more subtly, to give aesthetic redefinition to objects already defined as art, but in another mode, by other classes or class fractions, example kitsch. In this case, it is the manner of consuming which creates the object of consumption, and a second-degree delight which transforms the vulgar artifacts abandoned to common consumption, westerns, strip cartoons, family snapshots, graffiti, into distinguished and distinctive works of culture. The variance of the dominant taste. The ascetic coloring of the teachers' and intellectuals' cultural practices stands out clearly when they are replaced in the system to which they belong, and when it becomes necessary to raise the question of the very meaning of culture and symbolic appropriation, the sublimated substitutes for all material appropriations and all the fruits of the earth which the division of the labor of domination leaves for the poor relations. The antagonism between the lifestyles corresponding to the opposing poles of the field of the dominant class is clear-cut, total, and the opposition between the teachers and the employers, particularly between the lower and middle ranks of the two categories, is comparable to the gap between two cultures in the anthropological sense. On one side, reading poetry, philosophical and political works, Le Monde, and the, generally leftish, literary or artistic magazines, on the other, hunting or betting, and, when there is reading François or L'Aurore, auto-journal or lectures pour 2.18 on one side, classic or avant-garde theatre, with, for example, Roger Plancon's productions of Tartuffe or La Remise, Lorca's Blood Wedding or Turgenev's A Month in the Country, museums, classical music, France. Musique, the flea market, camping, mountaineering or walking, on the other, business trips and expense account lunches, Boulevard Theatre, Robert Lamoureux, Marcel Icard, Françoise Dorin, and music hall, variety shows on TV, commercial exhibitions, the auction room and boutiques, luxury cars and a boat, 3-star hotels and spas, CSV. and the style itself of the different cultural practices, the social philosophies and worldviews they imply, are seen much more clearly if one bears in mind the universes of practices to which they belong, if one knows, for example, that avant-garde theater, or reading poetry or philosophy, is opposed to bourgeois theater or the music hall, to the reading of historical or adventure novels or glossy magazines, as the teachers walking, camping, mountain or country holidays are opposed both to the set of luxury activities and goods which characterize the old bourgeoisie Mercedes or Volvo, yachts, hotel holidays in spa towns and to the constellation of the most expensive and prestigious cultural and material possessions and practices art books, movie cameras, tape recorders, motorboats, skiing, golf, riding or water skiing which distinguish the liberal professions. The clearest indication that aesthetic choices belong to the set of ethical choices which constitutes a lifestyle is the opposition which emerges, in the aesthetic area itself, between two categories as close to each other with respect to cultural capital as the members of the professions and the teachers. Point 19 Based on the opposition between ethical dispositions corresponding to different trajectories, it is reinforced and brought to fruition by very different economic conditions. Once one considers, in addition to the differences in respect to capital composition, those deriving from trajectory, and in particular the fact that the proportion of individuals who owe their place in the dominant class to the accumulation of educational capital rises as one moves from the dominant fractions to the dominated fractions, it is clear why teachers and, secondarily, engineers and executives are those most inclined to direct the ascetic dispositions developed by and for previous cultural accumulation towards further such accumulation, all the more readily since their low economic capital does not lead them to expect many alternative pleasures and profits. By contrast, the members of the professions have the means to realize the dispositions towards indulgence in luxury which are associated with a bourgeois origin and which are encouraged by the requirements of occupations presupposing a large accumulation of symbolic capital. The ascetic aristocratism of the teachers, and public sector executives, who are systematically oriented towards the least expensive and most austere leisure activities and towards serious and even somewhat severe cultural practices, visiting museums, for example, especially in the provinces, rather than major exhibitions, galleries, and foreign museums, like the members of the professions, is opposed to the luxury tastes of the members of the professions, who amass the, culturally or economically, most expensive and most prestigious activities, reading expensive glossy magazines, visiting antique dealers, galleries, and concert halls, holidaying in spa towns, owning pianos, illustrated art books, antique furniture, works of art, movie cameras, tape recorders, foreign cars, skiing, playing tennis and golf, riding, hunting and water skiing. As in our survey, the third factor brought out by analysis of the correspondences in the Sophros survey separates all other fractions from the members of the professions. The latter are particularly inclined to luxury goods and activities, as is shown by simply listing, in order of importance, the characteristics which make the highest absolute contributions to this factor: subscriptions to glossy monthly magazines, possession of a movie camera, water skiing, possession of a tape recorder, art books, playing tennis, spa holidays, bridge, hunting, skiing, riding, business cocktails, etc. Since one knows that magazines like Connaissance d'Arts or La Maison Française have a high proportion of professionals among their readers, 15.5% and 18.5%, one may, in addition, on the basis of the 1970 CESP survey, attribute to this fraction properties particularly frequent among the readers of these journals, such as possession of antique furniture and works of art, visits to auction rooms and galleries. One also knows from the INSEE Leisure survey that the members of the professions give a particularly large number of receptions. The members of the professions, possessing neither the competence nor the dispositions needed to reinvest effectively in the economy the high economic profits they derive from their cultural capital, and being attached to intellectual values by education and lifestyle, they provide a high proportion of the amateur writers, 20 find in smart sports and games, in receptions, cocktails, and other society gatherings not only intrinsic satisfactions and edification but also the select society in which they can make and keep up their connections and accumulate the capital of honorability they need in order to carry on their professions. This is only one of the cases in which luxury, a conventional degree of prodigality, becomes, as Marx observed, a business necessity and enters into capital's expenses of representation as an exhibition of wealth and consequently as a source of credit. 21. These generic tendencies take different forms depending on the profession, the speciality, and the place of residence. Thus, doctors, who have a savings rate much higher than the national average, 30% of disposable income, as against 15%, but with an incomparably higher income, spend a very high percentage of their very high income, particularly on holidays, 10% of disposable income, cars, and consumer durables. Very often owning their own homes, 2/3 of them do. They often own second homes, investment property, agricultural property, woods and land, hardly ever industrial companies, and also shares. Property purchases are most frequent among rural general practitioners, whereas financial investments, which generally increase with age, are more frequent among surgeons and specialists. 22 One may assume that surgeons and other specialists especially in Paris devote a particularly high proportion of their income to luxury expenditure, particularly the purchase of works of art. By contrast, each of the teachers' choices, their preference for a harmonious, sober, discreet interior, for example, or for simple but well-presented meals, can be understood as a way of making a virtue of necessity by maximizing the profit they can draw from their cultural capital and their spare time, while minimizing their financial outlay. If the professionals do not always have the tastes to match their means, the teachers hardly ever have the means to match their tastes, and this disparity between cultural and economic capital condemns them to an ascetic aestheticism, a more austere variant of the artist lifestyle, which makes the most of what it has, substituting rustic for antique, Romanian carpets for Persian carpets, a converted barn for an ancestral manor house, lithographs or reproductions, for paintings unavowed. Substitutes which, like really poor people's leatherette or sparkling white wine, are the tributes deprivation pays to possession. 23 The disparity between economic capital and cultural capital, or, more precisely, the educational capital which is its certified form, is undoubtedly one of the foundations of their propensity to contest a social order which does not fully recognize their merits because it recognizes other principles of classification than those of the educational system which has classified them. This meritocratic, and therefore, in a sense, aristocratic, revolt is intensified when it is combined with the loyalties, refusals, and impossibilities, or refusals of the impossible, which are linked to a petit bourgeois or working class origin and which, together with purely economic constraints, prevent full membership in the bourgeoisie. One of the subjectively acceptable ways of escaping from the contradictions resulting from the fact that cultural capital is a dominated principle of domination lies in participation as a cadre in the organizations claiming to express and defend the interests of the dominated classes. Thus the distribution of the members of the different dominant class fractions who aspire, with unequal chances of success, to positions as political representatives, which can be gauged by analyzing the social characteristics of parliamentary candidates, corresponds fairly strictly to the distribution of their respective fractions in the field of the dominant class. It follows from this that political struggles are one of the arenas of the struggle to impose the legitimate, i.e., dominant, principle of domination. By contrast, for those who, like the professionals, live on the sale of cultural services to a clientele, the accumulation of economic capital merges with the accumulation of symbolic capital, that is, with the acquisition of a reputation for competence and an image of respectability and honorability that are easily converted into political positions as a local or national notable. It is therefore understandable that they should identify with the established, moral, order to which they make daily contributions, of which their political positions and actions, or the declarations of the National Medical Association, are only the most visible form. A truly classical university teacher. Jean L., aged 36, an alumnus of the École Normale Supérieure, has the aggregation in physics. He is now a maître assistant, senior lecturer or assistant professor, in one of the Paris universities and lives in the northwestern suburbs. His father, an agrégé in grammar, was a lycée teacher and his grandfather a primary teacher. His wife, a pharmacist's daughter, is a dentist. She teaches at the Paris Dental School and also runs her own practice. A Louis XIII convent table from the flea market. Preferring sobriety and discretion, Jean dislikes fat cushions and heavy curtains, and apartments done up by interior designers. He is quite sensitive to the overall harmony of an interior. If you're lucky enough to come across a really fine piece of furniture, you put that one piece in a corner. That's all you need for a whole room. At home, until recently, we had cheap furniture that we bought when we married. A quietly modern style that wasn't unattractive. Veneered teak, quite cheap, but now the chairs are giving up the ghost. Now we have one or two old bits of furniture that we picked up, real antiques. A Louis XIII convent table that someone spotted for us in the flea market, a Louis XIII chest that isn't bad, found in an antique shop in Amiens. Of course, we won't be getting any Louis XIII chairs. For one thing, they're terribly expensive, and anyway, if they're genuine, they're not even solid. So we'll get some made for us in the same style but without pretending to be antique. The decorating and furnishing of the house are mainly left to his wife, who attaches a great deal of importance to them. She's quite expert at that, I'm not, especially as regards prices. I enjoy it, but when all's said and done, if I were on my own I don't think I'd devote much time to it. I haven't got much of a taste for it, but my wife certainly has, and in the end I do appreciate it, all the same. His wife is very fond of old faience. I'm always willing to accompany her if she says, "Come along, let's go and look at some porcelain." I know I'll enjoy it. I know she's much more sensitive to it than I am. There's one thing I'd really like to buy. I haven't done so yet, but I sometimes look. It's old scientific instruments, because they used to make some remarkable things in the last century and 3 or 4 centuries back. I'd rather read something more concentrated. At home, he does a bit of amateur carpentry, out of duty. My wife's the one who says this or that needs doing, and I do it, taking quite unnecessary trouble over it. I could do it quicker if I did it less carefully, but I enjoy designing things, working them out and then making them. He does not have a TV set at home but manages to watch from time to time. The interest of the things they're dealing with often gets diluted. On any given subject, I'd rather read something more concentrated. Still, there are some things for which it's irreplaceable. I have to admit, I went to my mother's to see the first moon landing, things like that. I remember seeing Ivan Ilyich for 5 minutes, it was unforgettable. I'm glad I saw what he looks like instead of just reading him. All my reading used to be based on Le Monde. He subscribes to Tribune Socialiste, it's not bad, and occasionally reads Le Nouvel Observateur. His wife takes L'Express, it gives a superficial view of events, though some of the interviews are good. All my reading used to be based on Le Monde. I used to receive it regularly. But now I don't read it every day. His reading is somewhat austere, no detective stories or novels, Solzhenitsyn's First Circle, all the same, because my wife said I ought to read it. He has also recently read Desk-Hooling Society by Ilyich, it made a great impression on me, Chance and Necessity, Mono, and Konrad Lorenz's On Aggression. He owns a UNESCO History of World Cultures in 7 or 8 volumes, it's marvelous. It isn't a narrative, certainly not a narrative. If there are characters and so on, that doesn't interest me. Archaeology, now, that interests me a lot. Something I browse in a good deal is the Dictionary of Archaeology. Truly classical, restrained things. A Vermeer is something I can gaze at for 2 hours and I feel really satisfied, whereas that a book of drawings by a guy called Escher not at all. He much appreciates a history of art in the series edited by Frank Castel. The text is outstanding. There aren't many reproductions, and they're not brilliant, though they're relatively original, but they're good because they analyze the painter's ideas, not just anecdotally but the way they connect with the economic and social structures of the period. He doesn't do museums exhaustively, but is always willing to go. I'm quite prepared to go along if a friend says, look, there's something I want to go and see, or if I've seen or read something. I'm always willing to go, and I spend a certain amount of time there. He has been to Tuscany several times. I love everything there is to be seen there. I enjoy situating the painters of the period in relation to one another. I say to myself, Angelico was still painting like this while someone else was doing that. He particularly likes the Quattrocento, Botticelli, Piero della Francesca and also Vermeer and Watteau. I don't quite know how to put it, whether it's the subject, or the technique. I like the surfaces, and that sort of grace, charm, melancholy. He realizes that painters cannot dispense with stylistic devices, but he dislikes those of Rousseau. There's something unnatural, over-deliberate, over-sophisticated about his technique. Matisse, now, truly classical, restrained things, those I do like. I like a lot of Picasso's work, and Villon, the little I know of it. To be honest, I'm not well up on modern painting. There's one thing which to me is not painting, and that's the whole of surrealism. In my view it's a purely intellectual exercise. Dali and company are something I detest. I prefer the art of fugue on the organ. He has no hi-fi. I'd quite like to have one, but for me it's not essential, but he does have a record player that isn't bad, mono. I bought it for 600 francs 4 or 5 years ago. In my view, music is something you ought to go and see done by the people who make it. That's the best way. Otherwise, at home, you just need something reasonable to play the records on and some good performances. I'm not enormously sensitive to the performance, but still, I do appreciate it. His sense of the economy of means, his taste of sobriety and also his scientific training incline him to appreciate pure music. The art of fugue, for example, I prefer that on the organ rather than an orchestral version. It really is pure music, it's not a question of timbre. He dislikes romantic music, it's too emphatic, too grandiloquent. For example, I like Berlioz, but the Fantastic Symphony is too rhetorical. Although he has all sorts of minor activities, he is busy 4 evenings a week with meetings, choir rehearsals, with a choral society he joined 10 years ago, and nowadays, with a group of opera lovers, you do a bit of opera, a bit of lieder. It takes up a lot of time in the end. For me, the summit of music is Mozart. Così fan tutte. I adore all of Poulenc. I like Delalande. I really enjoyed Wozzeck when Boulez conducted it at the Paris Opera. It was the first time I'd heard it. He goes to concerts 4 or 5 times a year. Earlier this week I went to hear Fischer d'Esca. For me he's the god of singing. He scarcely ever listens to light music or non-classical singers, and has never bought any of their records. I like Brassens, but I don't listen to him. Effective use of limited means. He is not really a connoisseur of films, he often just goes to the local cinema in D to see the current releases if they're not too bad. He likes Truffaut but is impervious to the American arts. I find a lot of American films a bit puerile, except Woody Allen. He doesn't watch many historical films, but, obviously Abel Ganst's Napoleon, that was something not to be missed, or the battleship Potemkin, or Alexander Nevsky. I'm very allergic to anything that strikes me as overdone. I like someone to show me something he feels very strongly, making effective use of limited means. He is neither a gastronome nor a connoisseur, but he is fairly sensitive to the food he is offered. When friends invite me for a meal, it's a pleasure I take notice of. I appreciate it. He tries to keep a few presentable wines in the house. I've found a little dealer specializing in Beaujolais. I like some of the things he has to offer, and that's how I stock my cellar. I rush out walking. He would like to be able to play chess and sometimes plays Scrabble. He does a bit of photography. I end up using 2 rolls of 36 pictures a year, mainly on holiday. One thing I typically do when I'm on holiday in the mountains is to take pictures of landscapes. Then I spend hours poring over a map working out what can be seen. On holiday I rush out walking and then, like an idiot, I do 40 kilometers at top speed on the first day and then my feet are swollen for a fortnight. When I go walking, I do it fairly intensively, but unfortunately there are long periods when I don't do any. For the last year I've had a dog, and she has to be taken for walks. I do that at a furious pace. I take her out on Saturdays and we run half the time. We cover 10 kilometers at full speed. According to a SOFRA's survey of a national sample of 200 doctors made before the first round of the 1974 presidential election, 59% said they would vote for Giscard, 16% for Mitterrand, 9% for Chaban-Delmas, the Gaullist candidate, and 11% for another candidate, and 5% were undecided. Asked who they thought was most likely to win, 71% said Giscard, 16% Mitterrand, 9% Chaban-Delmas, and 1% another candidate, and 13% would not predict. 24 One can get an idea of what the doctors were voting for in Giscard by reading the interview with him in the same issue of Le Quotidien du Médecin that reports the survey, in which he declares himself in favor of highly selective recruitment, the maintenance of the liberal profession, the family practitioner, and the coexistence of public and private hospital treatment, promises to eliminate wastage in the social security system and sees no need for any reform of the Ordre des Médecins. So the contrast that is usually drawn between intellectual or left-bank taste and bourgeois or right-bank taste is not only an opposition between the preference for contemporary works, here, within the limits of the lists offered, Picasso, Kandinsky, Boulez, and the taste for older, more consecrated works, the Impressionists and especially Renoir, Watteau, the Hungarian Rhapsody, the Four Seasons, In kleine Nachtmusik, between the taste for solid values in painting and music, as in cinema and theater, and the commitment to novelty. It is also an opposition between 2 worldviews, 2 philosophies of life, symbolized, for example, by Renoir and Goya, or Morois and Kafka, the centers of 2 constellations of choices, La Vie en Rose and La Vie en Noir, rose-colored spectacles and dark thoughts, boulevard theater and avant-garde theater, the social optimism of people without problems and the anti-bourgeois pessimism of people with problems, the opposition between material and mental comfort, with intimate, discreet interiors and traditional French cooking, and aesthetic and intellectual invention, with the taste for exotic dishes or, by inversion, potluck, studied interiors, or, by inversion, those that are easy to maintain, furniture from the flea market and avant-garde shows. 25. The oppositions between systems of purely aesthetic preferences that are symbolized by the antithesis Kandinsky/Renoir can be replaced in the sets of choices constituting lifestyle simply by considering the characteristics of an audience such as that of connaissance d'arts. This relatively expensive, luxury cultural journal, which is at the same time an advertising medium for the luxury goods trade, especially in objets d'art, no doubt gives a fairly accurate picture of the groups who are united by bourgeois taste and who are brought together by the most select and also most expensive cultural events: smart exhibitions, gala performances at the Paris Opera, premieres, major concerts, etc. The common features of the private sector executives and professionals and the many fewer, and therefore strongly over-selected, teachers and industrial employers who make up this readership are a liking for expensive, prestigious activities, golf, riding, and for cultural practices oriented at least as much towards material appropriation as towards merely symbolic appropriation, frequenting theaters and galleries, predominantly right bank, auction rooms, antique shops and luxury boutiques. The bourgeois taste which characterizes them is opposed not only to intellectual taste but also, essentially by possession of works of art, gallery and theater going, to the middling taste of the great majority of the industrial and especially the commercial employers, great readers of auto journal, who appropriate only those rare goods to which money gives direct access, such as luxury cars, CS6. To measure the distance between the bourgeois public and the intellectual public, one only has to observe that the proportion of students, teachers, and artists is 53% at the Saints Ancient Music Festival, 60% at the La Rochelle Contemporary Arts Festival, 66% at the Nancy International, Avant-Garde, Theatre Festival, 83% at the Royan Contemporary Music Festival, and that rate of attendance varies in the same way, rising from an average of 3.5 shows per person at Saints to 5 at La Rochelle and 7 at Nancy and Royan, CSXXIX, XXX. Whereas the intellectual fractions expect rather from the artist a symbolic challenging of social reality and of the orthodox representation of it in bourgeois art, the bourgeois fractions expect their artists, their writers, their critics, like their couturiers, jewelers, or interior designers, to provide emblems of distinction which are at the same time means of denying social reality. Luxury goods and works of art are only the most visible aspect of this decor enveloping bourgeois existence, or at least, the private, domestic part of a fundamentally dual life, spuriously unified in and through a spurious division against itself, disinterestedness against interest, art against money, the spiritual against the temporal. Polite political newspapers, discreetly politicized or ostentatiously depoliticized, decorative journals and coffee table art books, blue guides and travel stories, regional novels, and biographies of great men are so many screens to hide social reality. Bourgeois theatre, a scarcely derealized representation of one of the forms of bourgeois existence, with its beautiful stage sets, pretty women, facile adventures, frivolous conversation, and reassuring philosophy, any other combination of the nouns and adjectives is equally valid, is no doubt the form par excellence of the art the bourgeois recognizes because he recognizes himself in it. The bourgeoisie expects from art, not to mention what it calls literature or philosophy, a reinforcement of its self-assurance, and, as much out of sufficiency as insufficiency, it can never really recognize the audacities of the avant-garde, even in the most highly neutralized arts, such as music. And for every enlightened amateur who has understood that it costs nothing to be, like Proust's Madame de Cambremer, in art, always on the left, there are many present-day admirers of Flaubert or Mahler who have the same impatience with disorder, even symbolic, and the same horror of movement, even artistically sublimated, as their counterparts in the past. In fact, a class or class fraction is defined not so much by its overall judgment of intellectuals or artists in general, although anti-intellectualism is a determinant characteristic of some fractions of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie, as by the artists and intellectuals it chooses from the range offered by the field of production. Thus the anti-intellectualism of the dominant fraction of the dominant class may be expressed in the choice of intellectuals who are inclined to anti-intellectualism by their own position in the intellectual field. The further one moves from the purest genres, i.e., those most completely purified of all reference to the social world and politics, first music, then poetry, philosophy, and painting, the wider the gap between the producers recognized by the dominant fractions, playwrights and theater critics or philosophers and political essayists, and those recognized by the producers themselves. Furthermore, as one is reminded by the reaction it arouses among the declining petit bourgeois, the artist's lifestyle, in particular everything in it which challenges the ordinary relationships between age, or social status, and symbolic attributes, such as clothing, or behavior, such as sexual or political conduct, contains a denunciation of the practical postulates which are the basis of the bourgeois lifestyle. Like the old women in Australian myths, who overthrow the structure of relations between the generations by magically conserving a smooth, youthful skin, artists and intellectuals, like Sartre refusing a Nobel Prize or frequenting young revolutionaries at an age when others pursue honors and cultivate the powerful, can sometimes call into question one of the most deeply buried foundations of the social order, Spinoza's obsequium, the disposition of those who have self-respect and feel entitled to command respect. One has to take into account the whole logic of the field of artistic production and its relationship to the field of the dominant class to understand why avant-garde artistic production is bound to disappoint bourgeois expectations unequally, and always in the short term. 26 It is no accident that the taste for the artistic avant-garde appears in the analysis only at the end of a series of oppositions. In fact, everything takes place as if, although it embodies artistic legitimacy, the artistic producer's taste for the avant-garde defined itself in a quasi-negative way, as the sum of the refusals of all socially recognized tastes, refusal of the middle-of-the-road taste of the big shopkeepers and parvenu industrialists, the grocers pilloried by Flaubert and others as one incarnation of the bourgeois, and especially, perhaps, at present, the petite bourgeoisie, led by their cultural pretension to the products of middle-brow culture or the most accessible products of legitimate culture, such as light opera or the easiest boulevard theater, which are immediately devalued by their new audience, refusal of bourgeois taste, i.e., the typically right-bank luxury taste, which has some accomplices among the artists, and, finally, refusal of the teacher's pedantic taste. 27 Which, though opposed to bourgeois taste, is, in the eyes of the artists, merely a variant of it, disdained for its heavy, pettifogging, passive, sterile didacticism, its spirit of seriousness, and most of all for its prudence and backwardness. And so the logic of double negation can lead the artists back, as if in defiance, to some of the preferences characteristic of popular taste. For example, they concur with the working classes and the lower fractions of the middle classes, from which they differ in every other way, in choosing an interior that is practical and functional, easy to maintain, the antithesis of bourgeois comfort, just as they may rehabilitate, but at the second degree, the most derided forms of popular taste, kitsch, pop art. The artist lifestyle, which is defined by this distance from all other lifestyles and their temporal attachments, presupposes a particular type of asset structure in which time functions as an independent factor, partly interchangeable with economic capital. But spare time and the disposition to defend it, by renouncing what it could be used to earn, presuppose both the inherited capital needed to make renunciation materially possible and the highly aristocratic disposition to renounce. Artists, by an almost complete inversion of the ordinary worldview, frequently consider money, often earned through activities external to their craft, as a means of buying time to work and to lead the artist's life, which is an integral part of their specific activity. 28 Thus artists, and intellectuals, exchange money, which they could otherwise earn, for time, the time which has to be spent without counting to produce objects which often, in the short term, have no markets, and to discover objects and places whose rarity and value they help to produce, antiques, backstreet restaurants, new shows, etc., and they quasi-exclusively appropriate collective goods or services, museums, galleries, cultural broadcasts. Variations in spare time and in the relation to time are, together with unequal propensity to consume, among the factors which make patterns of expenditure very unequal guides to the resources of each class. The mark of time. In no other class is the opposition between the young and old, the challengers and the possessors, and also the opposition between the senior members of the class and the newcomers, which cannot always be superimposed upon it, since, in some sectors at least, the most senior are also the most precocious, more determinate than in the dominant class, which can ensure its own perpetuation only if it is capable of overcoming the crises that are liable to arise from the competition between the fractions to impose the dominant principle of domination and from the succession struggles within each fraction. The differences between the generations, and the potential for generation conflicts, increase with the magnitude of the changes that have occurred in the definitions of occupational positions or in the institutionalized means of access to them, i.e., the modes of generation of the individuals appointed to them. 29 Consequently, the differences due to the diversity of routes into a given job at a given moment, particularly visible in populations which are highly dispersed in this respect, like the executives and engineers, are coupled with the differences resulting from the variations over time in the job description and in the conditions of access to the job, in particular the variations in the relative importance of the different routes which are linked to changes in the educational system and its relation to industry. The opposition between the oldest, who valorize the most ascetic ethical dispositions, and the youngest, who identify with the values most typical of the modern executive, is particularly marked among the executives and engineers, and secondarily among the teachers and professionals. For example, in the dominant class as a whole, 51.5% of the over 45s choose a conscientious friend, as against 24.5% of the under 45s, 39% of whom choose dynamic as against 19.5% of the over 45s. Among the executives and engineers, 42.5% of the under 45s and 8% of the over 45s choose dynamic, while 15% of the under 45s and 54% of the over 45s choose conscientious. Similar variations, always more marked among executives and engineers, are observed for determined, which varies like dynamic, or well-bred, which varies like conscientious. A similar evolution, no doubt linked to a general increase in cultural capital, is found in tastes in legitimate culture. Thus, the younger executives and engineers more often choose Rhapsody in Blue, 32% as against 17.5%, or The Four Seasons, 47% and 24%, less often l'Arlésienne, 14.5% and 28%, Hungarian Rhapsody, 32% and 58.5%, Blue Danube, 13% and 30.5%. These historical variations are particularly significant in the case of the fractions most directly linked to the economy, the engineers and executives, but they have, in a more insidious way, affected the whole of the dominant class. They are likely to pass unnoticed because they always manifest themselves in combination with age, so that they can easily be taken for an effect of biological or even social age rather than generation, and because they are translated into trajectories, i.e., individual histories which are so many responses to a given state of the chances objectively offered to a whole generation by collective history. The liberal professions, doctors, at least, have succeeded in maintaining the traditional definition of their job and the competence it requires by defending, among other things, the most Malthusian conditions of access, thus in a sense escaping from history and the divisions between the generations. By contrast, categories such as those of the executives and engineers bring together individuals separated both in trajectory and in generation, in the sense of the set of products of a single mode of generation associated with a similar pattern of objective chances. In fact, because of the duality of the modes of access, by qualification and by promotion, and the corresponding divisions which prevented an organized defense of the modes of access and of the corresponding privileges, these categories have been much more directly affected by educational expansion, which, by increasing the number of formally qualified candidates entitled to jobs, has transformed the de facto relationship between titles and jobs and the form of the competition for jobs between formally qualified and non-qualified candidates. Point 30. Furthermore, changes in the economy have been reflected in new numerical and hierarchical relationships between the different managerial and executive functions, thereby transforming the system of opportunities open to the products of the different types of training: autodidact candidates for promotion, engineers from the minor engineering schools, engineers from the scientific grandes écoles, Polytechnique, l'École des Mines, etc., graduates of the various instituts de sciences politiques or HEC, etc. It must, of course, always be remembered that the different responses of the various groups to the new situations arising from economic changes can be traced back to the differences in social and educational origin which have always determined important differences between individuals occupying formally identical positions at a given moment. For example, the strengthening of finance and marketing departments relative to technical departments, resulting from the increased power of banks over industry and the growing internationalization of industrial groups, their capital, their management, and their patents, has caused a revaluation of the qualifications and institutions leading to these positions, Sciences Po, ENA, or HEC on the one hand, Polytechnique and the other engineering schools on the other hand, and, simultaneously, redistributed the chances available to the fractions of the bourgeoisie who use these institutions. Thus, as a result of changes in the economic structures, and chiefly through its use of the Paris Instituts de Sciences Politiques, situated at the bottom of the specifically academic hierarchy of the schools of power, the Parisian grande bourgeoisie has reappropriated, perhaps more completely than ever, the commanding positions in the economy and the civil service, provoking collective and individual ripostes by Polytechnique graduates, more and more of whom are taking a detour through Harvard, Columbia, or MIT. In addition, the emergence of a large number of new positions, which promise profits at least equivalent to those of the established positions and strictly predictable career targets, but without offering the same guarantees of security, is tending to subvert the system of differential chances of profit. At least in the phase when both their risks and their profits are greatest, these new positions situated at critical points in the social structure are most attractive to those whose social origin has provided them with an inclination towards risky investments, the social connections needed in order to make them and the information needed in order to succeed in them. Thus, within a category such as that of the engineers, it is possible to distinguish families of taste corresponding to subsets of individuals separated both with respect to cultural and educational capital and to seniority within the bourgeoisie. At one extreme is found the petit bourgeois taste of the older engineers, originating from the middle or working classes and promoted from the ranks or trained in second-rank schools. At the other extreme, the bourgeois taste of the young engineers who have recently graduated from the grandes écoles and are at least second-generation members of the bourgeoisie. The same divisions reappear a fortiori in the catch-all category of the cadres, executives, a sort of junction where one encounters former engineers, endowed with a traditional cultural capital, usually scientific, who exercise a delegated managerial authority, administrative executives who have achieved promotion, in the public sector, by internal examination, by dint of a great effort to catch up scholastically, evening classes etc., that is rarely sanctioned by diplomas, except purely internal titles, young graduates of the grandes écoles, Polytechnique and ENA, trained for the public sector but destined, in many cases, to move to high positions in the private sector, and, finally, executives of a new type, generally in marketing or management, deriving their educational capital, when they have any, from the business schools or political science institutes, and inclined to a lifestyle which differs from that of the old bourgeoisie from which many of them originate. Everything seems to indicate that the different modes of access, from the ranks or by qualification, lead to very different careers. The possessors of qualifications move much further and faster, especially in the second half of their careers. All observers agree that autodidacts have their best chance in the period from entry to mid-career, i.e., to about age 35 to 40. But occupational life cycles also depend on firms. The possessors of qualifications have affinities with the largest firms, the only ones which can provide career structures of the bureaucratic type. And it is among the executives of large companies in the private sector that all the features of the new bourgeois lifestyle are most strongly developed. A young executive who knows how to live. Michel R., an advertising executive working in a Paris agency, the son of the managing director of the French subsidiary of a leading multinational corporation, studied in a private Catholic secondary school in the 17th arrondissement and then at the Paris Political Science Institute. His wife, Isabelle, the daughter of a provincial industrialist, also went to Sciences Po and works for a weekly news magazine. He is 30, she is 28, they have 2 children. They live in Paris, in a modern 5-roomed apartment in the 15th arrondissement. They like things to be snug and cozy. They have no interest in home improvement and have kept their apartment as they found it. The decoration is all the work of our predecessor. I didn't much like the green in the dining room, it was rather gloomy, but we got used to it, and I get bored working on the place I live in. I hate that beating on the doors, I'd like to get rid of it. The pseudo-16th or 18th century veneering or whatever it is all over this modern apartment is ghastly. I put up with it but it gets on my nerves, says Michelle, who has removed some of it but couldn't face the rest. The world of my grandparents. Their flat is partly the world of my grandparents, my great-grandparents, who were grands bourgeois, pictures by Michelle's grandfather, who spent his whole life painting and never did a day's work, other pictures which they have been given a Boudin, a Besaira, and a Fallen. But Michelle, who adores the Impressionists in general and especially Bonnard and Monet or Manet, the one who does a lot of landscapes, and Pissarro, does not like them. Nor does he like still lives, or problem pictures, Fernand Léger, and stuff like that, is horrible, it's thick and heavy. 2 or 3 Brocks can be interesting to look at, but when you see 200 of them, all done the same way, it gets a bit repetitive, a bit nightmarish. I tend to go for landscapes. My grandmother's got a Bonnard in her apartment, the one really valuable picture she owns. We won't inherit it because there are lots of relatives. But it would be wonderful to own it. I go for things that are outside fashion, sort of timeless. Isabel doesn't entirely agree with her husband. There are some things I like a lot in modern art, but that's because I like the colors. For example, Vieira da Silva, she hesitates over the name, Boudin, who is behind you, I like a lot. They both occasionally visit galleries, and exhibitions 2 or 3 times a year. They went to the Brock exhibition and expect to see the Impressionists at Durand Ruel. We'd seen a lot of mediocre stuff. The dining room tables and chairs, mahogany, 18th century English style, were bought in London as soon as they were married. I don't know if we'd do the same thing today. I can't remember why we bought them, but from a bourgeois point of view they must be a good investment. After visiting many antique shops, they finally chose something very expensive. It would have cost twice as much in Paris. We'd seen a lot of mediocre stuff and decided we didn't like it. Importing the furniture was no problem. It's exempt from customs duties. You just have to pay VAT value-added tax. In the living room they have some modern and some old furniture, a bookcase from Roche-Beaubois, a sofa from a shop in Le Village, Swiss. Michel's car is only an old Peugeot 404, whereas his bosses have got Jaguars. The director of the agency has an Alfa Romeo, a Lancia. From time to time, they say, "So you aren't trading it in?" They'd be relieved if I got a new car. They're afraid I'll visit clients in my car. The right sort of clothes for people in advertising. Though at weekends, at home, he wears a filthy pair of trousers. For work he dresses with great care and elegance. He buys his suits at Barnes, the advertising man's tailor, in the Rue Victor Hugo in Paris. They're the right sort of clothes for people who make it in advertising. English cloth, Prince of Wales checks with a touch of luxury. Not the sort of thing civil servants could wear, and bank managers couldn't get away with it either. In banking you need a plain shirt, banking isn't showy, whereas in advertising, people put every penny they earn into clothes. In my business we're constantly classifying people. There are social classes, castes, and it's a matter of fitting a product to the right caste. When someone new comes to the agency, we size them up at a glance. A guy with a velvet suit and big lapels is compensating for something. He's not very sure of himself, he wants to make an impression. For a while, the agency had a finance manager from a very modest background. When he arrived he was so badly dressed that it was bad for business. He was dressed like a junior clerk. Wearing a suit with narrow lapels, narrow bottoms, a bit short, in a loud color with a shirt that doesn't match and a narrow tie, for example. By our standards, that's grotty. Not the way some secretaries do it. On the other hand, being too fashionable is not much better, adds Isabel, who dresses their children in fairly classic style, paying particular attention to the colors. I like a pretty smock dress from time to time, and English overcoats. Of course it's done with an eye to fashion, but not in the silly way some secretaries at l'Express do it, dressing their children in the new kitty boutiques, many this and many that, with things that cost a fortune and are a miniature copy of the parents' clothes. These secretaries are all well dressed, by my standards, they have perfect color sense. There were some girls who arrived, who dressed with terrible taste, it was vulgar, cheap, tacky, just awful. And then, after 4 years, they finally got it right. Isabel has a friend who is always exquisitely dressed. The effect is always stunning, I mean, it's chic, it's got real class. She pays attention to every little detail. Michelle's father is also very well dressed, nothing is ever overdone, his colors are always perfect. Refinement without the slightest ostentation. He has a tailor in London. Michelle's mother is equally restrained. Always a beautifully cut fur coat. She, too, often buys her clothes in London. Provincial clerks who fill their gardens with gnomes. The petits bourgeois have no taste, it's a phrase we often use, though we're well aware it's racist. Michel and Isabelle constantly indicate in this way their distance from the ways of the older generation of the grande bourgeoisie, perhaps especially when speaking to a sociologist, albeit a friend's sister. Isabelle's parents, provincial industrialists, are more severe or less tolerant about the petit bourgeois phenomenon. Provincial clerks who fill their gardens with gnomes, windmills, and similar rubbish. Mummy used to say, it's outrageous, making things like that ought to be banned. It was terribly authoritarian, really fascist, whereas we spoke up for everyone's right to have their own tastes. A very light meal, a vegetable dish and some cheese. In cooking, as in clothing and furnishing, they manifest the same refusal of pretension, of excess, the same sense of distinction. Without being a wine buff who can tell one year from another, Michel is something of an expert. His father-in-law, who has a huge cellar, has slowly initiated them. When they visit him, they drink Margaux 1926, amazing things that they don't stock in restaurants anymore. With colleagues, for example, I'm the one who chooses the wine. They can see I know what I'm doing. I don't go for some miserable Cahors, for example. I know it doesn't taste the same as a Saint Estèphe or a Saint Emilion. Hardly anyone knows how to choose wine, so as soon as you know a little bit about it, you look like someone who knows how to live. At home, they have a few magnums of Veuve Clicquot 1926 which they bought, good quality things. We drink some 2 or 3 times a month, and then there are the Christmas presents. If it's whiskey, we drink Chivas, we're rather demanding. They buy their claret direct from the producer at 15 or 18 francs a bottle, 40 francs in the shops, a very good wine. In the evening, when they are alone, they eat a very light meal, a vegetable dish and some cheese. They like to invite friends for escalopes à la crème, sauté de veau, curry, salmon that we buy occasionally. Michel is particularly partial to foie de canard fraise auxiliary raisins cooked in the coals, and confit d'oie. He has eaten in 30 of the 100 best restaurants in Paris listed in the Gault et Millau guide, often business lunches. I only paid for 10 of them. He also likes traditional French food, plain home cooking, in other words, but is not keen on little local restaurants or foreign dishes, Italian or Chinese cooking. Healthy exercise. Michel and Isabelle are members of a golf club. It's marvelous, but the people aren't. They're mostly gaga. In France it's always a certain type of people, whereas in Japan 30% of the population belong to a golf club. Their initial subscription cost them 10,000 francs, they no longer go, because of the children, but they have kept up their membership. Michel no longer plays tennis, it's very stressful. You have to keep moving all the time, running up to the net. It gives me backache. Golf is less hard on the muscles. Victims of fashion, everyone's talking about it this year, they are going to go cross-country skiing. They have also bought second-hand racing bicycles, and last summer they went for long rides. It's healthy exercise. When he was a student, Michel used to go to the TNP, Theatre National Populaire, in Aubervilliers, to see Gombrowes or Brecht, but he no longer goes. They have recently been to the Cartoucherie de Vincennes and the Paris Opera. They go to the cinema fairly often. They have a hi-fi system and a tape recorder. They listen to the classical record reviews on France Musique. Michel particularly likes Mozart, the Marriage of Figaro, Schubert quartets, Bach, and the Beethoven quartets. I haven't learned to appreciate purely modern stuff, Webern, and so on. Michel does not read many novels but intends to read Tony Tuvert. He likes books that are a bit stimulating. He read Rob Grillet's Legumes but couldn't get into it. He mainly reads anything in social studies, psychology, economics. Although executives and engineers have the monopoly of the means of symbolic appropriation of the cultural capital objectified in the form of instruments, machines, and so forth which are essential to the exercise of the power of economic capital over this equipment, and derive from their monopoly a real managerial power and relative privileges within the firm, the profits accruing from their cultural capital are at least partially appropriated by those who have power over this capital, i.e., those who possess the economic capital needed to ensure the concentration and utilization of cultural capital. It follows from this that their position in the dominant class is an ambiguous one which leads them to a highly ambivalent adherence both to the firm and to the social order. When making demands or rising in protest, they are actuated as much by their concern to maintain the legitimate distance, established by academic verdicts, between themselves and ordinary workers, or by meritocratic indignation at being treated like them, as by the sense of a real solidarity of condition, and, conversely, their anxious search for integration into the dominant class, either for themselves or for their children, always includes, to a greater or lesser extent, depending on the current state of their interests, an element of ambivalent resentment towards prizes they can neither completely possess nor completely ignore and refuse. Model executives. A rapid analysis of the executive opportunities advertised in Le Monde in the course of a single week, in July 1973, is sufficient to identify the set of characteristic features of the new breed of marketing-oriented managers required by the new forms of business organization. Whether product manager, sales engineer, these two terms are in English in the original text, deputy sales director, assistant financial manager or general sales manager, he must above all be a negotiator and a communicator, and be skilled in top-level contacts, able to act with diplomacy, adaptable to contacts at all levels, accustomed to contacts with senior civil servants, excellent negotiator, capacity for high-level contacts, top-level contacts and negotiation with banks, take charge of relations with government departments, represent the firm on national negotiating bodies, taste for contacts and motivation, taste for problem-solving and human relations, highly articulate. And in internal negotiations, which means, for a head of sales management, an ongoing coordination function between sales division and general management, for a chief buyer, this position entails full control of liaison between a marketing English in original department and a production unit. For a sales engineer, the negotiations he will have to conduct will require an understanding attitude and the creativity which his competence justifies, coordinator between clients, sales personnel, senior management, after-sales service, and manufacturing. A graduate of one of the new business schools, HEC, INSEAD, École Supérieure de Commerce, ESC, or Institut Supérieur d'Affaires, ISA, generally listed together, perhaps rounded off by a period of study in an American university. Endowed with the aptitudes and attitudes implied in working for multinational or strongly export-oriented firms, English absolutely indispensable, English vocabulary, marketing, merchandising, last two terms in English etc., and Anglicisms, opportunite etc. Having a taste for teamwork and a capacity for animating others, the substitute for authority, dynamic and adaptable. He must be prepared to join a team, to direct and motivate a staff of 20. Creative and dynamic, like the firm itself, which is rapidly expanding into the export field. Lead, animate, form a team, dynamism, drive, capacity for synthesis and teamwork. Young executive. Mobile, he must expect to travel frequently, particularly to the USA. A similar profile emerges from a typical report in L Expansion No. 64, June 1973, p. 139, entitled The New Rare Birds, on new executive positions that are well paid. For lack of applicants, a director of forward planning will always start at 70,000 to 80,000 francs a year, a management controller at between 60,000 and 90,000. There's a strong demand for internal auditors, recruited if possible from Pete Marwick, Arthur Andersen, or Price Waterhouse. A junior will pick up 70,000 to 80,000, a senior 110,000 to 120,000. The financial analyst still gets at least 60,000. The director of staff development has come up strongly, 45,000 to 70,000 last year, 50,000 to 80,000 this year. In the major banks there are even some at 110,000 to 130,000. Hypermarket shopping center managers have been moving up in the same way. This year, 5 challengers have broken away: the servicing manager, the hotel director, the merchandising in English manager. Within the marketing English plan, he endeavors to improve his product's position in the new distribution circuits. The basic merchandiser English goes round the hypermarket shelves trying to get the maximum display footage for his company's products. The business methods analyst, he analyzes the company's system and standards. Like auditors, his starting salary depends to a large extent on the practices he has been trained in, and the plant manager, the Anglo-American origin of this position means that the ideal candidate is one who has experience in a charter accounting firm. And what of the future? 2 new rare birds are on the horizon, the marketing auditor and the public relations auditor. The portrait of the modern manager, as drawn in 1973, seems to have changed recently, no doubt because the recession is creating conditions more favorable to the old style of management. There is again a demand for the leader of men, someone who, as an informant put it, can say no without explaining, and an increased demand for production specialists and sales managers trained on the ground, and also because the engineering schools have reacted to the rise of the management schools. For example, the creation of the Institute for the Sciences of Action at Polytechnique in 1977. According to a survey published in Le Nouvel Economist, November 8, 1976, which questioned the personnel directors of 5,000 companies, firms still look for open-mindedness, dynamism, capacity to adapt and relate, ability to synthesize and self-motivation, but they also insist on loyalty, at Saint-Gobain, and team spirit, BSN and L'Oréal. Some 49% said they attached importance to candidates' views on politics and trade unions, 33% said they did not, 18% did not reply. All these dispositions characteristic of the cadre category as a whole are perhaps most intensely developed among those, who, for lack of educational capital, or of the educational capital most valuable at a given moment, or of the social capital needed to invest it profitably, are relegated to the position of technicians, i.e., executants without economic, political, or cultural power. Bringing into the lower positions of the dominant class the petit bourgeois dispositions which have brought them to those positions, they are opposed in almost all respects to the young executives from the grandes écoles and often from bourgeois families, who occupy a large proportion of the new positions created in the private sector. 31. The dispersion of this fraction, a simple category of bureaucratic statistics, but also a movement of corporate defense which is affirmed in the representation it has and gives of itself, expresses the objective ambiguity of the position of the cadres, who are condemned to oscillate between collaboration and distance and therefore to be the object of annexation strategies which enable them to use their solidarity as a bargaining counter. It also stems from the fact that the term cadre is one of the titles which, as rewards attached to the occupation of a position, are important weapons and prizes in the games which are played in and on the gap between the nominal and the real. Although the opposition between the new positions, with the corresponding lifestyle, and the established positions does not exactly coincide with the opposition between the private sector and the public sector. It is mainly among the private sector executives that one finds the lifestyle characteristic of the new bourgeoisie. 32 And, although our survey only imperfectly captures the distinctive features of the new bourgeoisie. 33 It does register a set of slight but systematic oppositions between the public sector executives, more often originating from the working and lower classes, and closer to the engineers, and the private sector executives, younger, generally of higher social origin, often graduates of HEC or Sciences Po, and closer to the professions. Private sector executives buy slightly more often from antique dealers, choose Dali and Kandinsky rather than Vlaminck, Renoir, and Van Gogh, who are preferred by the private sector executives, choose the art of fugue and the concerto for the left hand rather than l'Arlésienne, La Traviata, the Twilight of the Gods, Incline Nacht Music and Scheherazade, Aznavour, Françoise Hardy and Brassens rather than Bicaud, Piaf and Jacques Brel, philosophical essays and poetry rather than travel, history and the classics. They describe the ideal friend as artistic and stylish rather than conscientious, bon vivant and level-headed, the ideal interior as studied, imaginative and warm, rather than sober, harmonious and discreet. In short, differing little with respect to strict cultural competence, knowledge of composers, private and public sector executives are clearly opposed in all the areas which depend on ethos. These differences would be even more marked did not each of the two categories contain a proportion of individuals whose characteristics are those dominant in the opposing category, graduates of the grandes écoles, of bourgeois origin, passing through high positions in the public sector and very close to polytechnician engineers and the professions, private sector executives from the working or middle classes, with low qualifications, who are very close to the public sector executives and ordinary engineers. But the new bourgeoisie is mainly characterized by its opposition to the old business bourgeoisie. Having achieved positions of power at an earlier age, more often being graduates, more often belonging to bigger, more modern firms, the private sector executives are distinguished from the industrial and commercial employers, a traditional bourgeoisie with its spa holidays, its receptions, and its society obligations, by a more modernist, younger lifestyle, certainly one that is more consistent with the new dominant definition of the dynamic manager, although the same opposition is found among the owner-employers. Thus, they much more often read the financial daily Les Echos, Penetration Index 126, Industrial Employers 91, and Economic Weeklies, 224, Industrial Employers 190, they seem less inclined to invest their capital in property, they much more often indulge in the sports that are at once smart, active, and often cybernetic, such as sailing, skiing, water skiing, and tennis, followed by riding and golf. They more often play parlor games that are both intellectual and smart, such as bridge and especially chess. Above all, they identify more fully with the role of the modern executive who is oriented towards the outside world, along with the public sector executives and the engineers. They have the highest rate of foreign travel, and is open to modern ideas, as shown by their very frequent attendance at professional conferences or seminars. A final, apparently minor but very significant index of this opposition may be seen in the fact that private sector executives far more often keep whiskey in the house, whereas the industrial and commercial employers remain most attached to champagne, the drink of tradition par excellence. 34. This combination of luxurious and intellectual properties, which seem incompatible because they are ordinarily associated with diametrically opposed positions in the dominant class, opposes the new business bourgeoisie both to the teachers and to the traditional industrialists, whose comfortable cars, hotel holidays, yachts and golf evoke ethical dispositions now regarded as rather vieux, old hat. But it is also opposed to the professions, and their somewhat different combination of luxury and culture, by a strong integration into economic life, seen in the reading of economic and financial publications, Les Echos, L'Expansion, Entreprise, and by an occupational activity which implies a modernistic, cosmopolitan lifestyle, with its frequent foreign business trips, by air, its business lunches and cocktails, its conferences and seminars. Business tourism. Reward seminars and prestige seminars, as they are called in the native language, are part of the range of hidden profits which modern firms offer their executives. Residential seminars, those which last longer than one day and take place away from company premises, provide business for one of the most flourishing industries. It is estimated that 25,000 such seminars were organized in 1973. They involve the hotel chains which specialize in business tourism, such as Novotel, Frantel, Sofitel, PLM, Meridian, Mercure, and Motellerie, the agencies, such as Semi-Notel, which promote a set of hotels specializing in seminars and conferences in exchange for 4% of turnover, consultancy firms, such as SIGIS or SEMA, and their social psychologists, who offer à la carte. See the SIGIS catalog with its 294 formats at rates ranging from 200 to 600 francs per day. Creativity. Seminars together with facilitators too. Your seminar is our business. Club Méditerranée. A seminarist confesses. The angelic smiles of the club hostesses, a smooth check-in, punctual take-off. Did I tell you we were going to Tunisia? It has to be said, the journey was most agreeable, and so was our welcome at the village. Gerbaladaus is a real little paradise. The groups from organize them. Seminarch is the invention of an INSEAD graduate who has turned the mountain resort of Les Arcs into a seminar center so as to keep it running during the 6 dead months of spring and autumn. The Economic Weekly in which this information was found explains that spring and fall are ideal times for executive meditation, Expansion, December 1973. The winter low season is reserved for updating reward seminars for successful sales teams, while the high season receives the prestige seminars of top management and big clients. Gilbert Trigano, president of Club Méditerranée, who can be regarded as an authority on these matters, says that in 20 years' time, the club will be providing 50% pseudo-conferences and 50% real holidays. Those who inquire into the causes of inflation would do well to take account, among other hidden factors, of the fact that businessmen, with their business tourism, their company gifts and their company cars, are good business for businessmen. Lyons and Brussels arrived soon after, on special charter flights, like us. There was just time to slip into something more suited to the weather, and then we were introduced to the program and the club. After which, off we went to the club's table of plenty, which, take it from a connoisseur, certainly deserves its name. Next thing, I was in Bermuda shorts. How else would you go water skiing? Next day we got down to work, just in the morning, and that was the pattern each day. And the facilities are excellent, an attractive, well-equipped conference room with all the audio-visual aids, individual microphones, and so on. The club scores again. Everyone responded to the atmosphere, and the debates and presentations were lively and positive. The rest of the time was taken up with excursions, concerts, sport, never compulsory, dolce far niente and shows, evening events and then, of course, the night club. And it was all rounded off with a gala farewell dinner. So there you are, a great seminar. And productive, too. Everyone works better in congenial surroundings, where they can really relax. Forgive me for preaching, but is there anything better than the club? Expansion, number 63, May 1973. I have met happy seminarists. If you're looking for the perfect venue for a successful conference or seminar, the place you want is Mont d'Arbois near Megève, Haute-Savoie, in the heart of the Mont Blanc Massif. There I met seminarists and conference goers who were tanned, relaxed, and happy to be there. They were there to work, of course, but in a setting that helped them unwind and relax at the same time. On the work side, the Mont d'Arbois Hotel meets the particular requirements of each firm. It's fully equipped with conference and committee rooms for groups from 20 to 200, audiovisual facilities, simultaneous translation booths. The arrangement is always made to measure. There is easy access by air, Mont d'Arbois is 90 minutes from Paris by air Alpes, by rail, night trains from Paris, and by road, a choice of routes. On the entertainment side, it's paradise. Depending on the time of year, you can ski in the heart of the fantastic Mont Blanc Massif or enjoy one of the most beautiful golf courses in France. Other facilities include tennis courts, an indoor swimming pool with a sauna and a gym. For the less energetic, there are delightful walks in outstanding countryside and the charming village of Megève with its many amenities. In the hotel itself, gala evenings are organized on request, with decorations, a band, and even visiting stars. At meal times, enjoy the impeccable cuisine and attentive service offered by this top-class hotel. And how much does it cost? The prices are actually very competitive, especially in September and December. Mr. Tommen or Mr. Ziegler at the Mont d'Arbois Hotel, telephone 5021-2503, will be glad to supply details to help you compare. One final point, it has been proved that altitude stimulates the mental faculties. Mont d'Arbois is at 1,300 meters. So everyone will be in top form. Enterprise, May 31, 1974, advertisement. In view of the decisive role of the reading of economic daily and weekly papers in defining the new bourgeoisie, it is important to recall that, according to a 1973 IFOP survey, 20% of the readers of Entreprise belong to firms employing more than 1,000 people, that 20% of them work in the chemical, aeronautical, automobile, engineering or electronics industries, although the corresponding firms numerically represent only 2.6% of French firms, and that only 6% of them work in construction or public works firms, whereas 13.5% of French firms are in this category, that there is a relatively high proportion of subscribers in financial establishments, services, and distribution, in contrast to commercial firms, hotels, cafes and restaurants, which represent a very high proportion of French firms, that, within their firms, 4.6% of the readers are company heads or directors, that 15% of them are sales executives, 12% administrators and only 10% involved in production. 35 It is also clear, CS6, that the readers of Entreprise, of L'Expansion, who would present similar, but no doubt still more accentuated, characteristics, and of Les Echos differ from the readers of other publications in that they enjoy talking about economics and business, they make frequent business trips within France and abroad, they use credit cards, they read foreign language journals and they have contemporary furniture, a very equivocal indicator, although one does observe elsewhere a systematic link between the new bourgeoisie and new urban areas, modern buildings, and modern furniture. Further features of this new bourgeoisie are indicated by the characteristics of the alumni of INSEAD, drawn to a large extent from the traditional patronate, owner-employer class, they have acquired in this Atlantic-oriented institution. The teaching is largely given in English by an international teaching staff often trained in the USA. The capacities needed to achieve a successful reconversion towards executive positions, especially in sales and administration, in multinational companies. Many of them U.S. based. These dynamic young executives read L'Expansion, 63.5%, L'Express, 53%, and Entreprise, 33%, followed by Le Nouvel Observateur, 22.5%, They Ski, 71.5%, Play Tennis, 58%, Go Sailing, 37%, and Riding, 23.5%. Their wives often work in the new occupations, 10% of those who work are journalists, 6% interpreters, 12% doctors or psychologists. They share the same cosmopolitan dispositions, 84% speak at least one foreign language, but remain more attached to the traditional forms of culture, 28% go to a museum or exhibition at least once a month. 36. The classification struggle which is waged initially within firms, a struggle for supremacy between production and publicity, between engineering and marketing, in which each category of managers seeks to advance its occupational interests by imposing a scale of values which sets at the top of the hierarchy the functions for which it feels itself best equipped, and all the similar struggles which are fought out within the dominant fraction of the dominant class, are inseparable from conflicts of values which involve the participants' whole worldviews and arts of living. 37 Because they oppose not only different sectional interests but different scholastic and occupational careers and, through them, different social recruitment areas and therefore ultimate differences in habitus. Thus, for example, the financial managers of the largest firms 38 who are almost all sciences Po or HEC graduates, who possess a large social capital, family connections, their respective old boy networks, often belong to clubs, are almost all in who's who and very often in the but mundane, the who's who of the French aristocracy, are no doubt opposed in every aspect of lifestyle to the research and development managers, who are generally engineering school graduates, are more often of working or middle class origin and have pastimes very similar to those of the teachers, mountaineering, walking etc. This means that changes in posts, and their occupants, are inevitably accompanied by a whole effort at symbolic restructuring aimed at winning recognition in representations and therefore by a permanent struggle between those who seek to impose the new system of classification and those who defend the old system. Taste is at the heart of these symbolic struggles, which go on at all times between the fractions of the dominant class and which would be less absolute, less total, if they were not based on the primary belief which binds each agent to his lifestyle. A materialist reduction of preferences to their economic and social conditions of production and to the social functions of the seemingly most disinterested practices must not obscure the fact that, in matters of culture, investments are not only economic but also psychological. Conflicts over art or the art of living, in which what is really at stake is the imposition of the dominant principle of domination within the dominant class or, to put it another way, the securing of the best conversion rate for the type of capital with which each group is best provided would not be so dramatic, as they are, for example, in debates over the school curriculum, if they did not involve the ultimate values of the person, a highly sublimated form of interests. The new bourgeoisie is the initiator of the ethical retooling required by the new economy from which it draws its power and profits, whose functioning depends as much on the production of needs and consumers as on the production of goods. The new logic of the economy rejects the ascetic ethic of production and accumulation, based on abstinence, sobriety, saving and calculation, in favor of a hedonistic morality of consumption, based on credit, spending, and enjoyment. This economy demands a social world which judges people by their capacity for consumption, their standard of living, their lifestyle, as much as by their capacity for production. It finds ardent spokesmen in the new bourgeoisie of the vendors of symbolic goods and services, the directors and executives of firms in tourism and journalism, publishing and the cinema, fashion and advertising, decoration and property development. Through their slyly imperative advice and the example of their consciously model lifestyle, the new tastemakers propose a morality which boils down to an art of consuming, spending and enjoying. Through injunctions masquerading as advice or warnings, they maintain, especially among women, the privileged consumer subjects and objects, the fear of not living up to the innumerable duties entailed by the liberated lifestyle, and the awareness of not possessing the dispositions needed to fulfill them, a new form of the sense of moral unworthiness. Composed of members of the dominant fractions who have reconvert to adapt to the new mode of profit appropriation, the new bourgeoisie is in the vanguard of the transformation of ethical dispositions and worldviews occurring within the bourgeoisie as a whole, which, as Table 22 shows, is itself in the vanguard of a general transformation of lifestyle which is particularly manifest in the division of labor between the sexes and the method of imposing domination. This is the fraction which imports, from the USA, the new mode of domination, based on velvet glove methods, at school, in church, or in industry, and on the relaxed lifestyle which starts by euphemizing all the manifestations of social distance, especially sartorial ones, and by studiously rejecting the aristocratic stiffness that tends to create distance. After so much historical work on the symbolism of power, it would be naive not to see that fashions in clothing and cosmetics are a basic element in the mode of domination. And the whole opposition between the vieux jeu and the nouveau jeu, between the old-style authoritarian industrialist and the modern manager, tuned into the latest techniques of business administration, public relations, and group dynamics, can be read in the opposition between the pot-bellied, pompous patron and the slim, sun-tanned cotter, who is as casual in his dress as in his manner, as relaxed at cocktail parties as in his relations with those he calls his social partners. Table 22 Class Fraction Variations in Moral Attitudes. A. Source: Institut Français d'Opinion Publique, IFOP. Dates of surveys as indicated. A. Italic figures indicate the strongest tendency in each row. B. In this survey, the employers were grouped with the senior executives and members of the professions. Bourgeois distinction is still defined, both in speech and bearing, by relaxation in tension, ease within restraint, a rare and highly improbable combination of antagonistic properties. Everything takes place as if what was at stake in the struggle between the old bourgeoisie and the new was the primacy given to one or the other of the contraries which distinction has to reconcile. Whereas the juniors of the dominant class and the new bourgeoisie denounce the uptight, stuffed shirt rigor of the old bourgeoisie and preach relaxation and a laid-back lifestyle, the old bourgeoisie condemns the sloppy lifestyle of the new bourgeoisie and calls for more restraint in language and morals. A sort of composite picture of the bodily hexus of the new bourgeoisie could be drawn from the portraits of the property development men presented by the magazine Enterprise, number 894, October 27, 1972. Here are two exemplary specimens: tall, slim, tanned W.S., age 32, with gray suit and horn-rimmed spectacles, law degree, a graduate of the Paris École Supérieure de Commerce, son of an industrialist, tells us he loves his work but makes time to play golf and tennis and read the occasional modern novel. Tall, slim, receding hairline, smiling JCA, 55, law degree, son of a Paris stock market financier, is as much at ease with his peers as when negotiating with ministers. He has not played poker for several years, but in his moments of leisure he liked to breathe on a golf course or play the organ. Thus, the ideal typical property developer originates from the big business bourgeoisie, has attended a major Paris lycée followed by higher education, loves art or classical music and goes in for at least one of the smart sports, often skiing, golf or tennis, but also riding, underwater fishing, sailing, hunting or flying as indicated by his athletic looks, his sun-tanned face, and negatively, by his slimness. As for his use of clothing, which, as I have shown in another study 39 is bound up with this relation to the body and the ethical dispositions it expresses, I need only quote an article in Le Figaro, December 1, 1975, which, after telling us that Antoine Ribaud, managing director of BSN, likes relaxed, sporty clothes and that Gilbert Trigano, Club Méditerranée, rarely wears a tie, confirms that clothing, like language or any other property, enters the quasi-conscious strategies of manipulation. A young French businessman told us, "I have three styles. When I go to Regional Development Council meetings, where I meet bankers and civil servants, I have to dress very correctly. For normal business, my clothes are fairly way out, because I work in furnishings, which is close to decoration. To visit factories, I clock in a leather jacket and a polo neck, italics mine. The objects are not there to fulfill a technical or even aesthetic function, but quite simply to symbolize that function and to solemnize it by their age, to which their patina bears witness. Being defined as the instruments of a ritual, they are never questioned as to their function or convenience. They are part of the taken for granted necessity to which their users must adapt themselves. In a bourgeois block, a resolutely modern, but not revolutionary, apartment, the home of Jean-Jacques Servan-Schreiber, as described by the magazine Maison et Jardin. Everything is subordinated to comfort and efficiency, the Servan-Schreiber bedroom. The silver-papered walls are lit by a battery of 3 spotlights. On either side of the bed, aeronautical-style hatches lead to the bathroom. As an ultimate refinement, a bedside switch operates the bathroom lights. Maison et Jardin, April 1970. The lifestyle of the new ethical avant-garde very directly expresses the asset structure which is the basis of its power and its conditions of existence. Executives in major national firms, public or private, a somewhat artificial distinction, at this level, or heads of large, modern, often multinational companies, they are not attached to a place like the proprietors of small local firms, local notables whose prestige is inseparable from a world of real interactions and personal representation. The new executives look to a center, their headquarters, for directives and promotion. A large part of their prestige and power derives from academic qualifications which are themselves national or international. They are much less dependent on local privilege and prestige, which are increasingly devalued as the economic and symbolic markets are unified, setting them in the national or international hierarchy. Convinced that they owe their position solely to their qualifications and to the technical and human competence, dynamism, competitive spirit, which they are believed to guarantee, imbued with the economic political culture taught in the political science institutes or business schools and with the modernistic economic and social worldview which is bound up with it and which they help to produce in their conferences, commissions and seminars, these cadres dynamics have abandoned the champagne of the Vieille France industrialists, and the whole view of the world, and of France in the world, which went with it, for the whiskey of American-style managers, the cult of literature, delegated to their wives, and economic news which they read in English. Being both the negation and the future of the old-style patrons, of whom they are often the heirs, and from whom they are only separated, in the end, by time, and therefore often by age which can make it seem like a question of generation in the ordinary sense they are the ones who transcend, the better to conserve. Not only the internal structure of the dominant fractions, but also the structure of the relations between the dominant and the dominated fractions tend to be profoundly changed when a growing proportion of the ruling fraction derives, if not its power, at least the legitimacy of its power from educational capital acquired in formally pure and perfect academic competition, rather than directly from economic capital. The new culture of the new masters of the economy, a rationalization of their worldview which tends to be ever more widely accepted as management science is developed within the discipline of economics, provides them with the sense of possessing an authority of intellectual right over the conduct of society. 40 Thus the opposition between the disinterested culture of the intellectual and the philistinism of the bourgeois, preoccupied with the mundane interests of his practice, gives way. And not only among the new bourgeoisie, to the opposition between the gratuitous, unrealistic culture of the intellectual and the economic or polytechnical culture of modern managers, which sees itself as action-oriented but irreducible to the triviality of mere practice. If old-style intellectuals continue to preserve an apparent monopoly over legitimate cultural practices, or at least over the definition of these practices, this is perhaps due to the inertia of the institutions of cultural production and diffusion, in particular, the educational system, and the hysteresis of habitus, which are continuously reinforced by the fact that literary and artistic culture remains the form par excellence of disinterested culture, and consequently the most legitimate of the marks of distinction from other classes, and also, no doubt, to the division of labor between the sexes, which confines women to the privilege of judging taste and the tasks of maintaining cultural capital in its traditional form, reserving the new culture, turned towards action, business, and power, for men. This only confirms the tendency of the ruling fractions to conceive the opposition between the man of action and the intellectual as a variant of the opposition between male and female. Temporal and spiritual powers. The different forms of capital, the possession of which defines class membership and the distribution of which determines position in the power relations constituting the field of power and also determines the strategies available for use in these struggles. Birth, fortune, and talent in a past age, now economic capital and educational capital are simultaneously instruments of power and stakes in the struggle for power. They are unequally powerful in real terms and unequally recognized as legitimate principles of authority or signs of distinction, at different moments and, of course, by the different fractions. The definition of the hierarchy between the fractions, or, which amounts to the same thing, the definition of the legitimate hierarchizing principles, i.e., the legitimate instruments and stakes of struggle, is itself a stake in struggles between the fractions. 41. Because those who take part in a game agree on the stakes, at least sufficiently to fight for them, one may choose to emphasize either the complicities which unite them in hostility or the hostilities which separate them in complicity. One only needs to consider, for example, the highly ambivalent relations between artists and the patrons of art, who, at least in the 19th century, are often also patrons of business. The latter respond with a sort of paternalistic patronage to the symbolic provocations of the artists, in the name of a not so unrealistic image of what the producers of cultural goods really are, that is, deviant children of the bourgeoisie or poor relations forced into alternative trajectories. The patrons may even find a pretext for their exploitation of the artists in their conspicuous concern to protect them from the consequence of their idealism and their lack of practical sense. 42. For their part, intellectuals, and especially artists, may find in the structural homology between the relationship of the dominated classes to the dominant class and the relationship of the dominated fractions to the dominant fractions the basis of a felt and sometimes real solidarity with the dominated classes. At the same time they are able to play on the symbolic license which the bourgeois are in a sense obliged to grant them, if only because they are obliged to recognize the supreme affirmation of their spiritual point of honor in the negation of popular materialism implied in the artistic negation of bourgeois materialism. Those who occupy the temporally dominant position within the dominant class are in fact placed in a contradictory situation, which inclines them to maintain an ambivalent relationship with cultural goods and those who produce them. Castigated by the intellectuals and artists for Philistine materialism and anti-intellectual machismo, when they define themselves in relation to the dominated classes they have to invoke the very terms used against them by the intellectuals and artists. And they cannot be entirely satisfied with the solution offered by their intellectuals and their artists, i.e., the intellectuals and artists who occupy within the field of cultural production a temporally and temporarily dominant position, homologous to their own position in the dominant class, the very relationship to temporal power and to the associated profits which defines the bourgeois intellectual or artist compromises the disinterestedness which, even in the eyes of the dominant fraction, specifically defines intellectuals and artists. Intellectuals and artists are so situated in social space that they have a particular interest in disinterestedness and in all the values that are universal and universally recognized as highest, the more so the closer they are to the dominated pole of the field of cultural production. The ideological strategies they use to discredit the activities of the opposing fraction in the space of the dominant class, of which the left bank critics' remarks about right bank theater give a fair idea, owe their quasi-automatic perfection to the fact that, given the chiastic structure of the distribution of the different sorts of capital, whereby the first in one order are likely to be the last in another, they only have to make a virtue of necessity in order to discredit as arbitrary the virtues corresponding to other necessities. The hope of an apocalyptic reversal of the temporal hierarchies which arises from the lived experience of the scandalous disparity between the hierarchy of temporal greatness and the hierarchy of spiritual greatness impresses itself as a practical self-evidence on cultural producers, especially those whose position in the field of cultural production is homologous to the position of cultural producers as a whole in the field of the dominant class. Because they are opposed to those producers who offer products directly adjusted to the dominant taste and who are therefore temporally most recognized, just as the whole group of cultural producers is opposed to the dominant fractions, those writers and artists who are temporally and temporarily dominated, because their products must produce their own markets, are the predestined bearers of the eschatological hopes which, insofar as they support their inner worldly asceticism and their sense of mission, are the true opium of the intellectuals. The analogy with religion is not artificial, in each case the most indubitable transcendence with respect to strictly temporal interests springs from the imminence of struggles of interest. 6. Cultural goodwill. The members of the different social classes differ not so much in the extent to which they acknowledge culture as in the extent to which they know it. Declarations of indifference are exceptional, and hostile rejection even rarer, at least in the legitimacy-imposing situation set up by a cultural questionnaire reminiscent of an examination. One of the surest indications of the recognition of legitimacy is the tendency of the most deprived respondents to disguise their ignorance or indifference and to pay homage to the cultural legitimacy which the interviewer possesses in their eyes, by selecting from their cultural baggage the items which seem to them closest to the legitimate definition, for example, works of so-called light music, Viennese waltzes, Ravel's bolero, or some great name, more or less timidly pronounced. Point 1. Recognition of legitimate works or practices always asserts itself in the end, at least in the relationship with the interviewer, who, because of the dissymmetry of the survey situation and his social position, is invested with an authority which encourages the imposition of legitimacy. It may take the form of a simple profession of faith, I like it, a declaration of good intentions, I wish I knew it, or a confession of indifference, I'm not interested in that, which in fact attributes the lack of interest to the speaker rather than the object. Picasso, or even the Picasso, a generic term covering all forms of modern art, especially what is actually known of it, i.e., a certain style of decoration, incurs the only explicit denunciations as if the impossible refusal of the dominant culture could only be confessed in the guise of an objection limited to what is seen as its weakest point. The imposition of legitimacy in the course of the survey is such that, if one is not careful, one may, as many cultural surveys have done, produce declarations of principle which correspond to no real practice. Thus, in one survey on theater going, 74% of the respondents with only primary schooling endorse ready-made judgments such as theater elevates the mind, and speak enthusiastically of the positive, educational, and intellectual virtues of the theater, as opposed to the cinema, a mere pastime, facile, factitious and even vulgar. However artificial, these declarations have a kernel of reality, and it is no accident that it is the culturally most deprived, the oldest, those furthest from Paris, in short those least likely really to go to the theater, who most often acknowledge that the theater elevates the mind. It would be equally mistaken either to take these extorted credos at face value, as so many well-meaning cultural evangelists have done, or to ignore them. They give an idea of the power to impose which cultural capital and cultural institutions can exert, far beyond the specifically cultural sphere. One finds, for example, that literary institutions are most recognized by those furthest from them, those who are therefore least likely really to conform to the standards they impose and guarantee, see Table 23. While the propensity and capacity to form opinions on book prizes vary with reading and with knowledge of the prizes, a good number of those who do not read books, especially not prize-winning books, and who have no knowledge of literary prizes, nonetheless state an opinion about them, and on the whole a favorable one. Example for question 5, 54% of those questioned and 67% of those answering. This acknowledgement without knowledge is increasingly frequent as one moves down the social hierarchy, as is shown by the widening gap between the proportion who buy neither prize books nor any books and the proportion who express no opinion on prizes or juries. Similarly, the proportion of opinions explicitly affirming the legitimacy of the prizes increases as one moves down the hierarchy by occupation and education, columns 4b and 5b, variations which cannot be attributed to a direct imposition of legitimacy by the question itself, since question 4, which offers a negative view, varies in the same way and only receives fewer answers than question 5, no doubt because it more clearly appears as appealing to competence and presupposing specific knowledge of the literary world. Knowledge and recognition. The whole relationship of the petite bourgeoisie to culture can in a sense be deduced from the considerable gap between knowledge and recognition, the source of the cultural goodwill which takes different forms depending on the degree of familiarity with legitimate culture, that is, on social origin and the associated mode of cultural acquisition. The rising petite bourgeoisie invests its good intentions in the minor forms of the legitimate cultural goods and practices, monuments and chateaux, as opposed to museums and art collections, journals of popularized science or history, photography, film, or jazz culture, just as it deploys prodigious energy and ingenuity in living beyond its means. In the home this is done by devising nooks and corners, the kitchen corners, dining areas, bedroom corners etc. recommended by the women's magazines, intended to multiply the rooms, or the space-saving ideas designed to enlarge them, storage areas, movable partitions, bed sets etc., not to mention all the forms of imitation and all the things that can be made to look like something they are not, so many ways in which the petit bourgeois makes his home and himself look bigger than they are. Table 23 Opinions on Literary Prizes, by Class Fraction, Percent, 1969. Source, IFOP, Attitudes de Français à l'égard de prix littéraires, November 1969. A. Since these data are only meaningful when the complete system of relationships has been constructed, this table endeavors to present synoptically all the pertinent facts derived from a series of questions on literary prizes. 1. Have you ever bought a book after it had won a literary prize? 2. In the last year, have you bought any general books for adults, i.e., apart from textbooks or children's books? 3. A certain number of literary prizes are awarded each year. Can you name any of these awards, or at least the most important ones? 4. What do you think of this statement, the way the major prizes are decided is often suspect? 5. What do you think of this statement, the major prizes are generally awarded to very good books? Cultural goodwill is expressed, inter alia, in a particularly frequent choice of the most unconditional testimonies of cultural docility, the choice of well-bred friends, a taste for educational or instructive entertainments, often combined with a sense of unworthiness. Paintings are nice but difficult, commensurate with the respect that is accorded. The petit bourgeois is filled with reverence for culture. One thinks of Juna Barnes's character, Felix too, who, as Joseph Frank points out, shares with Leopold Bloom, that other wandering Jew of modern literature, a vain striving for integration into a culture to which he is essentially alien. 3. Jewish and petit bourgeois, and therefore doubly excluded, doubly anxious to be included, he bows, just in case, to everything which looks as if it might be culture and uncritically venerates the aristocratic traditions of the past. This pure but empty goodwill which, for lack of the guidelines or principles needed to apply it, does not know which way to turn, exposes the petit bourgeois to cultural allodoxia, that is, all the mistaken identifications and false recognitions which betray the gap between acknowledgement and knowledge. Allodoxia, the heterodoxy experienced as if it were orthodoxy that is engendered by this undifferentiated reverence, in which avidity combines with anxiety, leads the petit bourgeois to take light opera for serious music, popularization for science, an imitation for the genuine article, and to find in this at once worried and overassured false recognition the source of a satisfaction which still owes something to the sense of distinction. 4. This middlebrow culture, culture moyenne, owes some of its charm, in the eyes of the middle classes who are its main consumers, to the references to legitimate culture it contains and which encourage and justify confusion of the two accessible versions of avant-garde experiments or accessible works which pass for avant-garde experiments, film adaptations of classic drama and literature, popular arrangements of classical music or orchestral versions of popular tunes, vocal interpretations of classics in a style evocative of scout choruses or angelic choirs, in short, everything that goes to make up quality weeklies and quality shows, which are entirely organized to give the impression of bringing legitimate culture within the reach of all, by combining two normally exclusive characteristics, immediate accessibility and the outward signs of cultural legitimacy. Unlike legitimate, i.e., scholastic, popularization, which overtly proclaims its pedagogic objectives and can therefore unashamedly reveal the means it uses to lower the transmission level, ordinary popularization cannot, by definition, admit to being what it is, and the imposture it presupposes would necessarily fail if it could not rely on the complicity of the consumers. This complicity is guaranteed in advance since, in culture as elsewhere, the consumption of imitations is a kind of unconscious bluff which chiefly deceives the blufferer, Who has most interest in taking the copy for the original, like the purchasers of seconds, rejects, cut price or second-hand goods, who need to convince themselves that it's cheaper and creates the same effect. Point 5. For today's career woman, entertaining means planning. Because, for her, entertaining means getting home just in time to arrange the flowers, check the table setting or slip into some new clothes before the first ring of the doorbell. Setting aside all thoughts of her working life, the busy career woman turns back into a smiling, attentive hostess. To bring it off, a welcoming apartment full of flowers, service appropriate to the style of the occasion, good cheer with nothing left out, from the first cigarette to the farewell glass. The woman who spends her life away from home must make up for her absence by possessing the talents of a domestic science consultant. Above all, her home must not give the impression of being a place she just passes through, but look like a comfortable, refined retreat, as lively as her own personality. She considers herself the first guest in her home. And as she hasn't much time to give to it, she wants it always to be ready to receive people, even when she's out all day long or goes off on long journeys. Result, a cozy, warm, congenial apartment which testifies to her presence and her preferences. If she has a favorite color, the decor makes it no secret. If she travels a lot, every homecoming brings some improvement. If she loves painting or reading, the walls and shelves proclaim her tastes. Through her home, a woman whose job often requires her to adapt to other people's opinions, rediscovers the very feminine pleasure of saying, "What I like is." How does she entertain? That, of course, depends on the layout of her home, whether she has a dining room or a fixed or fold-away dining bar. That, plus her domestic potential, will decide whether she'll give dinner parties in the traditional style or offer an elegant, humorous ready-to-serve or self-service buffet. As for the cooking, the work is often remote-controlled, notebook in hand, with everything planned in advance. She knows all the time-saving advantages of modern techniques. She has a well-rehearsed repertoire of dishes that can be prepared the night before. She's expert at using the services of a caterer without depersonalizing her menus. That's how today's career woman, a strategist of hospitality, combines charm with efficiency to give the illusion of being 100% devoted to her home. An up-to-the-minute welcome. Here, the working woman has worked for herself. The creator of the decor is none other than Françoise, designer and interior decorator. She lives in a 3-room apartment overlooking the Seine, and entertains in a big living room, divided into 2 parts, the salon and the salon dining room. A simple arrangement but without severity, and it shows that peculiarly feminine gift of drawing attention to a detail without insisting. A lacquer partition can be drawn across to separate the reception area from the dining area. On either side, the walls are upholstered with light mustard yellow fabric, the carpet is olive green, the curtains white natural silk and the ceiling white. In the part-time dining room, in front of a white sofa she pulls out a white lacquer table with a matte chrome support, and folding white leather chairs by Maguire. When folded back, the table becomes a console, the perfect dining room piece with its white side chairs. In the main living room the comfort is more emphatic, dominated by the big corner sofa in velvet calfskin. In front of it stands a simple green lacquer coffee table with steel trimmings. Hostess in Paris. Susan Train, a journalist with Vogue and a great traveler, has made her home on the left bank, in a quiet 3-room apartment in a modern block. Her experience of beauty gives her decoration a virtuosity in the play of colors and materials, in successful contrasts of style. It's all done with subtlety and a classically elegant taste. Although Susan entertains in a relaxed way, she has set aside a little dining room, to avoid the discomfort of buffets or coffee table picnics. So, even with no one to help with the serving, she can shut the door on it after the meal and forget the mess. During the meal, she uses a wicker basket to stack the dirty plates and cutlery. The first course is served in advance and the rest of the meal is ready on a trolley with dish warmers. Simplified but refined menus, for, being American and a globe-trotter, she collects delicious recipes and exotic ideas wherever she goes. Maison et Jardin, April 1970. Although they are situated at very different points in the space of the middle classes, the producers and consumers of middlebrow culture share the same fundamental relationship to legitimate culture and to its exclusive possessors, so that their interests are attuned to each other as if by a pre-established harmony. Faced with the double competition of the producers, auctories, and the legitimate reproducers, lectors, against whom they would have no chance if they did not have the specific power given by control over the mass media, the new cultural intermediaries, the most typical of whom are the producers of cultural programs on TV and radio or the critics of quality newspapers and magazines and all the writer-journalists and journalist-writers, have invented a whole series of genres halfway between legitimate culture and mass production, letters, essays, eyewitness accounts. Assigning themselves the impossible, and therefore unassailable, role of divulging legitimate culture in which they resemble the legitimate popularizers without possessing the specific competence of the legitimate simplifiers, they have to make themselves, as Kant puts it, the apes of genius and seek a substitute for the charismatic auctoritas of the auctor and the lofty freedom in which it asserts itself, in an arty offhandedness, seen for example in the casual facility of their style, and in a conspicuous refusal of the heavy didacticism and grey, impersonal, tedious pedantry which are the counterpart or external sign of institutional competence, and all this must be done while living in the unease of the inherently contradictory role of a presenter devoid of intrinsic value. The partial revolutions in the hierarchies which the intermediaries' low position in the field of intellectual production and their ambivalent relation to the intellectual or scientific authorities encourage them to carry out, such as canonization of not yet legitimate arts or of minor, marginal forms of legitimate art, combined with the effects of the allodoxia resulting from their distance from the center of cultural values to produce, through the mixture of genres, styles, and levels, those objectified images of petit bourgeois culture, juxtaposing easy or old-fashioned, i.e., devalued, legitimate products with the most ambitious products of the field of mass production, anthologies of poetic songs, wide circulation intellectual weeklies bringing together would-be authoritative popularizers and self-popularizing authorities, television programs uniting jazz and symphonic extracts, music hall and chamber music, string quartets and gypsy orchestras, violinists and fiddlers, bel canto and cantata, prima donnas and songsters, the pas de deux from Swan Lake and Rossini's Cat Duet. Nothing could be less subversive than these controlled transgressions, which are inspired by a concern to rehabilitate and ennoble when they are not simply the expression of a misplaced recognition of the hierarchies, as anarchic as it is eager. The petit bourgeois spectators know they have no need to be alarmed, they can recognize the guarantees of quality offered by their moderately revolutionary tastemakers, who surround themselves with all the institutional signs of cultural authority: academician contributors to painless history magazines, Sorbonne professors debating on TV, menuins gracing quality variety shows. 6 Middlebrow culture is resolutely against vulgarity. Uncertain of their classifications, divided between the tastes they incline to and the tastes they aspire to, the petit bourgeois are condemned to disparate choices, which the new petite bourgeoisie, with its concern to rehabilitate folklore and exotic music, actively pursues, and this is seen as much in their preferences in music or painting as in their everyday choices. 7 In radio programs, they combine a taste for light music with an interest in cultural programs, two classes of goods, which, at the two ends of the social space, are mutually exclusive. Manual workers almost exclusively listen to culturally heterodox programs, and the dominant class fractions closest to the intellectual pole, senior executives and members of the professions, rank their preferences in accordance with the established hierarchy of legitimacy, if one takes account of the unequally devaluing effect of broadcasting. The petits bourgeois also distinguish themselves from the other categories by the importance they give to the minor forms of legitimate culture, like light opera, or to the substitutes for legitimate practices, such as radio plays, science programs or poetry readings. This is, of course, the category which contains most of the keen photographers, jazz and cinema specialists, and its members are, relatively, much better informed about film directors than composers. Similarly, in the most legitimate arts, their preferences go with particular frequency to accessible, moyenne, or déclassé works, Buffet or Vlaminck, Scheherazade, Rhapsody in Blue, La Traviata, l'Arlésienne or the Sabre Dance. A very modest nurse. Madame B, whose parents had a small farm in the department of the Lot, is 48. She has worked at the St. Louis Hospital in Paris for almost 20 years. She used to love school and would have liked to become a teacher, but had to leave a year after her CEP because her parents couldn't afford to keep her. Divorced at 28, with 2 children, she had to take a job in a hospital. While working, she studied to become a nurse. Her son, aged 26, is married. Her daughter, aged 20, a biology student, lives with her. Madame B, who loves children, is horrified by large families, a lot of worry. I'm always shocked when I see a mistake. She very much regrets not having a higher level of education. I make do with what I've got, but I wish I knew more. It's very important to be educated. Education starts with knowing the rules of grammar and spelling. The girls who work with me don't speak properly, they make words feminine when they're masculine and vice versa, which proves they've no notion of grammar. It just shows you how primitive they are. I'm always shocked when I see a mistake. Yesterday someone had written examens amener with ER. I'd be really ashamed if I made mistakes as obvious as that. Personally I would have written a porties, but at a pinch. I'd say amener a child, but a porter a test. I hate pretentious people. She likes simple, unpretentious people. I hate pretentious people. I can't stand people who don't know how to behave. People who don't say good morning, and then just stride in without so much as a by your leave. And why? Because perhaps you're not up to their level. I don't like being trodden on by superiors. She respects the people below her. She also detests people who are dirty. I think that even if you're not rich, at least you can be poor and clean. I see patients coming in with dirty feet, it's disgusting. Why don't they go to the public baths? It's very modest. Her flat is very modest, 2 rooms plus kitchen. She lives in one room, her daughter in the other. There is no dining room. It's very modest. There's no washing machine, because I don't like washing machines. I do my washing by hand. I haven't got many clothes to wash anyway, and then I wash things in the boiler. I find that gets them very clean. Anyway, you can't get the same temperature in a washing machine. I've got my fridge, my cooking stove with oven. I paid cash for them. I'm not keen on hire purchase, installment buying. For big things, yes, a dining room suite or a bedroom, then I might get them on credit, but for a little cook stove, or a washing machine or a fridge, I don't think it's necessary. I like things to be tidy. In her room, a wardrobe bought from the Samaritain department store for 700 francs, a table from a small local shop, a small bench. I'm very comfortable here, it suits me fine, it's very modest. On the walls are a few family photos. The trinkets and souvenirs she has been given are put away in a box. They take up a lot of room, clutter the place up. I like things to be tidy. Of course, if you've got a glass case, you can put knickknacks inside it, they're out of the way and don't get dusty. Classic clothes, little suits, little cotton dresses. In her choice of clothes, the same sobriety, the same concern for propriety. There isn't a vast amount of money to throw around. You just have to be able to budget properly, that's what counts. She cannot see herself strolling around in jeans, considering that more suitable for her daughter, but wears classic clothes, little suits, little cotton dresses. Right now, I have a navy blue skirt from Gerard Pasquire, a little shop in the suburbs which does some famous names, Cacharel, and so on. I really feel comfortable in it, more than with those flared skirts they make. She goes to the hairdressers every week. It's a relaxation, Certainly. I love having my hair done. A set takes no time at all. There's a nice calm atmosphere. I read a quiet magazine, Things on Fashion. She does not buy magazines, because they are full of advertisements, they're expensive and there's not much in them. The television is in her daughter's room, she does not often watch, except to pass the time or to relax, with variety shows and especially singers. In fact, she hasn't really got time. I'd rather have hours of sleep, for example, than eat a lot. Mostly she eats grilled meat, salads, fruit. I find that it's better for my constitution. I need my 8 hours sleep. She has not been to the cinema for 2 or 3 years. The last time I saw a film, I don't remember the names, it was a story about doctors. She listens to the radio, mainly France Inter. For the music, she likes Frédéric François. I find that his songs, the words are very meaningful, some of them. Enrico Macias is quite good, he's modern, I find his songs are very nostalgic. I like Hugues Aufray, his songs are terrific, he's got an amazing philosophy. What I like in songs is words that mean something, mainly I listen to the words. For her summer holiday she rents a small flat or villa at the seaside, Hendaye, Arcachon, Les Sables d'Olonne on the Atlantic coast. She rests, goes to the beach a little bit, plays a bit of miniature golf, does a little bit of knitting but not a vast amount when it's hot, doesn't do much. An interview with another nurse, younger and better qualified, is presented later in this chapter. A comparison of the two will show in a very concrete way that the oppositions between age groups which divide a number of occupations in fact correspond to differences in scholastic generation and social trajectory, and consequently in lifestyle. It is not difficult to find in these works the properties which, at a given moment, predispose them to the treatment they receive from the new cultural intermediaries and their petit bourgeois audience, when they are not specially produced for this use. But it would be a mistake to locate in the works which enter into middlebrow culture at a given moment the properties conferred on them by a particular form of consumption. As is shown by the fact that the same object which is today typically middlebrow average, moyenne, may yesterday have figured in the most refined constellations of tastes and may be put back there at any moment by one of those taste makers' coups which are capable of rehabilitating the most discredited object. The notion of an average culture, culture moyenne, is as fictitious as that of an average, universally acceptable language. What makes middlebrow culture is the middle-class relation to culture, mistaken identity, misplaced belief, allodoxia. Equally, one must avoid treating this objectively and subjectively unhappy relation in substantialist fashion, although it always betrays itself, in the eyes of the dominant, by the most incontestable and objective indices of a manner and mode of acquisition, such as, nowadays, the typically record shop air of certain systems of musical preferences. What makes the petit bourgeois relation to culture and its capacity to make middlebrow whatever it touches, just as the legitimate gaze saves whatever it lights upon, is not its nature but the very position of the petit bourgeois in social space, the social nature of the petit bourgeois, which is constantly impressed on the petit bourgeois himself, determining his relation to legitimate culture and his avid but anxious, naive but serious way of clutching at it. It is, quite simply, the fact that legitimate culture is not made for him, and is often made against him, so that he is not made for it, and that it ceases to be what it is as soon as he appropriates it, as would happen tomorrow to the melodies of Four or Deux Park if the development of suburban and provincial conservatoires caused them to be sung, well or badly, in petit bourgeois living rooms. Education and the autodidact. The relation to culture characteristic of those fractions of the petite bourgeoisie whose position is based on possession of a small cultural capital accumulated at least partly through autodidacticism can only be understood in the context of the effects produced by the mere existence of an educational system offering, very unequally, the possibility of learning by institutionalized stages in accordance with standardized levels and syllabuses. The correspondence between the hierarchy of knowledge and the hierarchy of certificates means, for example, that possession of the highest educational qualifications is assumed, by implication, to guarantee possession of all the knowledge guaranteed by all the lower qualifications. Similarly, two individuals doing the same job and endowed with the same useful competences, i.e., those directly necessary for doing the job, but holding different qualifications, are likely to be separated by a difference in status, and also, of course, in pay, the justification for this being the idea that only the competence certified by the higher qualifications can guarantee possession of the basic knowledge which underlies all practical know-how. So it presents no paradox to see the autodidact's relation to culture, and the autodidact himself, as products of the educational system, the sole agency empowered to transmit the hierarchical body of aptitudes and knowledge which constitutes legitimate culture, and to consecrate arrival at a given level of initiation, by means of examinations and certificates. 8 Because he has not acquired his culture in the legitimate order established by the educational system, the autodidact constantly betrays, by his very anxiety about the right classification, the arbitrariness of his classifications and therefore of his knowledge, a collection of unstrung pearls, accumulated in the course of an uncharted exploration, unchecked by the institutionalized, standardized stages and obstacles, the curricula and progressions which make scholastic culture a ranked and ranking set of interdependent levels and forms of knowledge. 9 The absences, lacunae and arbitrary classifications of the autodidact's culture only exist in relation to a scholastic culture which has the power to induce misrecognition of its arbitrariness and recognition of a necessity which includes its lacunae. The apparent heterogeneity of his preferences, his confusion of genres and ranks, operetta and opera, popularization and science, the unpredictability of his ignorance and knowledge, with no other connections than the sequence of biographical accidents, all stem from the particularities of a heretical mode of acquisition. For lack of that sense of cultural investment which only needs external signs like the name of the publisher, the director, or the venue to pick out a top-quality cultural offering, just as it reads the quality of other products from the guarantees implied in certain trademarks or shops, the petit bourgeois, always liable to know too much or too little, like the heroes of TV quiz games whose misplaced erudition makes them ridiculous in cultivated eyes, is condemned endlessly to amass disparate, often devalued information which is to legitimate knowledge as his stamp collection is to an art collection, a miniature culture. But above all, the autodidact, a victim by default of the effects of educational entitlement, is ignorant of the right to be ignorant that is conferred by certificates of knowledge, and it would no doubt be futile to seek elsewhere than in the manner in which it is affirmed the difference between the forced eclecticism of this culture, picked up in the course of unguided reading and accidental encounters, and the elective eclecticism of aesthetes who use the mixing of genres and the subversion of hierarchies as an opportunity to manifest their all-powerful aesthetic disposition. One only has to think of the Camus of the Rebel, that breviary of edifying philosophy having no other unity than the egoistic melancholy which befits an intellectual adolescence and infallibly wins a reputation for beauty of soul, or the Malraux of the Voices of Silence, which envelopes a cultural patchwork with Spenglerian metaphysical bric-a-brac, imperturbably associating the most contradictory intuitions, hasty borrowings from Schlosser or worrying rhetorically exalted platitudes, purely incantatory litanies of proper names and insights which are called brilliant because they are not even false. 10 In fact, but who will say so, since those who could will not, if they even still know it, because so much of themselves is at stake, and those who would have an interest in saying so don't know it. Nothing truly separates that other materialized image of petit bourgeois culture, Postman Cheval's ideal palace, a ramshackle fairyland straight out of the engravings of La Vallée de Chaumières. 11 With its labyrinths and galleries, grottos and waterfalls, Inais and Veleta the Druidess, the Saracen tomb and the medieval castle, the Virgin Mary's grotto and the Hindu temple, the Swiss chalet, the White House and the Algiers mosque, from the tawdry pathos of Malraux when he marshals in a single sentence the innumerable laughter of the waves, and the horsemen of the Parthenon, Rubens's Kermesse and Khmer sculpture, Sung painting and the dance of Shiva, the Romanesque tympanum and Antigone's immortal cry, all in the name of communion with the cosmos. 12 Nothing, except the loftiness of the references and, above all, the arrogance, the complacency, the insolence, in a word, the self-assurance, the certainty of having which is grounded in the certainty of having always had, as if by an immemorial gift, and which is the exact opposite of the naivete, innocence, humility, seriousness which betray illegitimacy. If there be more stubborn than I, let him set to work. To a valiant heart, nothing is impossible. On the field of toil I await my better. These avowals of pure love of work for work's sake are of course not by Malraux. 13. Here, no doubt, one touches on the principle of the opposition between all rising classes, the bourgeoisie in an earlier period, now the petite bourgeoisie, and the established classes, the aristocracy or bourgeoisie. On the one hand, thrift, acquisition, accumulation, an appetite for possession inseparable from permanent anxiety about property, especially about women, the object of a tyrannical jealousy which is the effect of insecurity; on the other, not only the ostentation, big spending, and generosity which are some of the conditions for the reproduction of social capital, but also the self-assurance which is manifested, in particular, in aristocratic gallantry and elegant liberalism, forbidding the jealousy which treats the loved object as a possession. 14 As if the essential privilege conferred on the possessors of inherited wealth were freedom from the insecurity which haunts self-made men, Harpagon as much as Arnold. 15 Who are perhaps too aware that property is theft not to fear the theft of their property. The stockpiling avidity which is the root of every great accumulation of culture is too visible in the perversion of the jazz freak or cinema buff who carries to the extreme, i.e., to absurdity, what is implied in the legitimate definition of cultivated contemplation, and replaces consumption of the work with consumption of the circumstantial information, credits, exact composition of the band, recording dates etc., or in the acquisitive intensity of all collectors of inexhaustible knowledge on socially minuscule subjects. In his symbolic class struggle with the certified holders of cultural competence, the pretentious challenger nurse against doctor, technician against engineer, promoted executive against business school graduate is likely to see his knowledge and techniques devalued as too narrowly subordinated to practical goals, too self-interested, too marked, in their style, by the haste of their acquisition, in favor of more fundamental and also more gratuitous knowledge. In a whole host of markets, from the major state examinations to editorial boards, from job interviews to garden parties, the cultural productions of the petit bourgeois habitus are subtly discredited because they recall their acquisition in matters in which, more than anywhere else, the important thing is to know without ever having learned, and because the seriousness with which they are offered reveals the ethical dispositions from which they flow, which are the antithesis of the legitimate relation to culture. The petits bourgeois do not know how to play the game of culture as a game. They take culture too seriously to go in for bluff or imposture or even for the distance and casualness which show true familiarity, too seriously to escape permanent fear of ignorance or blunders, or to sidestep tests by responding with the indifference of those who are not competing or the serene detachment of those who feel entitled to confess or even flaunt their lacunae. Identifying culture with knowledge, they think that the cultivated man is one who possesses an immense fund of knowledge and refuse to believe him when he professes, in one of those impious jests allowed to a cardinal, who can take liberties with the faith forbidden to the parish priest, that, brought down to its simplest and most sublime expression, it amounts to a relation to culture. Culture is what remains when you've forgotten everything. Point 16 Making culture a matter of life and death. Truth and falsehood, they cannot suspect the irresponsible self-assurance, the insolent offhandedness and even the hidden dishonesty presupposed by the merest page of an inspired essay on philosophy, art, or literature. Self-made men, they cannot have the familiar relation to culture which authorizes the liberties and audacities of those who are linked to it by birth, that is, by nature and essence. Slope and thrust. The dispositions manifested in the relation to culture, such as the concern for conformity which induces an anxious quest for authorities and models of conduct and leads to a choice of sure and certified products, such as classics and prize winners, or in the relation to language, with the tendency to hypercorrection, of elegance which overshoots the mark for fear of falling short and pounces on linguistic incorrectness, in oneself and others, as it does elsewhere with moral incorrectness, are the very same ones which are manifested in relation to ethics, with an almost insatiable thirst for rules of conduct which subjects the whole of life to rigorous discipline, or in relation to politics, with the respectful conformism or prudent reformism which are the despair of aesthete revolutionaries. The true nature of the cultural accumulation strategies of upwardly mobile petits bourgeois, or their educational strategies, is most clearly seen in the context of their whole set of strategies, which clearly expresses the necessity underlying the characteristic dispositions of the petit bourgeois habitus asceticism, rigor, legalism, the propensity to accumulation in all its forms. Thus their fertility strategies are those of people who can only achieve their initial accumulation of economic and cultural capital by restricting their consumption, so as to concentrate all their resources on a small number of descendants, whose role is to continue the group's upward trajectory. It is well known that fertility is high among low-income groups, falls to its lowest point in the middle-income groups, and rises again among high-income groups. If this is so, it is because the relative cost of child-rearing which is small for both low-income and high-income groups, since the former cannot see a future for their children that is different from their present, and therefore restrict their investments, while the latter have incomes to match their commitments, is highest for those with middle incomes, i.e., the middle classes, whose social ambitions lead them to make high educational investments relative to their resources. This relative cost is defined by the ratio between the family's resources and the monetary or non-monetary investments it has to make in order to reproduce, through its offspring, its dynamically defined position in the social structure, that is, to achieve the future it expects, by giving its children the means of fulfilling the effective ambitions it has for them. This explains the form of the relationship observed between the fertility of the different classes or fractions and the chances of upward mobility objectively available to their members, see Table 24. The working classes, whose chances of entering the dominant class within 2 generations are virtually nil, have very high fertility rates, which slightly decline as the chances of intergenerational mobility increase. As soon as the chances of access to the dominant class, or, which amounts to the same thing, to the instruments which can provide it, such as the higher education system, reach a certain threshold, among foremen and office workers, fertility rates fall markedly. The fertility rate of those categorized as public sector office workers, among whom there is a higher proportion of manual workers, is 2.04 as against only 1.83 for private sector office workers, who are almost all non-manual. In the middle classes, whose chances of mobility are incomparably greater, and much more dispersed than their incomes, fertility rates remain at a minimum, oscillating between 1.67 and 1.71. In the dominant class, the fertility rate rises strongly again, showing that biological reproduction does not fulfill the same function in the system of reproduction strategies of these categories, who only have to maintain their position. It is a paradoxical characteristic of the petit bourgeois that their practice is adjusted to objective chances which they would not have if they did not have the pretension of having them, and if they did not thereby add a psychological boost to the force of their economic and cultural capital. Having succeeded in escaping from the proletariat, their past, and aspiring to enter the bourgeoisie, their future, in order to achieve the accumulation necessary for this rise they must somewhere find the resources to make up for the absence of capital. This additional force, a thrust inscribed in the slope of the past trajectory which is the precondition for achievement of the future implied in that trajectory, can only be exerted negatively, as a limiting and restricting power, so that its effects can only be measured in the form of negative magnitudes, as Kant would have put it, whether savings refused expenditure or birth control. If rising petit bourgeois can act as if they had better chances than they have, or, at least, better than they would be if they did not believe them to be better, and so actually improve them, this is because their dispositions tend to reproduce not the position of which they are the product, but the slope of their individual or collective social trajectory, transformed into an inclination whereby this upward trajectory tends to be continued and completed. A sort of nisus perseverendi, as Leibniz put it, in which past trajectory is conserved in the form of a striving towards the future which prolongs it, it delimits reasonable ambitions and therefore the price to be paid to realize this realistic ambition. The rising petite bourgeoisie endlessly remakes the history of the origins of capitalism, and to do so, like the Puritans, it can only count on its asceticism. In social exchanges, where other people can give real guarantees, money, culture or connections, it can only offer moral guarantees, relatively, poor in economic, cultural, and social capital, it can only justify its pretensions, and get the chance to realize them, by paying in sacrifices, privations, renunciations, goodwill, recognition, in short, virtue. Table 24 Chances of entering the dominant class, and fertility rates, by class fraction, 1970–71. Class fraction. Chances of access to dominant class A. Fertility rate AB. Farm workers. 1.8. 3.00. Unskilled. 2.3. 2.77. Farmers. 2.9. 2.83. Semi-skilled. 3.7. 2.42. Skilled. 4.3. 2.10. Foreman. 9.6. 1.94. Craftsman. 10.6. C. Office workers. 10.9. 1.97. Commercial employees. 12.0. 1.68. Small shopkeepers. 15.6. C. Junior executives. 19.2. 1.71. Technicians. 20.4. 1.67. Primary teachers. 32.5. 1.68. Industrial employers. 35.0. 2.09. Big commercial employers. 35.6. Engineers. 38.7. Senior executives. 42.0. 2.00. Secondary and higher ed. Teachers. 52.7. Professions. 54.5. 2.06. A. From CS. 2, 1970. Percentage probability, for men, of entering dominant class, by father's occupation. B. Average number of children per complete family, from G. Callot and J. C. DeVille, Nuptialite et fécondite selon le milieu socio-culturel, Économie et statistique, 27, October 1971, 28. C. Callot and DeVille give a fertility rate of 1.92 for craftsmen and shopkeepers taken together. But it can be shown that the fertility of craftsmen is considerably higher than that of shopkeepers. Analysis of the 1968 census, which confirms the distribution found here, shows that the craftsmen are much closer to manual workers than are the shopkeepers. The average number of children under 16 per household is 1.35 for manual workers, 1.01 for craftsmen, 0.88 for office and shop workers and 0.78 for shopkeepers. If the fractions richest in economic capital, i.e., small and medium-sized shopkeepers, craftsmen or small landowners, concentrate their efforts, or at least, did so until fairly recently, on saving, whereas the fractions richest in cultural capital, junior executives and clerical workers, mainly make use of the educational system, in both cases they invest in their economic and educational strategies the ascetic dispositions which make them the ideal clientele of the bank or the school. Cultural goodwill and financial prudence, seriousness, and hard work. These are guarantees which the petit bourgeois offers to these institutions while putting himself entirely at their mercy, as opposed to the owner of real economic or cultural capital, since they represent his only hope of deriving profits from fundamentally negative assets. Pretension could be written pretension, the thrust to continue along the upward inclination has its reverse side in the economizing mentality and in all the small-mindedness associated with the petit bourgeois virtues. If pretension forces the petit bourgeois to enter the competition of antagonistic pretensions and pushes him to live always beyond his means, at the cost of a permanent tension that is always liable to explode into aggressivity, it is also what gives him the necessary strength to extract from himself, through every form of self-exploitation, in particular, asceticism and Malthusianism, the economic and cultural means he needs in order to rise. It is in the area of sociability and the corresponding satisfactions that the petit bourgeois makes the greatest, if not the most obvious, sacrifices. He is convinced that he owes his position solely to his own merit, and that for his salvation he only has himself to rely on, every man for himself. A man's home is his castle. To concentrate his efforts and reduce his costs, he will break the ties, even the family ties, which hinder his individual ascension. The bonds of solidarity which help to chain the, relatively, least deprived to the most deprived can make poverty an eternal vicious circle. Taking off always presupposes a break, and the disowning of former companions in misfortune is only one aspect of this. The solitary renegade has to reverse his whole table of values, convert his whole attitude. Thus, substituting a small family or a single child for the large family, which the negative causes, such as inadequate mastery of the techniques of birth control do not entirely explain, means renouncing the popular conception of family relations and the functions of the domestic unit, abandoning not only the satisfactions of the extended family and a whole traditional mode of sociability, with its exchanges, its festivities, its conflicts, but also the guarantees which it offers, the one almost infallible protection, especially for mothers, against the uncertainties of old age, in a world haunted by domestic instability and social and economic insecurity. For the petit bourgeois, kinship and friendship can no longer be an insurance against misfortune and disaster, a network of support and protection which will always provide a helping hand, a loan, or a job, but they are not yet connections, i.e., the social capital that is needed to make the most of economic and cultural capital. They are merely hindrances, which have to be removed whatever the cost, because the gratitude, the mutual aid, the solidarity, and the material and symbolic satisfactions they give, in the short or long term, are among the forbidden luxuries. A technician who tries to get on. Jacques C., aged 29, is a draftsman in an engineering consultancy. At secondary school he studied in the technical stream and left school at 17 after obtaining the equivalent of the probationary industrial training diploma. It isn't an examination. He started as a junior draftsman, at 450 francs a month, in the firm where his father was a senior technician. He was not taken back after his military service, and he joined another firm, still as a draftsman. Another 5 years to go at the CNAM. He has changed firms several times. I would spend 2 years in a firm to learn all there was to be learned, and then I'd move on. That's how I've worked my way up. In the last 3 years, he has specialized in building design. In 1966 he started to follow courses at the CNAM, Centre National des Arts et Métiers. A colleague gave me the idea. As he had always wanted to do interior decoration, his father had been against it when he was younger, he decided to try and get into architecture and began to take courses in architectural design. That's how I moved into the building trade. His sister, who is studying to be an architectural secretary, told him about lots of architects' offices and the atmosphere in them. So he has studied architecture, the history of architecture, construction, thanks to which I got a place in an engineering consultancy, and has another 5 years to go at the CNAM. His wife, whose father is a policeman and her mother a department store sales assistant, is 26. For the last 5 years she has been a secretary with Renault. She got the baccalaureate, technical and economic options, followed by a management secretary's diploma, BTS, and then started work as a secretary. Shall we say it's a long way from what we were promised? The bosses don't know how to make use of our qualifications and training. We've studied law. You don't stay at school until you're 21 without learning a thing or two, and then we're taken on as shorthand typists. Comfortable, cozy, homey. They live in an apartment in the western suburbs of Paris. They do not often entertain. Apart from the family, we haven't got many friends. He likes his home to be comfortable, that's the main thing. Cozy, homey, I like a nice warm cozy atmosphere. He would like to have a bit more room, all the same, but there are limits to what we can afford. Their furniture, a big divan from Roche-Beaubois, 7,000 francs in the sales, a sideboard bought from an interior decorator who reduced the price for them, 3,000 francs, was bought on hire purchase, installment plan, over the course of 2 years. He likes modern things and would have liked white furniture but does not like the English style his wife favors. She would like to own a big dresser with a collection of plates. As regards painting, he has no preconceptions. It just has to be something that pleases me. He's very fond of Modigliani, his very pure forms. I haven't seen all his paintings, but those I have, I liked a lot. They were reproductions in magazines, or maybe I've seen some of them in Paris. I've been to a good number of exhibitions at the Grand Palais. I remember, one was on modern painting. I didn't like it. Another painter I really like is Van Gogh. His pictures are terrifying, you can feel something boiling up in them. His wife also likes the Impressionists. She went to the Picasso exhibition and loved the first part, the whole of the Blue Period. To try to get on, achieve something. The courses he is taking, to try to get on, to achieve something, absorb much of the little spare time he has. He leaves for work at 8 in the morning and gets back at 7 in the evening. 2 or 3 evenings a week, and Saturday mornings, he studies, as well as his CNAM courses. He is taking private math lessons at home. So he doesn't have much time for reading, especially reading for pleasure. What he does read tends to be technical or scientific, and so on, to learn something. He likes books with lots of action and has read some adventure stories. Cousteau, I don't know if you can call that scientific, war stories, books about the Second World War, air battles. He used to enjoy history lessons but hasn't got many historical books. Love stories don't interest me at all. I couldn't say why. Since he enrolled at the CNAM, he has lost the taste for reading. You read other things, you can't relax with something different, you haven't got the time. His wife, who likes books that have something to do with medicine or raise moral questions, has recently been reading Boris Vian. She found Elecum de Jours very funny but was less keen on L'Héritier. Her husband didn't like it at all. What with the night classes and the exams, they hardly went out at all last winter, a bit more, recently. Occasionally they go to the cinema because it's easy, you can go to the pictures whenever you feel like it, and it isn't too expensive, just 10 francs. We try to choose good films, all the same, we don't just turn up like that, we read up a bit before we go. He likes westerns, adventure films, films with an exciting plot but doesn't have any real preference, so long as it's a good film, well made, well directed. He recently saw an Italian film that was totally absurd, a nun on a roof trying to fly into the air, an industrialist selling off everything he owned. Perhaps it's a psychological image, but it only means something to a certain type of person. Besides, the economics students and mathematicians, and people like that with whom he saw the film didn't understand any more than I did. I don't really see who can understand films like that. They have seen The Sting. What we liked about it was the acting, the characters. His wife explains, she also enjoyed The Godfather, especially Marlon Brando's performance. In some ways he is conservative, with a taste for classical things, yet he has an anti-conformist streak, too. When you're young, you don't give a damn, you're anti-conformist. You're always a little bit, I wouldn't say revolutionary, but you wouldn't mind seeing a thing or two changed. He reads Le Canard and Chain because he likes the revelations about people in government, the scandals, and so on, in politics and the property market and high finance, Le Nouvel Observateur particularly for foreign news, but he does not regularly read a daily paper. They'd certainly put some work in. Until this year, they had season tickets at the Théâtre de la Ville. It's not expensive, that's important. The opera, all the theaters in fact, are out of our price range. I wanted to go and see Nureyev and I found it was more than 90 francs for two. We had second thoughts and didn't go, his wife adds. Before she took the BAC she used to go to the Théâtre National Populaire, and saw Hamlet, the Madwoman of Chaillot, the Executioner's Song. They enjoy ballet, especially classical dance, the Moisiev ballet. Now, we really liked that. They'd certainly put some work in. They have also been to ballets at the Théâtre de la Musique, near the CNAM. It wasn't classical dance, but it was very good. It was the Firebird, his wife explains, adding you felt they'd worked at it, the work really stood out. She also likes French provincial folklore, in fact, folk dances from every country. At the theater, he likes plays to be well acted. He would like to go and see the Grand Magic Circus. He has seen extracts on TV. Almost every year they take their holidays in Spain. It's cheap. His father is Spanish and has a seaside apartment. On holiday, he reads quite a lot and, his wife reminds him, goes to nightclubs every night. He has tried water skiing. His wife does it a lot but I'm no good at it. I haven't got enough strength in my legs. You need to keep fit all year to do it. I don't. I arrive on holiday completely whacked. If I had a shorter working week I'd have more leisure time, and then I use the time I've got to get better at my job. You have to be crazy to carry on the way I do. Right now I really feel I want to live like a millionaire. I'm sick of the daily routine, even sick of holidays of the sort we have. I want to be a millionaire, with a vast estate, a forest, a swimming pool, a big villa, sports facilities, tennis. His wife would like to go on a cruise. We'd do some fishing, have a laugh with friends, lie around in the sun, dance, read. She particularly enjoyed their Club Mediterranee holiday in Romania. They chose the motel format. It's comfortable but at the same time you feel part of things, you make friends easily. It's not like a hotel where you can't get to know people. Everything is within easy reach. While they were there, they did a bit of tourism, because when you're in a foreign country, you have to look around, he adds. He didn't at all like the organizers' attitude. Most evenings, there was a show put on by the friendly organizers, who are generally students who are there on holiday. Well, they didn't put any effort into it at all. It wasn't even improvisation, they just didn't give a damn. In limiting his family, often to an only son, on whom all hopes and efforts are concentrated, the petit bourgeois is simply obeying the system of constraints implied in his ambition. If he cannot increase his income, he must limit his expenditure, the number of mouths he has to feed. But in so doing, he additionally conforms to the dominant representation of legitimate fertility, that is, procreation subordinated to the imperatives of social reproduction. Birth control is one form, no doubt the most elementary form, of numerous clauses. The petit bourgeois is a proletarian who makes himself small to become bourgeois. If the petit bourgeois is a small bourgeois in reality and not just in the sociologist's mind, then it is clear what would be lost by abandoning the concept petit bourgeois in the name of an objectivist definition of objectivity. Here as elsewhere, native concepts concentrate the maximum number of sociologically pertinent properties in a particularly evocative form. Furthermore, an objectifying reduction, however brutal, has nothing in common with class contempt, which is flagrant in so much writing on the petite bourgeoisie, the traditional whipping boys of aestheticizing prophecy and the favorite target for political anathemas. One only has to think of Marx's attacks on Proudhon. It relates the properties of the habitus, those most often picked on by class racism, such as pretension or narrowness, to the objective conditions of which they are the product. Those who can afford less surly virtues and present a more prepossessing face forget that the traits they condemn are the inevitable counterpart of the mechanisms providing for individual mobility, i.e., the selective extraction of appropriate individuals, and they speak as if the vices and virtues of the petit bourgeois, which need one repeat, are only defined as such in relation to the dominant ethic, were, in this case, to be imputed to the individuals and not to the structures, on the grounds that the structures have left them free to choose their alienation. Renouncing the prolificity of the proletariat, the petit bourgeois chooses restricted, selective reproduction, often limited to a single product, conceived and shaped for the rigorously selective expectations of the importing class. He encloses himself in a tightly knit but narrow and somewhat oppressive nuclear family. It is no accident that the adjective petit, small, or one of its synonyms can be applied to everything the petit bourgeois says, thinks, does, has, or is, even to his morality, although that is his strong point, strict and rigorous. Its formalism and scruples always make it somewhat tense, susceptible, and rigid. With his petty cares and petty needs, the petit bourgeois is indeed a bourgeois writ small. Even his bodily hexis, which expresses his whole objective relation to the social world, is that of a man who has to make himself small to pass through the straight gate which leads to the bourgeoisie, strict and sober, discreet and severe, in his dress, his speech, his gestures, and his whole bearing. He always lacks something in stature, breadth, substance, largesse. The variance of petit bourgeois taste. Thus, given a sufficiently high level of statistical aggregation, one can contrast a bourgeois ethos of ease, a confident relation to the world and the self, which are thus experienced as necessary, that is, as a materialized coincidence of is and ought, which supports and authorizes all the inner or manifest forms of certitudo sui, casualness, grace, facility, elegance, freedom, in a word, naturalness, with a petit bourgeois ethos of restriction through pretension, the voluntaristic rigor of the called but not yet chosen, who base their pretension to embody one day what ought to be on a permanent invocation of ought. However, as soon as the analysis is refined, it is seen that this system of dispositions takes on as many modalities as there are ways of attaining, staying in or passing through a middle position in the social structure, and that this position itself may be steady, rising or declining. The survey data collected for the middle classes, n equals 583 individuals, were analyzed for correspondences, applying the same sequence of operations and using the same active and illustrative variables as for the dominant class, see Chapter 5. The first factor has a greater relative weight than in the analysis of the dominant class, 7% as against 3.4% for the second factor and 3% for the third. This is no doubt because the composition of this factor includes not only the structure of the capital possessed but also the overall volume of capital, the effect of which is not completely neutralized by the difficulty and relative arbitrariness of defining the limits of the class, both on the side of the cultural pole, where the cultural intermediaries, very close to the secondary teachers, might have been excluded, and on the side of the economic pole, where it is never easy, with the available information, to draw the line between big and small shopkeepers or craftsmen. Because of this, the plane diagram figures 15 and 16 presents itself as a systematic skewing of the social space as it appears in the theoretical schema figures 5 and 6, in which volume and structure of capital correspond to two different dimensions, whereas here the first factor corresponds to the second dimension but also, to some extent, to the first dimension, with the second factor corresponding to the third dimension. Figure 15, shown in black. Variance of petit bourgeois taste. Analysis of correspondences. Plane diagram of first and second axes of inertia, the space of properties. Figure 16, shown in gray. Variance of petit bourgeois taste. Analysis of correspondences. Plane diagram of first and second axes of inertia, the space of individuals from the different fractions, excluding office workers, who are too widely dispersed. The items corresponding to the strongest absolute contributions are indicated in bold capitals for the first factor, Capitals for the second. This first factor brings to light a structure of oppositions very similar to that brought out by the first factor in the analysis of the dominant class. On one side we find the ability to identify at least 12 composers, 2%, knowledge of at least 12 of the works of music, 2.4%, visits to the Louvre and the Modern Art Museum, the choice of works of classical music typical of the discophile disposition, such as the Four Seasons, 2.4%, the art of fugue, 1.6%, and the well-tempered clavier, 1.6%, intellectual singers like Jacques Douay, 1.8%, and Leo Ferre, painters who are the equivalent of Bach or Vivaldi in the space of pictorial tastes, like Bruppel, 1.8%, ambitious judgments on painting, such as abstract painting interests me as much as the classical schools, 2.4%, artistic friends, 2%, and a studied, imaginative interior. On the other side, low, 0 to 6, knowledge of composers, 2.9%, and works, 2.7%, the choice of works capable of being perceived as legitimate through an allodoxia effect, such as the Blue Danube, 2.8%, or l'Arlésienne, 1.5%, singers associated with light opera, such as Guattari, 1.6%, and the most common preferences, such as for a clean and tidy, easy to maintain interior. As regards the relative contributions, we find that the adjectives chosen for the ideal interior are more strongly explained by the first factor than by the other two, in particular, harmonious, studied and imaginative, associated with the cultural pole, and clean and tidy, easy to maintain associated with the economic pole. This also applies to the choice of painters like Renoir and Kandinsky. Projection of the illustrative variables shows that, as with the dominant class, educational qualifications are distributed in linear fashion along the first axis, which is not the case with incomes. In terms of individuals, the first factor opposes the craftsmen and small shopkeepers to the members of the new petite bourgeoisie richest in cultural capital, cultural intermediaries, medical and social services, and, secondarily, to the primary teachers, with the technicians and junior executives occupying intermediate positions. The second factor systematically characterizes the most traditional or conservative ethical or aesthetic dispositions, attachment to the old, consecrated values in painting, with Raphael, 2.6%, Leonardo, 2.3%, or Watteau, 1.6%, as in classical music, with La Traviata, 2.4%, or song, with Mariano, and also in lifestyle, with the taste for traditional French cooking, 2.3%, Annette, 2.3%, and harmonious, 1.6%, interior. It does so by opposing them to dispositions which seem to have nothing in common except ignorance or refusal of the established values, with preferences for Halliday 4.4%, Aznavour 3.3%, Buffet 2.3%, for a warm interior 1.6%, and amusing friends 2.9%. Among the indicators more strongly explained by the second factor, one finds the same opposition, on one side the conscientious or pragmatic friend, on the other the determined friend, department store furniture, Françoise Hardy, or the judgment, paintings don't interest me. When the objective characteristics are projected as illustrative variables, they show that, as in the case of the dominant taste, the second factor expresses an opposition by age, the oldest are at the top of the second axis and towards the economic pole, the youngest at the bottom of this axis and towards the cultural pole, and, inseparable from this, an opposition by social origin. The children of big or small employers, senior executives, or professionals are situated on the positive value side, the children of manual workers, clerical workers, or junior executives on the negative value side. In other words, within each fraction, the second factor contrasts those who are tending to decline and those who are tending to rise. The overall distribution of the different categories corresponds to the proportions of the two categories within each of them, with the opposition between the cultural intermediaries or the junior administrative executives, who incline towards the positive side, and the commercial employees or the secretaries, who incline towards the negative side. Finally, as in the case of the dominant class where it opposed the professionals, in whom bourgeois taste is fully developed, to the two fractions which represent the extremes of the dominant cultural space, teachers and intellectuals on one hand, industrial and commercial employers on the other, the third factor opposes the fractions which most, and most completely, possess the modal characteristics of the whole class, the ones which best contrast it with the other classes, in short, the most typically middle-range ones, to the fractions with least cultural capital, i.e., the craftsmen and shopkeepers, and to those who have most, i.e., the cultural intermediaries and primary teachers, see figure 17. The indices of average cultural competence, such as average knowledge, 7 to 11, of musical works, 4%, and average knowledge, 3 to 6, of composers, 2.9%, or the taste for the most typically middlebrow cultural goods, such as Brel, 2.9%, Buffet, 1.7%, Van Gogh, 1.9%, Leonardo, 2.2%, in Kleinnachtmusik, 1.9%, are opposed, on the one hand, to the indices of high knowledge, 12 or more, of works, 2.2%, and composers, 4%. And a taste for more legitimate works like the art of fugue, 2.2%, and on the other hand to the indices of low knowledge, 0 to 2, of works, 3.3%, and composers, 3.3%, and a taste for the least legitimate works and singers, such as Guattari, 2.4%, or Halliday, 1.9%. The indicators strongly explained by this third factor are all among those which make high absolute contributions and so have already been mentioned. Projection of the illustrative variables brings out, as one might expect, an opposition between the holders of medium qualifications, BEPC or baccalaureate, and those with lower, CEP or CAP, or higher qualifications. This is combined with an opposition between those originating predominantly from the middle class and those from the working or upper classes. Average culture is thus most characteristic of the primary teachers, technicians, people in the medical and social services, and junior administrative executives. The whole set of facts which correspondence analysis brings to light in systematic form cannot be adequately explained simply by observing that, although phenomenally very different, since they are applied to generally less legitimate objects, the choices of the members of the petite bourgeoisie are organized in a structure similar to the one which organizes the tastes of the members of the dominant class, with the craftsmen and small shopkeepers, whose position is based on possession of a certain economic capital, being opposed to the primary teachers and cultural intermediaries in accordance with principles entirely analogous to those which distinguish the industrial and commercial employers from the teachers and artistic producers. The problem brought to light by the second factor, that of the link between the sets of aesthetic and ethical dispositions roughly definable as conservative or innovating, and social origin and age, which are themselves related in a complex way to position in the horizontal dimension of space, can only be tackled by systematically examining the relationship which is established between positions, or jobs, situated in social space-time and agents also situated in this space. Figure 17 Variants of Petit Bourgeois Taste. Analysis of correspondences, simplified plane diagram of first and third axes of inertia. This simplified diagram only indicates variables which make an absolute contribution of 1.5% or more. The only illustrative variable included is educational qualification. If what goes on in this central area of social space is generally so little understood, this is because, at best, in order to understand and measure, by using, for example, codes which are, by definition, definite, one has to freeze the movements in the same direction or in opposite directions which transport both the positions and the agents, turning the middle region of social space, a site of relative uncertainty and indeterminacy between the two poles of the social classes, into a set of mobile crossing points, or rather, a set of shifting crossing points where agents meet for a certain time as they are carried along by similar or opposite, rising or falling trajectories. We are still closer to reality if we characterize the middle positions as mobile crossing points which move in a relatively indeterminate region of a social space-time, which is nothing other than the structure of these ordered but partially disordering movements, partly at least because the people who meet there for a shorter or longer time, whose practices and trajectories are partially determined by the determinations attached to these places, help to make them move by their own movements, or, more precisely, by the transformations they induce in the reality or the representation of the positions which they occupy and which in some cases they carry off in their movement. This is as valid in cases in which the agents are coming up in social space by upgrading their positions as in cases in which they are going down, dragging down their positions with them in their decline, the process of rout. It can be seen, incidentally, that the mechanical metaphors one is obliged to use in order to refer to a reality which is not easily named are liable to obscure the fact that the agent's representation of his or her own position, which depends not only on the objective future of the position but also on the representation other agents have of it, helps to determine the objective future of that position. Point 17. In fact, an adequate description of such a universe would presuppose a questioning, at every moment, of all the dispositions, inclinations, or propensities towards substantialist realism that are inscribed both in ordinary modes of thought and ordinary language and in the ordinary expectations of social science, which is led to demand strict classifications, groups with strict frontiers, clearly defined as regards their name. A petit bourgeois has to be called petit bourgeois, and their number, precise numbers, look so much more scientific. Thus one learns on good authority that there are at the very most 311,000 petits bourgeois in France. Point 18. This is said here to invite the reader's indulgence for all the perhaps provisionally inevitable relapses into the realist mode of thought which are bound to appear in the rest of this text. Thus the middle positions in the social field may be defined synchronically as situated in an intermediate region characterized by its relative indeterminacy, the first, i.e., vertical, dimension of social space, of one or the other of the subfields, the second, i.e., horizontal, dimension, economic or cultural, of the field of the social classes, but also diachronically, as having a history, which may be the collective history of the successive occupants of that position, relatively independent of that of the individuals occupying that position at a given moment, in other words, a past and future trajectory, a past and a future. This future, that is, the collective future which the position has in store for its occupants, may be relatively predetermined, in which case it may be more or less favorable, i.e., may promise with relative certainty a more or less marked rise or fall or a stagnation, or it may be almost indeterminate, open. Among the properties common to all the occupants of these intermediate or neutral positions, the most characteristic are no doubt those which stem from this structural indeterminacy. Equidistant from the two extreme poles of the field of the social classes, at a neutral point where the forces of attraction and repulsion are evenly balanced, the petits bourgeois are constantly faced with ethical, aesthetic, or political dilemmas forcing them to bring the most ordinary operations of existence to the level of consciousness and strategic choice. In order to survive in the world of their aspirations, they are condemned to live beyond their means and to be constantly attentive and sensitive, hypersensitive, to the slightest signs of the reception given to their self-representation. Constantly exposed to snubs and refusals intended to put them in their place, they are always on their guard, ready to turn docility into aggressivity. Among the relatively predetermined positions, one can thus distinguish declining positions, such as those of craftsmen or small shopkeepers, which have suffered a considerable reduction in numbers, linked to a rapid economic and social decline, and stable or rising positions, such as those of office workers, junior administrative executives or commercial employees, which have undergone a moderate increase in numbers, accompanied by few changes in the associated economic and social advantages. Point 19. On the other side, in the most indeterminate zone of an indeterminate region, that is, mainly towards the cultural pole of the middle class, one finds positions that are still ill-determined as regards both the present they offer and the very uncertain, and therefore very open, i.e., both risky and scattered future they promise, as opposed to the predictable but closed future of the strongly predetermined positions. Point 20 Some of these new or renovated positions result from the recent changes in the economy, in particular, the increasing role of the symbolic work of producing needs, even in the production of goods design, packaging, sales promotion, public relations, marketing, advertising etc. Others have been in a sense invented and imposed by their occupants, who, in order to be able to sell the symbolic products they had to offer, had to produce the need for them in potential consumers by a symbolic action, usually referred to by euphemisms such as social work, cultural facilitation etc., tending to impose norms and needs, particularly in the areas of lifestyle and material or cultural consumption. Everything takes place as if the synchronic and diachronic properties of positions were linked by a sufficiently close statistical relation to the synchronic and diachronic properties of the individuals, that is, to the capital volume and composition which govern their position at a given moment and to the evolution of these two properties which define their past and potential trajectories, for it to be equally possible, as has been done here, to characterize the positions in terms of the properties of their occupants or these properties in terms of the positions. This can be, and constantly has been, shown for the synchronic properties. Capital volume and composition are so clearly linked to position that one may, in some cases, fail to question the relationship between the occupants and the position and the mechanisms through which it occurs. But the middle classes offer a particularly favorable opportunity to show that the same is true of diachronic properties. We thus return to the starting point of the analysis, namely, the relationship established by observation between the broad classes of positions defined in terms of their diachronic properties and individual properties which are obviously linked to time, like age, which expresses the relationship to the past of the economic system, at the economic pole, the past of the educational system, at the cultural pole, and to the future, or like social origin, an imperfect indicator of the evolution of capital volume and composition and also of a whole relationship to past and future as well as to the other social classes. This link between the future and social ascent or between the past and social decline is strongly emphasized in the dominant worldview. An individual or a position is said to have a future, meaning the promise of social ascension, i.e., embourgeoisement. It is based on and constantly reinforced by all the social mechanisms of competition, the most exemplary of which is, of course, fashion, in which the differences between the classes are retranslated into time lags in a race aiming at the same objective. It functions in the political or even scientific unconscious through all the normative uses of the evolutionary scheme which identifies the people with the superseded past or which, more subtly, turns the revolutionary worldview, a reversal of the dominant view which gives the future to the people, into the form par excellence of archaism. This scheme of thought is particularly potent in universes which, like the intellectual field, are based on the opposition between the new and the old. The declining petite bourgeoisie. The positions whose numerical decline expresses their economic decline are occupied by individuals whose objective properties, practices, and opinions can be seen as linked to a past age. Situated at the extreme point of the first axis, relatively elderly on the whole and under-endowed with educational capital, at most they have the CEP or cap. The craftsmen and small shopkeepers manifest in all their preferences regressive dispositions which are no doubt the source of their repressive inclinations, particularly visible in their reactions to every sign of departure from the old order, not least, of course, the behavior of young people. Thus, reacting against all inclinations towards modernism or comfort, which they can only see as moral decadence, on every question concerned with the everyday art of living they make choices which can be called regressive inasmuch as they are very close to those of the manual workers, without having been forced on them to the same extent by necessity. They say, for example, that they prefer a clean and tidy, easy to maintain, or practical interior. Similarly, in music and song, they systematically opt for the déclassé works of bourgeois culture, such as l'Arlésienne or the Blue Danube, and particularly for the most old-fashioned and traditional singers, Guattari, Mariano. By a logic which is also valid for the other positions, it is in the subcategory whose diachronic properties of age and trajectory are most in harmony with the diachronic properties of the position, that is, which is most directly in line with the collective history, and therefore most disposed to express its objective truth and announce its future, that the preferences characteristic of the fraction as a whole are expressed with the highest degree of density and intensity. Thus the group, situated above the second axis, of small craftsmen and small shopkeepers, most of whose fathers were also small craftsmen or small shopkeepers, and who, for lack of the economic and especially the cultural capital they would need in order to attempt a reconversion, are condemned to carry on at all costs at the head of particularly threatened small businesses, food shops, small traditional crafts etc., which will not outlive them, they are even older than the others, is distinguished by systematically retrograde choices from the rest of the fraction, which contains a fair proportion of modern craftsmen, electricians, mechanics etc., possessing the BEPC or even the baccalaureate, who, especially when young and Parisian, are very close to the technicians in their ethical and aesthetic, and no doubt also their political, choices. Point 21. Convinced that they owe their position, albeit diminished, to a simple, serious, honest life, the declining petit bourgeois express in all areas the most austere and traditional values, a neat Zoine, classical interior, a conscientious, level-headed friend, traditional French cooking, the most canonical painters, Raphael, Leonardo, Watteau, and the longest consecrated singers, Piaf, Mariano, Guattari. Their refusals, expressing resentment against the new morality, its showy pretension, its laxity in matters of money, use of credit, child-rearing, or sex, are no less significant. Rejecting the most characteristic elements of the lifestyle favored by manual workers, example the quality bon vivant, they systematically exclude all the virtues cultivated by the members of the professions, artistic, amusing, stylish, refined, and all the modernist tastes the latter so readily exhibit. They never choose either Picasso, who is one of the whipping boys of petit bourgeois resentment against artists, or those exemplary representatives of the new young lifestyle, Françoise Hardy and Johnny Halliday. Their aesthetic of the well-finished, Zoine, is one dimension of an ethos of conscientiousness which leads them to appreciate the values of work, order, rigor, care. It is distinct from the taste for the sober, frequent among manual workers or members of the promoted petite bourgeoisie who are guided by the concern to pass unnoticed, and also, but with a quite different meaning, among the old bourgeoisie, but it is chiefly opposed to the liberated taste of the new petite bourgeoisie and the eye-catching fantasies it procures for itself, from avant-garde boutiques and unisex hairdressers. A baker's wife who gets it just about right. Madame D and her husband run a bakery business in Grenoble. She lost both parents by the time she was 12, and was sent to an orphanage. She went to school until age 14 but did not take the CEP. Her husband first worked at night in a dairy. Then he was employed as a baker for 8 years. 12 years ago he set up his own bakery business. They have one married daughter, aged 22, who works in a pharmacy. They own a small bakery, employing one other person, which they will soon be selling so as to acquire another small shop, but this time a business that is less demanding, less of a bind. They have recently bought a house in the suburbs of Grenoble. It has a living room, dining room, several bedrooms, kitchen and bathroom and is surrounded by a large, well-kept garden. I do like things to be clean. Inside, everything is brightly polished. I don't want to boast, but I do like things to be clean, so I like keeping my house nice and tidy, doing the dusting and sweeping, perhaps too much, because if I was here all the time, that's all I'd be doing. The concern to be reasonable, to be just about right, never conspicuous, is apparent in everything she says. She says of their house that in a way it's what we've worked for. A sort of reward. It's nice, but of course there are much nicer houses. Let's say it's not bad. Just an ordinary little house. Not that I'm boasting. If it had been a little bit smaller, I would still have taken it. The fact is, it's just about right. Not super luxurious, no, but not just run-of-the-mill either. We were brought up to be very economical. Working the way we worked, we didn't have time to spend money. We don't have time to go out, so we're almost forced to save money. Often I say, there are folks that have money and the time to spend it. I've got the money but I haven't got the time. It's a sad fact but it's true. Something intermediate between old and very modern. Choosing their furniture eventually bought from the chain store Leviton was a real headache. I went round no end of shops. So as not to make a mistake. I wanted something that was right for my age because I can't really see a 50-year-old with ultra-modern furniture. I was looking for something intermediate between old and very modern. When buying the house, she preferred to take her time rather than rush into it. Some folks get a house straight away, but we wouldn't have been able to enjoy it, it wouldn't have been any use to us. We waited quite a few years and that way I got something more comfortable. Not the most ordinary, but not the most beautiful either. In the living room it's not the most ordinary furniture in the world, but it isn't the most beautiful either. I went for something classic. As for the big gray settee, with that shade, you can sit on it, you're not a slave to it, for fear of marking it, and at the same time it's quite comfortable. She had to choose all these things on her own, her husband had no time and no inclination to accompany her. He couldn't have cared less, he just said get whatever you like. She looked for something that would go with the style of the rooms. I don't claim to be very competent but you do have to respect a certain style in the rooms. Those things are worth a bit now they're cleaned up. On the wall there is a painting given to her by her brother-in-law and one she bought from a picture artist. I would like to have more paintings but I can't afford it. She thinks she might also like to listen to records but has never bought any and cannot imagine herself doing so. Her sense of economy, the refusal to waste anything, has led her to rescue knickknacks for her house. I've got lots of trinkets and odds and ends that I found in aunts and uncles' attics. They were terribly tarnished and rusty but I polished them up. All those things are worth a bit now they're cleaned up. When I rescued them, nobody would have bothered to pick them up, they were so dirty. I don't like showing off. Her home means a lot to her. When she has money to spare, she would rather spend it on furniture or something for the house, buy curtains or a carpet that she can keep for a long time, rather than a dress that will be out of fashion next year or jewelry that she will hardly ever wear. Some people are constantly buying new clothes. I don't feel the need. Sometimes you end up buying things you never even wear. You like the look of them in the shop and then somehow, overnight, you decide you don't like them anymore. Take shoes, they only have to pinch a little bit, you wear them once for an hour or two and then you think, no, they hurt too much, I won't wear them, and then they stay in the box. I'm sure I'm not the only person that happens to. She likes real jewelry, gold jewelry, but does not wear what she owns. I don't like showing off, putting all my jewelry on. People would say, look at her, dressed up in all her jewelry. I don't like flaunting my wealth, if that's the word for it. Just a trim to tidy myself up. She never splurges on clothes, I'm not one to spend a lot on my wardrobe. Anyway, fashion is constantly changing. Whatever you do, you can never keep up with it. Instead, she goes more for classic clothes. She is not sure whether to accept a wedding invitation. I'm not keen because it means buying a lot of expensive new things and then you only wear them once. She occasionally goes to the hairdressers and regards it as a chore, just a trim to tidy myself up. In the country, where she spent her childhood, you didn't sit for hours in front of a mirror putting makeup on. Normally, Madame D does not do much real cooking just for the two of us, but when they have guests, she enjoys cooking traditional things quiche Lorraine, gratin dauphinoise, all sorts of roasts, stuffed tomatoes. People who throw their money away. She gets on very well with people who have the same tastes as herself. She likes dealing with decent people. Being quite economical without being, shall we say, mean, but we really don't like to waste money. She thinks she could not get on with people who throw their money away. She cannot understand people who haven't 2 pennies to rub together and yet as soon as they get any money they spend it. It's not always the best off people who stint themselves least, often it's middle-class people who won't deny themselves anything. They go and buy fancy cakes or a bottle of good wine whenever they feel like it, and when the money runs out they put it on their account. She extends the same disapproval to those who don't know how to manage their budget and who ask for credit towards the end of the month, meaning, no doubt, although she is not explicit, working-class people. Cheerful programs you don't have to think about. She has not been to the cinema for at least 10 years, and says she doesn't have time to read either a daily paper or weekly magazines, like Paris Match or Jours de France, which customers sometimes leave behind in the shop, a lot of pages with not much on them and a lot of advertisements. She watches television a little, but not too much, mainly on Sundays, but never after 10 at night. She is not a TV fanatic but likes cheerful programs that you don't have to think about, especially light entertainment so long as the producer doesn't try to be clever. Nowadays I find they're always trying to be clever with their variety programs. It was much better the way it used to be. She refuses all formal experimentation and special effects, and has not liked Verdi's recent experimental productions. I don't like those cut-up things at all, where you see a head, then a nose, then a leg. It just seems plain silly to me. I must be old-fashioned. First you see a singer all drawn out, 3 meters tall, then he's got arms 2 meters long. Do you find that funny? Oh, I just don't like it. It's stupid. I don't see the point of distorting things. But she does like to watch a traditional singer, a singer who just sings, who sings normally, who's normal size and not all distorted. My husband doesn't like hotels. Every year, they go on holiday in their caravan for 2 or 3 weeks. 2 or 3 times they have been to a caravan campsite on the Riviera, and last year they stayed beside a lake in the Grenoble region. Until they got the caravan, they did not go on holiday. Her husband doesn't like hotels at all, or restaurants. On holiday, her husband plays bowls and cards and makes a lot of friends. She doesn't like doing nothing, so she relaxes and knits or makes tapestry. It's a nice hobby, the time goes quicker. They spend a bit of time on the beach and drink pastis with friends. Apart from the summer holidays, their work is so demanding that they have no time to go out. Her husband, who starts work at 9 every Sunday evening, catches up on his sleep Sunday afternoon. At most, they go out once a year, on Easter Monday or Whit Monday. Because it was a public holiday, we used to shut up shop for 2 days, Sunday and Monday. The exécutante petite bourgeoisie. Centrally situated in terms of capital composition, the members of the exécutante petite bourgeoisie present in their highest degree all the traits, mentioned at the outset, which make them the most complete realization of the petite bourgeoisie, such as the cult of autodidactic effort and the taste for all the activities whose common feature is that they chiefly demand time and cultural goodwill. Making collections, for example, point 22. Given an intermediate population such as this, it is one end. The same thing to show how it differs from the neighboring fractions and how its members are distributed, in respect of diachronic properties, from the oldest, and especially those of bourgeois or petit bourgeois origin, who are very close to the most regressive fraction of the declining petite bourgeoisie in their ethical and aesthetic choices, to the youngest, who, especially when possessing high qualifications, are similar to the mobile elements of the new petite bourgeoisie. Everything takes place as if the basic disposition which characterizes the fraction as a whole were systematically transformed as a function of age and social origin, from an optimistic progressivism among the rising young to a pessimistic, regressive conservatism among the oldest. It is among the youngest members of the occupations offering the most secure future, such as the junior executives and office workers, and more especially among those who originate from the working class and have only moderate qualifications, BEPC or baccalaureate, that one finds the most developed form of the ascetic dispositions and devotion to culture associated with the ambition to pursue by further accumulation of cultural capital arise made possible by an initial small accumulation. Set on a progressive trajectory by their schooling, they are naturally inclined to a progressivist worldview based on faith in enlightenment and a temperate reformism aiming to give to each according to his scholastic merits. As well as owing all they have to education and expecting from it all they aspire to have, they often stand in a relation of execution to conception vis-a-vis the senior executives, whose instructions they follow, whose plans they implement and whose manuals they use, so that they tend to identify hierarchies with differences in competence or, more simply, in formal qualifications. This is all the more so since, very often, those who have risen by promotion come up against limits, example ignorance of algebra, which the scholastic hurdles they have not crossed arbitrarily place before them, regardless of any technical necessity really entailed by the job. So it is understandable that they distinguish themselves from the declining petite bourgeoisie in that they combine certain features of the popular ethos such as the taste for potluck entertainment and bon vivant or amusing friends with features which specifically characterize them. These include marks of attachment to ascetic values, conscientious or well-bred friends, sober and correct clothes, and numerous indices of a cultural goodwill as intense as it is innocent. Assigned to tasks requiring precision, rigor, seriousness, in short, goodwill and devotion, and richer in cultural goodwill than in cultural capital, they direct their preferences towards typically middlebrow works 23 such as the sabre dance or utrillo, buy their furniture from department stores, prefer clean and tidy, easy to maintain interiors, choose Aznavour, Petula Clark, or Johnny Halliday, and are very interested in photography and the cinema. 24. This pure and empty cultural goodwill, entirely defined by the requirements of mobility, has its equivalent in morality. The repressive rigor of the declining fractions, which is based on resentment at social regression, seems to have no other purpose than to provide those who only have a past with the satisfaction of condemning those who have a future, chiefly the young. By contrast, the ascetic rigor of the rising fractions, often associated with a prudent reformism in politics, gives rise to a self-discipline and family discipline which is entirely subordinated to social mobility. Proof of this is seen in the fact that the rising petits bourgeois, who are usually much stricter than the other classes, particularly on everything concerned with their children's upbringing, their work, going out alone, reading matter, sexuality, etc., can, without contradiction, show themselves much less strict than the dominant morality and the class fractions most attached to it, who make it a matter of principle, whenever the practices in question, such as abortion or the availability of contraceptives to young people, can be applied in the interest of mobility. And it can be understood in the same terms why the rising petits bourgeois tend to slip from optimistic austerity to repressive pessimism as they grow older and as the future which made sense of their sacrifices turns sour. Thus, among junior executives and clerical workers, there are greater differences between the age groups than in other fractions whenever the questions asked offer an outlet for the repressive dispositions. For example, the proportion of this category who reject the idea that teachers are not severe enough declines from 36.2% among the under 35s, to 29% among the 35 to 50-year-olds, and 26% among the over 50s. The proportion who think that teachers are too political rises from 44.6% to 47.6% and 60.4% for the same age groups. IFOP survey, March 1970. Secondary analysis. The whole existence of the rising petit bourgeois is the anticipation of a future which he will, in most cases, only know by proxy, through his children, on whom he projects his ambitions. The future he dreams of for his son eats up his present. Because he is committed to strategies extending over several generations, he is the man of the deferred pleasure, the deferred present that will be taken later, when there is time, when we've paid off the mortgage, when the children are older, or when we've retired, In other words, very often when it is too late, when, having given credit on his life, he has no time to collect his due and must cut his coat according to his cloth. There is no compensation for a lost present, especially when, with the breakup of identification with the children, for example, the disproportion between the sacrifices and the satisfactions becomes apparent, retrospectively making nonsense of a past entirely defined by tension towards the future. In the end, these altruistic misers who have squandered everything on the alter ego they had hoped to be, either in person, by rising in the social hierarchy, or through a substitute shaped in their own image, the son for whom they have done everything, who owes them everything, are left with nothing but resentment, the resentment that has always haunted them in the form of the fear of being taken for a ride by a social world which asks so much of them. As they struggle to the peak of their career and the moment of self-assessment, feeling their values and even their conception of their job threatened by the arrival of new, more highly qualified generations bearing a new ethos, the oldest of the junior executives and office workers are inclined to conservative dispositions in aesthetics, ethics, and politics, as is shown by the analysis of the correspondences, which situates them close to the small shopkeepers and traditional craftsmen. To have their revenge, they only have to place themselves on their favorite terrain, that of morality, to make a virtue of their necessity, elevate their particular morality into a universal morality. These groups not only have the morality of their interests, as everyone does, they have an interest in morality. For those scourges of privilege, morality is the only title which gives a right to every privilege. Their resentment often leads to fundamentally ambiguous political positions in which verbal fidelity to past convictions is a mask for present disenchantment, when it does not simply serve to justify moral indignation, and the somewhat lachrymose, humanistic anarchism which may outlive adolescence in some elderly, long-haired bohemians can easily veer with age into a fascistic nihilism endlessly ruminating on scandals and plots. This description of one possible form of the evolution of political dispositions, whereby clerical workers and junior executives move, as they grow older, closer to the attitudes of the declining fractions, small shopkeepers and especially small craftsmen, than to those of younger members of their own class, is intended to counter the typically conservative tendency to establish a trans-historical relation between biological aging, implicitly associated with a growth in wisdom and reason, and increased conservatism. In fact, changes in political position and dispositions are apparently related to age only through the mediation of changes in social position which occur over time, and there are as many forms of evolution of political opinions as there are forms of social aging, i.e., social trajectories. The conservative ideology which regards the relationship between a move towards conservatism and growing old as an anthropological law, and which uses this relationship to justify its pessimistic, disabused account of revolutionary ideologies and ideologues, has every appearance on its side. Given that, on the one hand, the countless forms of social aging available to bourgeois or petit bourgeois adolescents, the only ones considered by the ideology, can, for the sake of simplicity, be divided into two classes, roughly corresponding to social success and failure, and on the other hand that these two classes of trajectories both lead, by different routes, to conservative dispositions, which differ greatly, of course, in their modality, it can be seen that one only has to ignore the varieties of ideology, and the social principles of variation of the relationship between ideological aging and social aging, to turn a sociologically intelligible statistical relationship into a natural law. Situated on the opposite side from the previous group as regards age and trajectory, the most educated members of the youngest generation of junior executives, technicians, and especially primary teachers are close to the new petite bourgeoisie 25, especially to their competence and preferences in legitimate culture. They equally often choose the art of fugue, the four seasons, in Kleinnacht music and the well-tempered clavier, but more often the saber dance, the Hungarian rhapsody and Rhapsody in Blue, and less often l'enfant et les sortilèges. They remain apart from them, however, and all the more so, the less they have been exposed to the new mode of scholastic generation, in everything more directly concerned with the daily art of living. Thus, their ideal friend, who for the new petite bourgeoisie is dynamic, refined, stylish and artistic, is more often bon vivant, conscientious and sociable, and if they include artistic, this is no doubt because it is the one dimension of bourgeois values which the ascetic petit bourgeois can find acceptable by virtue of the value he places on legitimate culture. The occupation of primary teacher to some extent shares the characteristics of the new occupations, owing to the changes in academic and social recruitment and in training. These changes, the most visible of which is feminization, no doubt linked to a rise in social origin, have led to the coexistence in the same position of agents who differ in social trajectory and in all the corresponding properties, for example, upwardly mobile men, and women who belong to the upper classes by their origin or by marriage. The new petite bourgeoisie. As this case clearly shows, age differences increasingly so as one moves towards the cultural pole mark differences in the scholastic mode of generation and therefore differences between generations defined in and by their relationship to the educational system. The best qualified of the younger generation of junior executives or clerical workers, mainly originating from the working and middle classes, share with the members of the new occupations and especially with those of them who do not originate from the bourgeoisie a relation to culture and, partially at least, to the social world which stems from an interrupted trajectory and the effort to extend or re-establish it. Thus, the new occupations are the natural refuge of all those who have not obtained from the educational system the qualifications that would have enabled them to claim the established positions their original social position promised them, and also of those who have not obtained from their qualifications all they felt entitled to expect by reference to an earlier state of the relationship between qualifications and jobs. Here too, the complete description of the positions contains an, implicitly normative, description of those who are predisposed to occupy and succeed in them, that is, more precisely, a description of the mediations through which dispositions linked to trajectories are adjusted to these positions, in short, everything that is normally hidden under the word vocation. It can immediately be seen that, precisely by virtue of their actual and potential indeterminacy, positions which offer no guarantees but, in return, ask for no guarantees, which impose no specific condition of entry, especially as regards certificates, but hold out the promise of the highest profits for non-certified cultural capital, which guarantee no particular career prospects, of the type offered by the well-established occupations, but exclude none, not even the most ambitious, are adjusted in advance to the dispositions typical of individuals in decline endowed with a strong cultural capital imperfectly converted into educational capital, or rising individuals who have not obtained all the educational capital which, in the absence of social capital, is needed to escape the most limited of the middle positions. In the first place, the willingness or capacity to accept the average risk resulting from the indeterminacy of the positions no doubt varies, other things being equal, with inherited capital, partly by an effect of the dispositions themselves, which are more self-assured when there is more security, and partly because of the real distance from necessity given by possession of the economic means of persisting in provisionally unprofitable positions. Point 26. Whereas the personal risk entailed by the riskiest positions declines, both subjectively and objectively, as inherited capital increases, the chances of profit grow as capital increases in all its forms, not only the economic capital which gives the means of waiting for the future of coming occupations, or the cultural capital which helps to make that future by the symbolic violence needed to create and sell new products, but perhaps especially the social capital which, in these informally organized sectors in which recruitment is effected by co-option, enables one to enter the race and stay in it. A nurse who lives with passion. Elizabeth F. is 25. She obtained the BAc, with philosophy, and then went to nursing college. For 4 years she has worked as a nurse at the Site Universitaire, International Student Residence, in Paris. Her father was a civil servant and her mother is a post office clerk. She lives alone in a one-room apartment with a small entrance hall. It contains no furniture, no table, no chairs, no shelves. Everything mattress, record player, books is on the floor. On the walls she has a Dario Fo poster about Chile, which she bought at a recital of poems and songs about Chile at the site Universitaire, a poster for a Yeats play, very beautiful, a still from the film Aphrodite Child, very moving, a photo of her young nephew, an orange mirror, very functional, and a big crimson board with a whole set of necklaces, made of shells, pearls, enamelware, beans etc., some of which she made herself. She does not expect to buy furniture, it's not that I don't like it, I just don't happen to have any. It doesn't seem to be very essential. I admit it's not very convenient for people when I invite them for dinner, but I really don't think it's important. She bought her Citroën 2CV second-hand, from her godmother, she let me have it cheap. She bought her phonograph in her nexto last year at the lycée, with the first money I earned working in a sanatorium in my spare time. It isn't really suitable for classical music and her records are very, very worn out. I love being creative. She is eager to express her personality and seizes every opportunity to create something personal. I love drawing. Everyone in the family does drawing, my sister draws, my father used to draw. Mainly, though only episodically, she does black and white portraits of people she likes. I enjoy color, but for me it's not the important thing in a drawing. The most important things are the curves and then, well, the expression, capturing someone's expression. The pleasure comes when I'm doing the drawing, later it's of no significance. She learned how to make enamelware, first from books, which her aunt gave her together with a quill when she was 15, later she made enamelware with her sister and friends at the Municipal Youth Club. People who never look outside themselves. Her only makeup is an invisible foundation cream, her hair is thinned and cut medium length. The first quality she looks for in her friends is joy. I like healthy people, who are glad to be alive. I like people who are at ease with themselves, perhaps because I'm not always at ease myself. I think that what makes people carry on living is always being able to hope for something, never accepting things as they are. The people I don't like, I can't accept because they seem to me empty. I mean they're dull, they have no taste, no passion. Perhaps no passion is too strong, I mean they don't want anything, they don't seem to feel anything, they never look outside themselves. They don't really live. They're imprisoned by a whole environment. They can't get out of it and don't even realize they could get out of it. There are quite a lot of them among my patients and the people I work with. People who are perhaps too dependent on material satisfactions, on the material things society can offer them. I can't say I don't like them, but I'm not interested in them. They don't interest me. Doing something with my body. She worships nature, everything that is natural in people, in the street, and loves nature in Paris, the woods and flowers. For a whole year she practiced physical expression with the Montreal Theatre Group, doing something with my body. Performing movements, gestures, that aren't necessarily theatrical, that express my body. That's something I enjoy. On holiday, she shuns campsites, they're too organized nowadays, almost hotels. She cannot spend more than a week at the seaside doing nothing, going to the beach, sunbathing, the occasional swim. After 2 days of that, I'm bored. She hitchhikes to Greece, Italy, or the Balearic Islands. I love traveling that way partly because it's so different from what I do the rest of the year, a different lifestyle. But also in order to live with a bit of insecurity that's exciting and to meet different people, be able to communicate. Last year she took part in the restoration of an abbey in the Rouergue region, and in her spare time she has worked with an archaeological team excavating a site in Ur-et-Loir. Every other Wednesday, she works 1 Wednesday out of 2, she attends a course at the École pratique de hautes études to get a bit of theory. It helps to have some notions of history and archaeology. We used to choose a theme, talk about it and then create. For 3 years she also belonged to an amateur drama group with friends at Bois d'Arcy, near Paris. They put on quite a few cabaret shows based on poetry. We did one on Boris Vian's work so as to make it better known. They have also written their own shows, We used to choose a theme, talk about it and then create. But the people there were too young and it broke down. Everyone went off their own way after the BAC and we never got together again. Occasionally with a girlfriend she still does a bit of acting, just little sketches that we work on together. I wouldn't have wanted to make a living out of it, it's just a hobby. I don't go just because it's cheaper. There are periods when she goes regularly to the theater. At the theater in the site Universitaire she has recently seen Ali Baba's Cave by a troupe from the Theater Oblique. I think, it wasn't bad. Dario Fo at the Salle Gemmier, it was very radical, but it was in the form of stories told to people and it was excellent. She goes to see shows that are not expensive. I don't go just because it's cheaper, but the fact is, at the site there are very good shows that aren't expensive. Of course, it isn't very comfortable, but you have a good evening out and it doesn't cost too much, about 10 francs. Afterwards, we normally come back here or visit another friend and we discuss the play if we feel like it. She went to the Comédie Française when she was younger, but no longer goes. I never disliked it, but it's not my favorite kind of theater. All the same, it's a very classical theater, but I don't really know much about it. On the other hand, Boulevard Theater isn't theater at all. Theater is something that involves people, brings together the performers and the spectators. Boulevard Theater doesn't do anything like it. I'm not even sure if people relax, because after all they see their own lives, what they do every day of the week. Theater shouldn't be about relaxing, it should be about dreaming, inventing. Boris Vian and lots of things about him. She loves classical music, especially Bach and Beethoven. She often listens to Félix Leclerc, Leo Ferre, Jacques Brel. Her great love when she was 15, the only singer I've liked all the time for years, and Georges Brassens. I don't like Sheila at all, it's not music, it's commerce, opium, the sort of thing I hate. Although she does not like him, perhaps because of my upbringing, her family hated him. She thinks that Johnny Hallyday does have something. She likes Pink Floyd and has one of their records but only superficially. She reads Le Monde when she has time, but that is not often, the reviews in Le Nouvel Observateur, and fairly regularly Le Canard Enchaîné. She used to read more when she was at school. She reads novels, recently, a book on Nepal by Han Suyin, all François Sagan's novels, Boris Vian and lots of things about him. She likes to discover an author, immerse herself in a book and tell herself she's reading something fascinating. She likes Van Gogh. She went to the exhibition at the Petit Palais, Goya, Buffet, everything that's all done in lines and impressionism. It's a vision that's much deeper than a material object. You really feel you're given the impression of someone who has seen something and reproduced it. She recently visited the Rodin Museum, which is fantastic. I just love his work, it's wonderful. Furthermore, these positions, which are ultimately less risky and, at least in the long run, more profitable, the more capital one brings into them, present a further advantage for people seeking an honorable refuge to avoid social decline, perhaps the most important advantage in the short term and in the practical shaping of a vocation. One only has to consider the opposition between the youth leader or cultural organizer and the primary teacher, between the journalist or TV producer and the secondary teacher, between the technician in a public opinion or market research institute and the bank clerk or post office clerk, to see that, unlike the established positions which are situated in a hierarchy and impose the unequivocal image of an occupation defined in its present and future, the new or renovated occupations allow or encourage symbolic rehabilitation strategies, illustrated by the use of noble doublets, more or less overtly euphemistic, such as personal assistant for secretary or psychotherapeutic nurse for psychiatric nurse. But this effect is most visible in all those cases in which the agents endeavor to produce jobs adjusted to their ambitions rather than adjust their ambitions to fit already existing jobs, to produce the need for their own product by activities which may be initially voluntary, like a number of social occupations, but aim to be imposed as public services officially recognized and more or less completely state-financed, in accordance with a classic process of professionalization, creation of a specialized training sanctioned by diplomas, a code of ethics and an occupational ideology, etc. The new petite bourgeoisie comes into its own in all the occupations involving presentation and representation, sales, marketing, advertising, public relations, fashion, decoration, and so forth, and in all the institutions providing symbolic goods and services. These include the various jobs in medical and social assistance, marriage guidance, sex therapy, dietetics, vocational guidance, pediatric advice, etc., and in cultural production and organization, youth leaders, play leaders, tutors and monitors, radio and TV producers and presenters, magazine journalists, which have expanded considerably in recent years, but also some established occupations, such as art craftsmen or nurses. Thus, the art craftsmen in the old sense, upholsterers, wrought iron workers, cabinet makers, picture framers, goldsmiths, jewelers, gilders, or engravers, trained in technical schools and very close to small craftsmen, and their values have been joined in the last 15 years or so by makers of jewelry, printed fabrics, ceramics, or hand-woven clothes, with a higher level of general education, often Parisian and of bourgeois origin, who are closer in lifestyle to the cultural intermediaries. Similarly, among the secretaries and nurses, some, originating from the lower or middle classes, are very close to the junior administrative executives, while others, younger, often Parisian and of bourgeois origin, present all the features of the new occupations. In general, the indeterminacy of the new or renovated occupations means that the heterogeneity of the agents' trajectories is particularly marked. One can almost always distinguish two groups separated by social origin and all the associated dispositions, who disagree more or less overtly over the definition of the job and the competences or virtues necessary in order to fill it. The oppositions which this duality of origins gives rise to within the new petite bourgeoisie are expressed very clearly in the relationship between ethical preferences and refusals. Unlike the declining petite bourgeoisie, which rejects the whole set of values directly opposed to its own, i.e., the very virtues pursued by the new petite bourgeoisie, amusing, refined, stylish, artistic, imaginative, the members of the socio-medical services make contradictory choices which seems to express the antagonisms between the values of their original milieu and the values of their present milieu. Some reject the qualities which most of the others put in top place, refined, stylish, amusing, while others reject the qualities most prized by the established petite bourgeoisie, level-headed, classical. These uncertainties or even incoherences no doubt exist in each of the members of the new professions, who have to invent a new lifestyle, particularly in domestic life, and to redefine their social coordinates. If the indeterminacy of a position favors bluffing or euphemizing strategies, there is a price to be paid in terms of the occupant's uncertainty as to his social identity, as we see from the testimony of an industrialist's daughter, aged 35, proprietor of a boutique in Paris selling design center products, contemporary goods and gifts. She attended a decorative art school but has no diploma, and conducts her art business as if it were an art. When people ask me what I do, and I say I'm a shopkeeper, I always feel it's someone else answering for me, because really I don't see myself as a shopkeeper. But I suppose in the end, when it comes down to it, I must be, I don't know. All the same, I feel very remote from the preoccupations of my butcher, and I feel much closer to someone who works in an advertising agency or to an interior decorator. It's all very complicated. Personally, I see myself as rather out on a limb, between two stools, I don't know. For me, shopkeeping is like a game, it's always a bit of a gamble, buying and selling. Those members of the new petite bourgeoisie who originate from the upper classes and who, for lack, most often, of educational capital, have had to reconvert into the new occupations such as cultural intermediary or art craftsman, have had fewer years of schooling than the average for their class of origin, but more than the average for the middle classes. They therefore possess a very great cultural capital of familiarity and a social capital of connections. They manifest the highest competence within the middle classes and incline towards a system of choices very similar to that of the bourgeoisie, the art of fugue, the concerto for the left hand, the Firebird Suite, the Four Seasons, Goya, Braque, Brupel, Jacques Douay, the Modern Art Museum, antique shops, and the flea market, a harmonious, discreet, studied interior, refined, artistic, stylish friends, intellectual films, Salvatore Giuliano, Exterminating Angel, The Trial, or among the comedies, The Suitor, see figure 18. Their ambivalent relationship with the educational system, inducing a sense of complicity with every form of symbolic defiance, inclines them to welcome all the forms of culture which are, provisionally at least, on the lower boundaries of legitimate culture: jazz, cinema, strip cartoons, science fiction, and to flaunt, for example, American fashions and models, jazz, jeans, rock, or the avant-garde underground, which is their monopoly as a challenge to legitimate culture, but they often bring into these regions disdained by the educational establishment an erudite, even academic disposition which is inspired by a clear intention of rehabilitation, the cultural equivalent of the restoration strategies which define their occupational project. Thus, the members of the socio-medical services name more film directors than actors, thereby distancing themselves from the clerical workers or the secretaries, who are mainly interested in actors. 27 Their preference for The Trial, a prodigious, harrowing film, or for Les Dimanches de Ville d'Avray by Serge Bourguignon, who uses sometimes questionable but never vulgar means to retrace with unfailing delicacy the very pure and poetic story of a meeting and a friendship between a 12-year-old girl and a 30-year-old man. Le Monde, November 24, 1962, no doubt reveals their quasi-professional interest in all psychological explorations. 28 But it is also a sign, among many others, of the high cultural ambitions, also reflected in the frequency with which they say they read works of philosophy, of these transitional, mediating categories, identified in intention and aspiration with the dominant classes whom they serve, often in spatial proximity, secretary and director, nurse and doctor, yet separated from them by an invisible barrier. Figure 18 films seen, in order of preference to. The fact that a large proportion of these new positions are occupied by women no doubt contributes to the realization of their potentialities, which express themselves precisely in this recruitment. It would clearly be naive to look to the sex ratio of the category, which is one of the properties of the category, for the explanation of this or that other property of the category. The socially inculcated dispositions, in particular, the inclination towards the things of taste, which lead especially the women of these fractions towards the adjectives they see as most distinguished, stylish, refined, etc., are also the basis of the vocation which brings them to the new occupations and of the entirely functional aptitudes they apply in them. Not the least of these are the aesthetic dispositions required both in the production or sale of goods and services and in the self-presentation, which is often an essential condition for successful symbolic imposition. The key to the whole system of preferences of these déclassés petits bourgeois aspiring to recover their lost class is found in the frequency with which they choose adjectives which unambiguously declare an attraction for the most naively aristocratic qualities: stylish, distinguished, refined, recherché. 29 This systematic pretension to distinction, this quasi-methodical concern to stand aloof from the tastes and values most clearly associated with the established petite bourgeoisie and the working classes, which give to all their practices an air of tension even in relaxation, constraint in the pursuit of a liberated lifestyle, affectation in simplicity, are indeed the most significant manifestations of this new variant of the petit bourgeois ethos. This well-armed pretension, based on a familiarity with culture combined with high social origin, is quite distinct in its means and its modality from the anxious pretension of the promoted petite bourgeoisie. It functions as a sort of social flair, allowing its owner to steer through difficult situations when the usual landmarks are missing. Thus, although the members of the new petite bourgeoisie are no more inclined than the others to concede, especially in practice, that photography can transfigure objects such as a pregnant woman, a scrapyard, a butcher's stall or a car crash, they are more skillful at identifying the soppy objects of popular taste or petit bourgeois aestheticism: the sunset, the landscape, the little girl playing with a cat, the folk dance, all of which they much more rarely say would make a beautiful photograph. In general, the cultural bluff which relies on this flair measured by the gap between the tendency to select the rarest painters, composers, or works, l'enfant et les sortilèges, the Firebird Suite, Kandinsky, Dali, Braque, and the frequency of visits to museums, especially the modern art museum, varies with the proportion of inheritors and parvenus in each category. It is particularly frequent among the cultural intermediaries and commercial executives, very rare among the promoted petit bourgeois, as it is among the public sector executives and secondary teachers, and is reduced to an empty intention of distinction in the rising fraction of the new occupations, situated on the negative value side of the second axis. Of the members of the new petite bourgeoisie who originate from the upper classes, 39.5% say they know at least 12 of the works of music, whereas only 25% of them can name at least 12 of the composers of the same works. This disparity does not occur with members of this fraction who originate from the working or middle classes. 15% of them say they know at least 12 works and 15% name at least 12 composers. By the same logic, the former declare much more often, 85%, than the latter, 58%, all music of quality interests me. The dispositions of which the new petite bourgeoisie is the bearer find the conditions for their full development only in Paris. See Table 25.30. Cultural pretension together with education, of which it reinforces the effects, is no doubt one of the factors conducive to appropriation of the advantages associated with proximity to the center of cultural values, such as a more intense supply of cultural goods, the sense of belonging, and the incentives given by contact with groups who are also culturally favored. 31. Consequently, there is no other category in which the systematic differences between Parisians and provincials are more marked, differences in the intensity of the legitimate practices, museum visits, etc., and the range of competence, in music, for example, differences in the relationship to legitimate culture, with the sense of being an outsider to the world of painting or music, not my strong point, I don't know much about it, always being more marked among provincials. Other things being equal, differences, above all, in the ability to recognize, often without knowing them, smart opinions, the Parisians always being more inclined, at all levels of competence, to opt for the most legitimate judgments. All music of quality interests me, as soon as they are formulated, whereas the provincials more often concur with the judgments expressing a recognition of legitimacy combined with a confession of ignorance, I don't know much about it, or incompetence. It's complicated. Differences in the indices of cultural pretension, with, for example, the choice of an imaginative or studied interior, clothes that are chic and stylish, race, two expressions typical of the new art of living promulgated by the mass circulation women's magazines, and above all the declared preference for the rarest works of music, the Firebird Suite, the art of fugue, the well-tempered clavier, instead of the provincial's Rhapsody in Blue. Through which the new petite bourgeoisie distinguishes itself from the promoted petite bourgeoisie much more decisively in Paris than in the provinces, and differences in all the indices of lifestyle, in the choice of clothes, in tastes in cooking or ethical preferences, in which the provincials are always more prudent, less audaciously liberated. Table 25. Knowledge and preferences of established and new petite bourgeoisie, in Paris and in the provinces, percent. A. Craftsmen, small shopkeepers, clerical employees, junior administrative executives, primary teachers, technicians. B. Social and medical services, cultural intermediaries, art craftsmen and small art dealers, secretaries, junior commercial executives. Together with the opposition between the Parisians and the provincials, the opposition, strongly marked in cultural competence, between the occupants of the new positions who originate from the dominant class and those who originate from the other classes underlines the conditions of success of the social bluff which always plays a part in the definition of the new occupations. Having acquired only the most visible and least prestigious aspects of the new lifestyle, the upwardly mobile individuals who seek in marginal, less strictly defined positions a way of escaping destinies incompatible with the promises implied in their scholastic careers, without possessing the cultural competences, the ethical dispositions and, above all, the social capital and investment sense from which individuals originating from the dominant class expect a recovery of their former position, have every likelihood of being expelled from positions to which they have been led by educationally induced allodoxia, as those positions are progressively revalued, partly through their own elimination, by the activity of the sole legitimate occupants. From duty to the fun ethic. One can see how inherited dispositions predispose individuals to occupy the positions towards which they orient them. With these need merchants, sellers of symbolic goods and services who always sell themselves as models and as guarantors of the value of their products, and who sell so well because they believe in what they sell, the symbolic authority of the honest, trustworthy vendor takes the form of an imposition that is both more violent and more gentle, since the vendor deceives the customer only insofar as he deceives himself and is sincerely sold on the value of what he sells. Because the new substitution industry, which sells fine words instead of things to those who cannot afford the things but are willing to settle for words, finds its ideal clientele in the new petite bourgeoisie, this group is predisposed to collaborate with total conviction in imposing the lifestyle handed down by the new bourgeoisie, the probable destination of its trajectory and the real goal of its aspirations. 32 In short, this petite bourgeoisie of consumers, which means to acquire on credit, i.e., before its due time, the attributes of the legitimate lifestyle residences with old world names and holiday flats at Merlin Plage, mock luxury cars and mock luxury holidays is perfectly adapted to act as a transmission belt and pull into the race for consumption and competition those from whom it means to distinguish itself. In fact, one of its distinguishing features is precisely its sense of legitimacy in teaching others the legitimate lifestyle by a symbolic action which not only produces the need for its own product, and therefore, in the long run, legitimates itself and those who exercise it, but also legitimates the lifestyle put forward as a model, that is, that of the dominant class, or, more precisely, of the fractions which constitute its ethical avant-garde. A very different image of themselves and their activity is, of course, held by all those who, in industry or in the great bureaucracies of cultural production, radio, television, research organizations, the major daily or weekly newspapers, and especially in the occupations of social work and cultural facilitation, perform the tasks of gentle manipulation assigned to them by the new division of labor. Occupying a dominated position within the hierarchy of the institutions of cultural production and circulation and experiencing a quasi-alienation which sometimes provides the basis for an intellectual solidarity with the dominated classes, the new cultural intermediaries are inclined to sympathize with discourses aimed at challenging the cultural order and the hierarchies which the cultural hierarchy aims to maintain, and to return to the themes of all heresies: denunciation of the technocratic, pretension to the monopoly of competence, hostility to hierarchies and the hierarchy, the ideology of universal creativity. But in fact these occupations condemn their occupants to the essential ambiguity resulting from the discrepancy between the, symbolically, subversive dispositions linked to their position in the division of labor and the manipulative or conservative functions attached to the position, between the subjective image of the occupational project and the objective function of the occupation. The very performance of the function may presuppose this discrepancy, a principle of dissimulation and misrecognition, as in the case of some veteran revolutionaries of May 1968 who have become industrial psychologists. To accept their ambiguous position and to accept themselves doing so, they are forced to invent the skillfully ambiguous discourses and practices that were, so to speak, inscribed in advance in the very definition of the position. 33 Obliged to live out the contradiction between their messianic aspirations and the reality of their practice, to cultivate uncertainty as to their social identity in order to be able to accept it, and therefore condemned to a questioning of the world which masks an anxious self-questioning. These intellectual lackeys are predisposed to experience with particular intensity the existential mood of a whole intellectual generation, which, weary of desperately hoping for a collective hope, seeks in a narcissistic self-absorption the substitute for the hope of changing the social world or even of understanding it. Thus, in the struggle it wages, within the dominant fractions of the dominant class, to replace old-style conservatism based on an overtly authoritarian image of the hierarchical relations between the classes, generations, or sexes with a reconvert conservatism corresponding to the enlightened self-interest of those for whom a rational use of the educational system has provided the means of reconverting themselves in accordance with the new logic of the economy, the new or renovated bourgeoisie finds a natural ally, both economically and politically, in the new petite bourgeoisie. The latter recognizes in the new bourgeoisie the embodiment of its human ideal, the dynamic executive, and, having abandoned the somewhat morose asceticism of the rising petite bourgeoisie, collaborates enthusiastically in imposing the new ethical norms, especially as regards consumption, and the corresponding needs. Seeking its occupational and personal salvation in the imposition of new doctrines of ethical salvation, the new petite bourgeoisie is predisposed to play a vanguard role in the struggles over everything concerned with the art of living, in particular, domestic life and consumption, relations between the sexes and the generations, the reproduction of the family and its values. It is opposed on almost every point to the repressive morality of the declining petite bourgeoisie, whose religious or political conservatism often centers on moral indignation at moral disorder, and especially the disorder of sexual mores, as witness the theme of pornocracy and the anti-feminism which run through a whole current of predominantly petit bourgeois right-wing thought, from Proudhon to Pareto. But it is equally opposed, by the aristocratic pretension of its fundamental choices and by its subversive representation of the relations between the sexes, to the asceticism of the promoted petite bourgeoisie, whose austere optimism, rigorous but not without a sort of heroism, is opposed to the repressive pessimism of the declining petite bourgeoisie. 34. Thus, whereas the old morality of duty, based on the opposition between pleasure and good, induces a generalized suspicion of the charming and attractive, a fear of pleasure and a relation to the body made up of reserve, modesty, and restraint, and associates every satisfaction of the forbidden impulses with guilt, the new ethical avant-garde urges a morality of pleasure as a duty. 35. This doctrine makes it a failure, a threat to self-esteem, not to have fun. 36. Or, as Parisians like to say with a little shudder of audacity, genre. 37. Pleasure is not only permitted but demanded, on ethical as much as on scientific grounds. 38. The fear of not getting enough pleasure, the logical outcome of the effort to overcome the fear of pleasure, is combined with the search for self-expression and bodily expression and for communication with others, relating échange, even immersion in others, considered not as a group but as subjectivities in search of their identity. And the old personal ethic is thus rejected for a cult of personal health and psychological therapy. At the opposite pole from the politicization which depersonalizes personal experiences by presenting them as particular cases of generic experiences common to a class, moralization and psychologization personalize experiences, and are thus perfectly consistent with the more or less secularized forms of the search for religious salvation. 39. As is shown by the use it makes of psychoanalytic jargon, the modernist morality is a psychological vulgate which moralizes under the guise of analysis. And as is shown by the emphasis it places on Erickson's utopia of full orgasmic reciprocity, it transmutes a spuriously positive definition of the normal into an imperative of normality and bases the orgasm duty of its theoretical morality on the findings of a bogus science of mores à la Kinsey, thus introducing the deadly, rational accountancy of equivalences into the area of sexual exchanges, which for most societies is one of the last refuges of collective misrecognition. 40. Invoking the prestige of a false science of sexual behavior to naturalize a conception and an experience of sexuality, a very recent historical invention which depends on social conditions of possibility that are very unequally distributed. 41. It consigns to the pathology of sexual poverty, i.e., to the attentions of the psychoanalyst or the sexologist, sole arbiters of legitimate sexual competence, all those whom the old morality would have consigned to the inferno of natural sexuality. These barbarians who have not caught up with the sexual revolution are once again the victims of a universalization of the definition of competence not accompanied by a universalization of the conditions of acquisition. Closer in this respect to religious prophecy than to science, whose truths are always partial and provisional, this would-be scientific morality provides a systematic answer to the problems of daily existence. It proposes, for example, a conception of bodily exercise and a representation of childhood and child-rearing which are in perfect harmony with its vision of sexuality. Out goes the asceticism of traditional gymnastics, which measures the value of an exercise by its cost in effort, and even suffering, il faut souffrir pour être belle, which sees physical effort as character building and may even find a form of pleasure in the experience of tension. In its place comes the new gymnastics, a self-styled anti-gymnastics, with a system of equally imperative and exactly opposite precepts. Aiming to substitute relaxation for tension, pleasure for effort, creativity and freedom for discipline, communication for solitude, it treats the body as the psychoanalyst treats the soul, bending its ear to listen to a body which has to be uncauted, liberated or, more simply, rediscovered and accepted, feeling at home. This psychologization of the relation to the body is inseparable from an exaltation of the self, but a self which truly fulfills itself, growth, awareness, responsiveness, only when relating to others, sharing experiences, through the intermediary of the body treated as a sign and not as an instrument, which opens the door to a whole politics of the alienated body. Such are the intentions which lie behind exercises of bodily expression, a sort of painless delivery of one's own body. 42. The same oppositions are found in the area of child rearing. The puritanical view of the child's nature as a side of dangerous, powerful, essentially autoerotic, desires leads upbringing to be seen as a training, a straightening, and pedagogy as a set of techniques for controlling the child while taming his bad instincts. It gives adults the power to define needs, i.e., legitimate desires, to distinguish, for example, between legitimate cries, of hunger or pain, and illegitimate ones, or between good and bad habits. By contrast, the therapeutic ethic, with its psychobabble of liberationist commonplaces, father figure, Peter Pan complex etc., credits the child with a good nature which must be accepted as such, with its legitimate pleasure needs, for attention, affection, maternal care. Child rearing, which is also a source of legitimate pleasures, so that procreation, which produces this consumer object bringing joy, youth, and union to both parents, is also a psychotherapeutic duty, treats the child as a sort of apprentice who must discover his body and the world through exploration, and, blurring the boundaries between work and play, duty and pleasure, it defines play as muscular and mental learning and therefore a necessary pleasure, subjectively agreeable and objectively indispensable, thus making pleasure a duty for children and parents alike. Psychoanalysis, the rationalizing mystique of the age of science, is freely interpreted to supply the legitimating discourse which gives the appearances of a rational foundation to the arbitrary, but socially necessary, presuppositions of an ethos. And the slide from ethics to therapy produces the need for the therapist of which it is the product. There is no doubt that the search for psychological health through recourse to specialists in the rational cure of souls, psychoanalysts, psychotherapists, marriage guidance counselors and so on, stands in a dialectical relation to the development of a body of professionals capable of producing the need for their own product, i.e., a market for the goods and services they are equipped to supply. It would no doubt be a mistake to attribute to this single factor all the changes in domestic ethics which result from the combined impact of a number of, relatively, independent causal series, including the appearance of new psychological theories, psychoanalysis, genetic psychology etc., the vastly increased number of girls from the bourgeoisie entering higher education and adapting to the associated lifestyle, the transformation of the mode of social reproduction, which means that scholastic errors tend to count more than moral errors, with academic anxiety, previously more a male concern, replacing ethical anxiety, which used to affect mainly girls, women's increased access to the labor market, and the changes in economic production itself, which, having to place ever greater emphasis on the production of needs and the artificial creation of scarcities, helps in many indirect ways to encourage a consumer morality. The fact remains that the rise of the therapeutic morality is unquestionably linked to the constitution of a corps of professionals, psychoanalysts, sexologists, counselors, psychologists, specialized journalists, and so forth, claiming a monopoly of the legitimate definition of legitimate pedagogic or sexual competence, and that the constitution of a field of production of goods and services called for by the disparity between the competence now demanded in such matters and real competence cannot be understood independently of the whole set of reconversion strategies through which agents, whose domestic or educational training predisposed them to play the role of an ethical vanguard, have been able to find the substitute for the prestigious positions the labor market refused them, in the interstices between the teaching profession and the medical profession. Thus the exemplary history of all those who started by professing a faith and ended up making it a profession, especially of all those associations which, in the areas of social work, adult education, cultural organization, or advice on child rearing and sexuality, have moved, in the space of a generation, from the enthusiastic uncertainties of voluntary evangelism to the security of quasi-civil servant status, unfolds in time the ambiguous nature of all those professions which are bureaucratized forms of exemplary prophecy and which involve offering, or selling, one's own art of living as an example to others. If the ethical proselytism of these ethical prophets of bureaucratic societies systematically reverses the ascetic morality of the established petite bourgeoisie, this is because, like the choice, by which they are defined, of making their profession rather than entering ready-made professions, their lifestyle and ethical and political positions are based on a rejection of everything in themselves that is finite, definite, final, in a word, petit bourgeois, that is, a refusal to be pinned down in a particular site in social space, a practical utopianism which was until then the privilege of intellectuals and which predisposes them to welcome every form of utopia. Classified, déclassé, aspiring to a higher class, they see themselves as unclassifiable, excluded, dropped out, marginal, anything rather than categorized, assigned to a class, a determinate place in social space. And yet all their practices, cultural, sporting, educational, sexual, speak of classification but in the mode of denial, as one sees from a few headings taken from the index of a resource guide to adolescent counterculture 43 Aikido, agitprop, alternative press, anthroposophy, anti-gymnastics, anti-nuclear, anti-psychiatry, anti-radiation, anti-scientism, anti-vaccination, astrology, basket making, biodynamics, bioenergy, biological farming, body, Charlie Hebdo, childhood, communes, creativity, dance, diet, drugs, ecology, encounters, esoterica, extraterrestrial, folk, freedom, free flight, futuristics, gaze, gestalt therapy, gliding, go, green, hallucinogens, hiking, grass, homeopathy, imagination, immigrants, independent cinema, invention, judo, kendo, kyudo, Larzac, life, macrobiotics, madness, magnetism, nomads, nonverbal communication, nonviolence, one-night stands, ongoing education, oriental medicine, parallel, parapsychology, parascientific popularization, physiotherapy, plants, pottery, prisons, psi-phenomena, regionalism, repression, science fiction, struggles, telepathy, therapy, trailers, transcendental meditation, travel, trekking, vegetarianism, weaving, yoga, Zen. An inventory of thinly disguised expressions of a sort of dream of social flying, a desperate effort to defy the gravity of the social field. Guided by their anti-institutional temperament and the concern to escape everything redolent of competitions, hierarchies, and classifications and, above all, of scholastic classifications, hierarchies of knowledge, theoretical abstractions, or technical competences, these new intellectuals are inventing an art of living which provides them with the gratifications and prestige of the intellectual at the least cost, in the name of the fight against taboos and the liquidation of complexes. They adopt the most external and most easily borrowed aspects of the intellectual lifestyle, liberated manners, cosmetic or sartorial outrages, emancipated poses and postures, and systematically apply the cultivated disposition to not yet legitimate culture, cinema, strip cartoons, the underground, to everyday life, street art, the personal sphere, sexuality, cosmetics, child rearing, leisure, and the existential, the relation to nature, love, death. The perfect audience for a new intellectual popularization, which is also a popularization of the intellectual lifestyle. They spontaneously relate to the new spontaneist ideology culled from Freud and Freinet, Rogers and Reich, Fourier and Bakunin. 44 It is scarcely necessary to point out the cultivated, even scholastic aspects of this romantic flight from the social world, which, because it exalts the body and nature, sometimes sees itself as a return to the wild and the natural. Like legitimate culture, the counterculture leaves its principles implicit, which is understandable since it is rooted in the dispositions of an ethos, and so is still able to fulfill functions of distinction by making available to almost everyone the distinctive poses, the distinctive games and other external signs of inner riches previously reserved for intellectuals. The convergence between the routine themes of advertising, which has long been versed in the language of desire, 45, and the most typical topics of high philosophical popularization, the parallels between the social policy of a dominant class which concedes the better to conserve, and the new child-rearing, specifically bourgeois in its diffusion, which opts for liberalism and indulgence, would be sufficient to show that the new ethic espoused by the vanguard of the bourgeoisie and petite bourgeoisie is perfectly compatible with a form of enlightened conservatism. It may even be wondered if the ethic of liberation is not in the process of supplying the economy with the perfect consumer whom economic theory has always dreamed of, and not only by inducing him to consume and to consume the latest thing. The most important contribution of the new ethic may well be that it produces consumers who are isolated, despite all their associations, which are purely statistical groupings, and therefore free, or forced, to confront in extended order the separate markets, juniors, teenagers, senior citizens, etc., of the new economic order, and untrammelled by the constraints and brakes imposed by collective memories and expectations, in short, freed from the temporal structures imposed by domestic units, with their own life cycle, their long-term planning, sometimes over several generations, and their collective defenses against the immediate impact of the market. 7. The choice of the necessary. The fundamental proposition that the habitus is a virtue made of necessity is never more clearly illustrated than in the case of the working classes, since necessity includes for them all that is usually meant by the word, that is, an inescapable deprivation of necessary goods. Necessity imposes a taste for necessity, which implies a form of adaptation to and consequently acceptance of the necessary, a resignation to the inevitable, a deep-seated disposition which is in no way incompatible with the revolutionary intention, although it confers on it a modality which is not that of intellectual or artistic revolts. Social class is not defined solely by a position in the relations of production, but by the class habitus which is normally, i.e., with a high statistical probability, associated with that position. 1 The Narodniki of all times and all lands, by identifying with their object to the point of confusing their relation to the working class condition with the working class relation to that condition, by speaking and writing as if it were sufficient to occupy the worker's position in the relations of production for a brief while, as observer or even as participant, in order to understand the worker's experience of that position, present an account of the working class condition that is statistically improbable, since it is not the product of the relation to that condition which is ordinarily associated with the condition, precisely because of the conditionings which it exerts. It is not a question of the truth or falsity of the insupportable image of the working class world that the intellectual produces when, putting himself in the place of a worker without having the habitus of a worker, he apprehends the working class condition through schemes of perception and appreciation which are not those that the members of the working class themselves use to apprehend it. It is truly the experience that an intellectual can obtain of the working class world by putting himself provisionally and deliberately into the working class condition, and it may become less and less improbable if, as is beginning to happen, an increasing number of individuals are thrown into the working class condition without having the habitus that is the product of the conditionings normally imposed on those who are condemned to this condition. Populism is never anything other than an inverted ethnocentrism, and if descriptions of the industrial working class and the peasantry almost always vacillate between miserabilism and millenarian exaltation, this is because they leave out the relation to class condition which is part of a complete definition of that condition, and because it is less easy to state the actual relation to the condition one is describing, without necessarily being able to feel it, than to put one's own relation to it into the description, if only because this spurious identification and the indignation it inspires have all the appearances of legitimacy to support them. Point 2. The taste for necessity and the principle of conformity. The specific effect of the taste for necessity, which never ceases to act, though unseen because its action combines with that of necessity, is most clearly seen when it is, in a sense, operating out of phase, having survived the disappearance of the conditions which produced it. One sees examples in the behavior of some small craftsmen or businessmen who, as they themselves say, don't know how to spend the money they've earned, or of junior clerical workers, still attached to their peasant or working class roots, who get as much satisfaction from calculating how much they have saved by doing without a commodity or service, or doing it themselves, as they would have got from the thing itself, but who, equally, cannot ever purchase it without a painful sense of wasting money. Having a million does not in itself make one able to live like a millionaire, and parvenus generally take a long time to learn that what they see as culpable prodigality is, in their new condition, expenditure of basic necessity. Point 3. It tends to be forgotten that to appreciate the true value of the purely symbolic services which in many areas, hotels, hairdressing, etc., make the essential difference between luxury establishments and ordinary businesses, one has to feel oneself the legitimate recipient of this bureaucratically personalized care and attention, and to display vis-a-vis those who are paid to offer it the mixture of distance, including generous gratuities, and freedom which the bourgeois have towards their servants. Anyone who doubts that knowing how to be served is one component of the bourgeois art of living, need only think of the workers or small clerks who, entering a smart restaurant for some grand occasion, immediately strike up a conversation with the waiters who realize at once whom they are dealing with, as if to destroy symbolically the servant-master relationship and the unease it creates for them. The worker who sees a watch on sale for 2 million old francs, or who hears that a surgeon has spent 3 million francs on his son's engagement party, does not envy the watch or the party but the 2 million, being unable to conceive of the system of needs in which he would have nothing better to do with 2 million francs than spend it on a watch. When there are so many things that come first, as they say, you'd have to be crazy to think of buying a 2 million franc watch. But no one ever really puts himself in the place of those on the other side of the social world. One man's extravagance is another man's prime necessity, and not only because the marginal value of those 2 million francs varies with the number of millions possessed. Many of the expenditures that are called conspicuous are in no way a squandering, and, as well as being obligatory elements in a certain style of life, they are very often, like engagement parties, an excellent investment in social capital. For a host of reasons, in particular the physical and social separation of the universes of life, these experiences, of the watch and the engagement party, are very improbable, although both actually happened. In fact, as Marx observed with some brutality, what and how much he can see depends not only on the existing state of affairs in the world, a state of affairs by no means created by him, but also on his purse and on the position in life which falls to his lot owing to the division of labor, which perhaps shuts very much away from him, although he may have very acquisitive eyes and ears, for in general the working classes have no idea of what the system of needs of the privileged classes might be. Their knowledge of upper-class resources is equally abstract and unreal. Thus, when asked the average price of a good meal around the Champs-Élysées, 13% of the manual workers said they did not know, 35% put it at between 15 and 24 francs, 22% between 25 and 29, 13% between 30 and 39, and 13% over 50 francs, as against 2%, 11%, 20%, 33%, and 14% respectively for the executives, industrialists and professionals. The junior executives gave intermediate evaluations. What statistics records in the form of systems of needs is nothing other than the coherence of the choices of a habitus. And the inability to spend more, or differently, that is, to rise to the system of needs implied in a higher level of resources, is the best illustration of the impossibility of reducing, theoretically, the propensity to consume to the capacity to appropriate, or of reducing the habitus to the economic conditions prevailing at a given moment, as represented, for example, by a given level of income. If everything encourages a belief in the existence of a direct relationship between income and consumption, this is because taste is almost always the product of economic conditions identical to those in which it functions, so that income tends to be credited with a causal efficacy which it in fact only exerts in association with the habitus it has produced. The specific efficacy of the habitus is clearly seen when the same income is associated with very different patterns of consumption, which can only be understood by assuming that other selection principles have intervened. Thus foremen, whose average household income is much greater than that of skilled workers, 34,581 francs as against 25,716 francs, devote a very similar proportion of their income to food, 35.4%, as against 38.3% for skilled workers and 30% for junior executives, so that their actual spending on food is equal to that of senior executives, 12,503 francs as against 12,904 francs. Everything indicates that they remain attached to the popular values of eating well and especially to the popular interpretation of these values. First, spending on the products most typical of popular food, starchy foods, pork, potatoes, poultry increases. Secondly, spending on the expensive products, which manual workers have to restrict although for them they symbolize good eating, charcuterie, wine, coffee, and especially sugar, which declines sharply in the upper classes, increases considerably, together with butter, 444 francs as against 365 francs, whereas less oil is bought. Thirdly, spending on products which are expensive but characteristic of the bourgeois lifestyle increases much less or not at all. This is true of veal, lamb, mutton, fish, shellfish, citrus fruit, etc. Fresh vegetables increase much more than fresh fruit, and both increase less than charcuterie. 5. Another example, as one moves from the 30,000 to 50,000 francs income bracket into the higher bracket, the food purchases of senior executives do not change in at all the same way as those of manual workers. Though expenditure on food increases in both cases, relatively more so among the executives, the items which expand are, by order of importance, for senior executives, including teachers and engineers, apéritifs, restaurant meals, non-alcoholic drinks, lamb, cakes and pastries, beef, fresh fruit, fish and shellfish, cheese, and for manual workers, pork, apéritifs, rabbit, fresh fruit, dried vegetables, bread, fresh vegetables. 6. The principle of the most important differences in the order of lifestyle and, even more, of the stylization of life lies in the variations in objective and subjective distance from the world, with its material constraints and temporal urgencies. Like the aesthetic disposition which is one dimension of it, the distant, detached or casual disposition towards the world or other people, a disposition which can scarcely be called subjective since it is objectively internalized, can only be constituted in conditions of existence that are relatively freed from urgency. the submission to necessity which inclines working class people to a pragmatic, functionalist aesthetic, refusing the gratuity and futility of formal exercises and of every form of art for art's sake, is also the principle of all the choices of daily existence and of an art of living which rejects specifically aesthetic intentions as aberrations. 7. Thus manual workers say more often than all the other classes that they like interiors that are clean and tidy and easy to maintain, 8, or the value for money clothes which economic necessity assigns to them in any case. The doubly prudent choice of a garment that is both simple, versatile, all-purpose, i.e., as little marked and as unrisky as possible, no nonsense, practical and good value for money, i.e., cheap and long-lasting, no doubt presents itself as the most reasonable strategy, given, on the one hand, the economic and cultural capital, not to mention time, that can be invested in buying clothes and, on the other hand, the symbolic profits that can be expected from such an investment, at least at work. Unlike clerical workers, for example. The proportion of women who say they tend not to take account of fashion always higher among women who do not work outside the home, 59% as against 47%, and those who never read women's magazines is distinctly greater in the categories of the craftsmen or small shopkeepers, farm workers, and manual workers, 62%, 61%, and 55%, than among the junior and senior executives, the professionals, and the employers, 43%. Similarly, the concern to keep up with fashion is markedly stronger among the wives of junior executives or clerical workers, whereas the choice of whatever is most practical or economical, rising strongly with age, and much more frequent among housewives, is most pronounced among the wives of farm workers, craftsmen, or shopkeepers, and manual workers. The last two categories are those who most often say they are chiefly concerned to please their husbands. The choice of a classic garment, rather than refined, unconventional or sporty, which, like the most practical and economical, rises strongly with age and varies in inverse ratio to the reading of an index of investment in the aesthetics of dress, is strongest among the wives of farm workers, 67%, and manual workers, 59%, whereas the women of the bourgeoisie, who least often express this choice, 39%, are the ones who most often choose sporty or refined clothes, CSXLII. Further evidence of a low investment in clothing and a low propensity to invest in aesthetic refinement in such matters is seen in the fact that a relatively high proportion of working-class women buy their clothes in the market, by post, or in popular department stores, whereas bourgeois women tend to limit their purchases to boutiques and upmarket department stores, CSXLV. The logic is the same in the area of cosmetics. The numerous market surveys on the subject all show that working-class women reduce their expenditure on makeup and beauty care to the minimum. This item rises strongly as one moves from the wives of farm workers to manual workers, to craftsmen and shopkeepers, to junior executives and to senior executives. They thus represent the 0 degree of makeup, of which the complexity, lipstick alone, lipstick plus foundation, plus eyeshadow, plus eyebrow pencil etc., and the cost in money, and especially in time, increase as one moves up the social hierarchy, in the same order as before, at least up to the level of the clerical workers and junior executives. Thus, although working-class practices may seem to be deduced directly from their economic conditions, since they ensure a saving of money, time, and effort that would in any case be of low profitability, they stem from a choice of the necessary, that's not for us, both in the sense of what is technically necessary, practical, or, as others would say, functional, i.e., needed in order to get by, to do the proper thing and no more, and of what is imposed by an economic and social necessity, condemning simple, modest people to simple, modest tastes. The adjustment to the objective chances which is inscribed in the dispositions constituting the habitus is the source of all the realistic choices which, based on the renunciation of symbolic profits that are in any case inaccessible, reduce practices or objects to their technical function, a short back and sides or quick trim up at the barber's, a simple little dress, solid furniture etc. Thus nothing is more alien to working-class women than the typically bourgeois idea of making each object in the home the occasion for an aesthetic choice, of extending the intention of harmony or beauty even into the bathroom or kitchen, places strictly defined by their function, or of involving specifically aesthetic criteria in the choice of a saucepan or cupboard. Festive meals and Sunday best clothes are opposed to everyday meals and clothes by the arbitrariness of a conventional division doing things properly, just as the rooms socially designated for decoration, the sitting room, the dining room or living room, are opposed to everyday places, that is, by an antithesis which is more or less that of the decorative and the practical, and they are decorated in accordance with established conventions, with knickknacks on the mantelpiece, a forest scene over the sideboard, flowers on the table, without any of these obligatory choices implying decisions or a search for effect. This conventionalism, which is also that of popular photography, concerned to fix conventional poses in the conventional compositions 9 is the opposite of bourgeois formalism and of all the forms of art for art's sake recommended by manuals of graceful living and women's magazines, the art of entertaining, the art of the table, the art of motherhood. In addition to providing a form of basic security in a world in which there can be hardly any assurance, the choice of doing the proper thing or the done thing, the vendors of domestic goods understand the power of it's the done thing over working class insecurity, has a natural place in an economy of practices based on the search for the practical and the refusal of frills and fancy nonsense. Point 10. Even the choices which, from the standpoint of the dominant norms, appear as the most irrational are grounded in the taste of necessity plus, of course, the entirely negative effect of the absence of information and specific competence which results from the lack of cultural capital. For example, the taste for the trinkets and knickknacks which adorn mantelpiece and hallways is inspired by an intention unknown to economists and ordinary aesthetes, that of obtaining maximum effect. It'll make a terrific effect, at minimum cost, a formula which for bourgeois taste is the very definition of vulgarity, one of the intentions of distinction being to suggest with the fewest effects possible the greatest expenditure of time, money, and ingenuity. What is the gaudy and the tawdry, if not that which creates a big effect for a small price, the follies that are only permissible so long as you can say to yourself, they were almost given away. Street hawkers and sales promotion specialists know that they must release the brakes and censorships which forbid extravagances by presenting the forbidden goods as bargains. The unfashionable settee which, if you can forget the color and just think of the price, is exactly the one you had always wanted to go in front of the TV, or the unwearable nylon dress you ended up buying because it was reduced in the sale, though you had sworn you would never again wear nylon. And if it still needed to be proved that resignation to necessity is the basis of the taste of necessity, one only has to consider the waste of time and energy resulting from the refusal to subject the daily management of domestic life to the constraints of rational calculation and formal life principles, a place for everything, everything in its time, etc., which only apparently contradicts the refusal to devote time and care to health, mollycoddling yourself, or beauty, getting dolled up. In fact, in these two features of their lifestyle, working-class women, doubly dominated, show that they do not set sufficient value on their trouble and their time, the only things they can spend, and give, without counting, to be concerned about sparing and saving them, or, to put it another way, that they do not value themselves sufficiently, and they do indeed have a low value on the labor market, unlike bourgeois women with their skilled labor power and cultivated bodies, to grant themselves a care and attention which always imply a certain indulgence and to devote to their bodies the incessant care, concern, and attention that are needed to achieve and maintain health, slimness and beauty. Point 11. A whole set of convergent indices tends to show that working-class women set less value on and have less interest in their bodies than women in other classes. For example, 40.2% of agricultural workers' wives and 36% of manual workers' wives consider themselves below average in beauty as against 24.2% of upper-class women and 33.2% of middle-class women, 13% and 14% respectively, as against 10.1% and 7.6%, say they look old for their age, and working-class women almost always award themselves lower marks, except for skin, nose, and hands, than women in other classes. They set less store by beauty and systematically devote less time, money, and interest to all personal care, see Table 20 in Chapter 3. The calls to order, who does she think she is? That's not for the likes of us, which reaffirm the principle of conformity, the only explicit norm of popular taste, and aim to encourage the reasonable choices that are in any case imposed by the objective conditions, also contain a warning against the ambition to distinguish oneself by identifying with other groups, that is, they are a reminder of the need for class solidarity. The gaps between the cultural practices and preferences of the different classes are to a large extent due to the fact that the chances of finding in one's milieu the market in which cultural experiences and the discourses to which they give rise can receive a value vary in much the same way as the chances of having such experiences, and no doubt play a part in determining these chances. The low interest which working-class people show in the works of legitimate culture to which they could have access, especially through television, is not solely the effect of a lack of competence and familiarity, just as supposedly vulgar subjects, such as television, are banished from bourgeois conversation, CS 6, so the favorite subjects of bourgeois conversation, exhibitions, theater, concerts, or even cinema, are excluded, de facto and de jure, from working-class conversation, in which they could only express the pretension to distinguish oneself. Perhaps the most ruthless call to order, which in itself no doubt explains the extraordinary realism of the working classes, stems from the closure effect of the homogeneity of the directly experienced social world. There is no other possible language, no other lifestyle, no other form of kinship relation, the universe of possibles is closed. Other people's expectations are so many reinforcements of dispositions imposed by the objective conditions. The ritualization of practices and utterances, which can go as far as stereotyping, is to some extent an effect of the very rigorous application of the principle of conformity. A full-grown man who visits another household is expected to have a drink, a middle-aged woman who dresses too young for her age is severely, even cruelly, sanctioned, jibes, remarks behind her back, etc. Whereas great class differences may pass unnoticed and are in any case very well tolerated, he's a real character, he's not like us, because they are seen as based on differences of nature. The doctor's wife will be described as made for fine clothes, not the slightest deviation is permitted to those who belong to the same class, or originate from it, because in this case difference could only arise from the desire to distinguish oneself, that is, from refusal or repudiation of the group. Thus the son of a bourgeois who breaks with his family is favorably regarded, whereas a worker's son who does the same thing is condemned. What is objectionable is not difference but the conspicuous intention of aloofness. The natural difference which defines the bourgeois is the more easily accepted because his simplicity proves it is not the product of a negative striving for distinction. Difference is perceived and denounced as such only by people whose awareness has been sharpened by political or trade union activity, those of whom others say, il fait de la politique, implying a troublemaker, a rough diamond. It is clear what advantages the condescension strategies of all forms of paternalism can derive from these deferential dispositions, a real gentleman, etc. Men especially are forbidden every sort of pretension in matters of culture, language, or clothing. This is not only because aesthetic refinement, particularly as regards clothing or cosmetics, is reserved for women by a representation, more strict than in any other class, of the sexual division of labor and sexual morality, 12, or because it is more or less clearly associated with dispositions and manners seen as characteristic of the bourgeoisie, airs and graces, la d'idée, etc., or of those who are willing to submit to bourgeois demands so as to win acceptance, of which the toadies, lickspittles and pansies of everyday invective represent the limit. It is also because a surrender to demands perceived as simultaneously feminine and bourgeois appears as the index of a dual repudiation of virility, a twofold submission which ordinary language, naturally conceiving all domination in the logic and lexicon of sexual domination, is predisposed to express. It is not only in thoughts that the opposition between the working classes and the dominant class, especially its dominated fractions, is organized by analogy with the opposition between the male and the female, that is, through the categories of the strong and the weak, the fat and coarse, and the thin, or fine, and so forth. Thus, as regards food, the working classes, and no doubt the men rather than the women, are opposed to the other classes as men are opposed to women. It is known, for example, that a higher proportion of senior executives than of any other class, except farm workers, drink milk for breakfast every day, 59%, manual workers 42%, the same is true of chocolate, executives 12%, manual workers 5%, farm workers 5%, with no difference between the sexes in this case, and tea, in France a typically bourgeois and feminine drink, executives 27%, manual workers 3%, farm workers 0%. But the working class is chiefly distinguished by the inclusion of salty, substantial, clearly masculine foods, such as soup, eaten almost exclusively by farm workers, meat, 46% of the farm workers, 17% of the manual workers, 6% of the senior executives say they at least occasionally eat meat for breakfast, and cheese, whereas the senior executives and professionals take first place for sweet foods such as jam or honey, 40% say they eat them every day, as against 29% of the farm workers and 11% of the manual workers, which are also clearly marked as feminine. Only 38% of men eat them occasionally, 63% of women, C.S. Slayath. The same opposition emerges from an older survey, in which the proportion who eat something savory for breakfast, eggs, ham, sausages, pâté or cheese, declines as one moves from the farm workers to the manual workers, to the clerical workers and senior executives, while the proportion who eat sweet foods, jam, honey, or fruit, varies in the opposite way. 13. It is also known that the whole set of socially constituted differences between the sexes tends to weaken as one moves up the social hierarchy and especially towards the dominated fractions of the dominant class, where women tend to share the most typically male prerogatives such as the reading of serious newspapers and interest in politics, while the men do not hesitate to express interests and dispositions, in matters of taste, for example, which elsewhere would be regarded as effeminate. The greater tolerance of deviations from the norm of the sexual division of labor no doubt partly explains why the proportion of homosexuals known and acknowledged as such rises strongly with position in the social hierarchy, as also with the size of the town of residence. The proportion of respondents who say they know homosexuals among their acquaintances rises from 10% among farm workers to 16% among manual workers, 22% among small shopkeepers and craftsmen, 25% among junior executives and clerical workers, and 37% among industrial and commercial employers, senior executives, and the professions. It rises from 10% in towns of less than 2,000 inhabitants to 38% in the Paris conurbation, C.S. Slayi. Champion Champer. François Brouet, a Benajacqua by adoption, last night defended his title of bean-eating champion of France, 2.7 kilos in 15 minutes. Would challenger Henry Boyerame wrest his title from him? Seconds out. The referee balls their names, they fasten their napkins and they're off. They get stuck into steaming platefuls of kidney beans and bacon. Just watch 'em go down. A spoonful for mummy, a spoonful for daddy. Hiccups. This is no vicarage tea party. They're puffing and blowing all the way as they plow through the beans. Bring on more plates. The spectators yell for another helping, encouraging their favorite, the reigning French champion. Jaws. The champ goes into the lead. A Raymond Poulidor of the spoon and fork, unbeatable against the clock, turning to glance at his rivals every 500 grams, a real glutton for punishment. 2 jaws and a Herculean belly. Limbering up like a wrestler between 2 platefuls, to intimidate the opposition. And a third helping. The champ chomps on. La République des Pyrénées, July 1978. Before speaking of cultural inertia or cultural lag, with an implicit evolutionism which enables the dominant to perceive their way of being or of doing things as the realized ideal, one needs to ask oneself if the popular valorization of physical strength as a fundamental aspect of virility and of everything that produces and supports it, strong food and drink, heavy work and exercise, 14 is not intelligibly related to the fact that both the peasant class and the industrial working class depend on a labor power which the laws of cultural reproduction and of the labor market reduce, more than for any other class, to sheer muscle power. 15 And it should not be forgotten that a class which, like the working class, is only rich in its labor power can only oppose to the other classes apart from the withdrawal of its labor its fighting strength, which depends on the physical strength and courage of its members, and also their number, i.e., their consciousness and solidarity, or, to put it another way, their consciousness of their solidarity. Thus it would be a mistake to ignore the specifically political effect of moralization, or demoralization, which is exerted through the vehicles of the new therapeutic morality, women's magazines, the glossy weeklies, radio programs etc. As is shown by the limiting case of the peasantry who, through the imposition of the dominant lifestyle and the legitimate image of the body, have suffered a blow to their specific conditions of reproduction, with the celibacy of peasant farmers, and to their very existence as a class capable of defining the principles of its own identity. It is perhaps one of the last refuges of the autonomy of the dominated classes, of their capacity to produce their own representation of the accomplished man. And the social world, that is being threatened by all the challenges to working class identification with the values of virility, which are one of the most autonomous forms of their self-affirmation as a class. The most fundamental principles of class identity and unity, those which lie in the unconscious, would be affected if, on the decisive point of relation to the body, the dominated class came to see itself only through the eyes of the dominant class, that is, in terms of the dominant definition of the body and its uses. This having been said, in this area as in so many other and equally important areas which are not politically constituted, there is no realistic chance of any collective resistance to the effect of imposition that would lead either to the valorization of properties stigmatized by the dominant taxonomy, the black is beautiful strategy, or to the creation of new, positively evaluated properties. Thus the dominated have only two options: loyalty to self and the group, always liable to relapse into shame, or the individual effort to assimilate the dominant ideal, which is the antithesis of the very ambition of collectively regaining control over social identity, of the type pursued by the collective revolt of the American feminists when it advocates the natural look. The effects of domination. Adapting to a dominated position implies a form of acceptance of domination. The effects of political mobilization itself do not easily counterbalance the effects of the inevitable dependence of self-esteem on occupational status and income, signs of social value previously legitimate by the sanctions of the educational market. It would be easy to enumerate the features of the lifestyle of the dominated classes which, through the sense of incompetence, failure, or cultural unworthiness, imply a form of recognition of the dominant values. It was Antonio Gramsci who said somewhere that the worker tends to bring his executant dispositions with him into every area of life. As much as by the absence of luxury goods, whiskey or paintings, champagne or concerts, cruises or art exhibitions, caviar or antiques, the working class lifestyle is characterized by the presence of numerous cheap substitutes for these rare goods: sparkling white wine for champagne, imitation leather for real leather, reproductions for paintings, indices of a dispossession at the second power, which accepts the definition of the goods worthy of being possessed. With mass-market cultural products, music whose simple, repetitive structures invite a passive, absent participation, prefabricated entertainments which the new engineers of cultural mass production design for television viewers, and especially sporting events which establish a recognized division between the spectators and the professionals, virtuosos of an esoteric technique or supermen of exceptional ability. Dispossession of the very intention of determining one's own ends is combined with a more insidious form of recognition of dispossession. The critique of cultural mass production, of which T.W. Adorno long ago provided the formula by establishing a direct, naive analogy between the very form and uses of popular music and the world of alienated labor, which, like a certain critique of sport, no doubt owes much of its credibility to the fact that it enables the nostalgia and revulsion of an amateur to be expressed with populist impeccability, has in fact masked what is essential. 16 It is not only in music or sport that ordinary people are reduced to the role of the fan, the militant supporter locked in a passionate, even chauvinistic, but passive and spurious participation which is merely an illusory compensation for dispossession by experts. What the relation to mass, and, a fortiori, elite, cultural products reproduces, reactivates, and reinforces is not the monotony of the production line or office but the social relation which underlies working class experience of the world, whereby his labor and the product of his labor, opus proprium, present themselves to the worker as opus alienum, alienated labor. Dispossession is never more totally misrecognized, and therefore tacitly recognized, than when, with the progress of automation, economic dispossession is combined with the cultural dispossession which provides the best apparent justification for economic dispossession. Lacking the internalized cultural capital which is the precondition for correct appropriation, according to the legitimate definition, of the cultural capital objectified in technical objects, ordinary workers are dominated by the machines and instruments which they serve rather than use, and by those who possess the legitimate, i.e., theoretical, means of dominating them. In the factory as in the school, which teaches respect for useless, disinterested knowledge and establishes relationships invested with the natural authority of scientific and pedagogic reason among simultaneously hierarchized individuals and activities, workers encounter legitimate culture as a principle of order which does not need to demonstrate its practical utility in order to be justified. The experiences which the culturally most deprived may have of works of legitimate culture, or even of many of the prefabricated entertainments offered by show business, is only one form of a more fundamental and more ordinary experience, that of the division between practical, partial, tacit know-how and theoretical, systematic, explicit knowledge, a division which tends to be reproduced even in politics, between science and techniques, theory and practice, conception and execution. The intellectual or the creator, who gives his own name to an original, personal work and so claims ownership, and the manual worker, the mere servant of an intention greater than himself, an executant dispossessed of the idea of his own practice. Point 17. The educational system, an institutionalized classifier which is itself an objectified system of classification reproducing the hierarchies of the social world in a transformed form, with its cleavages by level corresponding to social strata and its divisions into specialties and disciplines which reflect social divisions ad infinitum, such as the opposition between theory and practice, conception and execution, transforms social classifications into academic classifications, with every appearance of neutrality, and establishes hierarchies which are not experienced as purely technical, and therefore partial and one-sided, but as total hierarchies, grounded in nature, so that social value comes to be identified with personal value, scholastic dignities with human dignity. The culture which an educational qualification is presumed to guarantee is one of the basic components in the dominant definition of the accomplished man, so that privation is perceived as an intrinsic handicap, diminishing a person's identity and human dignity, condemning him to silence in all official situations, when he has to appear in public, present himself before others, with his body, his manners, and his language. Point 18. Misrecognition of the social determinants of the educational career and therefore of the social trajectory it helps to determine gives the educational certificate the value of a natural right and makes the educational system one of the fundamental agencies of the maintenance of the social order. It is no doubt in the area of education and culture that the members of the dominated classes have least chance of discovering their objective interest and of producing and imposing the problematic most consistent with their interests. Awareness of the economic and social determinants of cultural dispossession in fact varies in almost inverse ratio to cultural dispossession, as tables 26 and 27 clearly show. The ideology of charisma, which imputes to the person, to his natural gifts or his merits, entire responsibility for his social destiny, exerts its effects far beyond the educational system. Every hierarchical relationship draws part of the legitimacy that the dominated themselves granted from a confused perception that it is based on the opposition between education and ignorance. Awareness of the effects of social background is particularly weak among craftsmen and small shopkeepers, farm workers, and manual workers. Among the senior executives, recognition of these effects does not exclude belief in the virtues of intelligence, see tables 26 and 27. Everything seems to indicate that in order for the working classes to recognize their educational interest, they at least have to be involved in the educational system. Discovering schooling as a conservative force presupposes some experience of schooling as a liberating force. Thus it is students from the middle and working classes who are most sensitive to the problematic of democratization, although they often accept the charismatic values which dominate the educational system. But it is above all the experience of relegation to the most devalued courses and sections, as well as the discovery of the devaluation of qualifications already held, that is likely to induce the beginnings of collective awareness. The most visible principles of the official differences, i.e., those officially recorded in statuses and wages, found within the working class are seniority and education, technical or general. It may be wondered whether these are valued, especially in foremen, as guarantees of competence or as certificates of morality, that is, of conformity and even docility. The proportion of individuals who have no educational qualification at all, or whose father had none, declines sharply as one moves from the unskilled laborers, through the semi-skilled and skilled workers, to the foremen. Various indicators of an ascetic disposition often linked to the ambition of upward mobility, such as fertility rate or the practice of sports such as gymnastics and swimming, vary in the same way, and so do indices of cultural good intentions, such as visits to chateaux and monuments, theaters and concerts, or possession of records or use of a public library. This does not mean, however, that the aristocracy of labor merges with the lower strata of the petite bourgeoisie. They differ from the petit bourgeois in a number of ways, not least in the fact that they behave as manual workers even in their spare time. 53.9% of foremen and 50.8% of skilled workers spend some time on do-it-yourself jobs at least once a week. Their solidarity with the working class lifestyle is manifested in every area, in their consumption, their reading, their hobbies and, in particular, in everything concerned with the symbolization of social position, such as clothing, in which, though a little less economy-minded than semi-skilled and unskilled workers, they do not manifest the concern for appearance which characterizes the non-manual occupations, starting with the clerical workers. In short, everything suggests that between the skilled workers and foremen, who remain subject to the principle of conformity, and the office workers, who, at least in thought, are already in the race, there is a real frontier, both in lifestyle and in political positions. Point 19. Table 26. Awareness of social factors in educational and social success, by class fraction, percent, 1971. Source, Sophrys, January 1971. Table 27. Views on ways of reducing inequality, by class fraction, percent, 1970. Source, Sophrys, 1970. A foreman who has always worked for other people. Mr. L, aged 61, started work as an apprentice on the French railways at the age of 14 and a half. He became a skilled worker and is now a foreman. He deals with passenger rolling stock. His wife, aged 52, has never worked. She completed secondary school and would like to find a job. They have had 4 children. The eldest is a computer programmer, the second a Dominican monk, the third used to be a personal assistant but stopped work when she married, and the youngest is studying for his baccalaureate. They live in a municipal-style flat in Grenoble. You have to know what you're doing. Mr. L has done a lot of work on the apartment. You can see if you look, there used to be a room there and a room here. Because there were so many of us it was really cramped, so I took the wall down, which means we've got more space. We can entertain more people, especially with the whole family. We need a lot of room, especially when my son has his friends round, all singing and dancing. Most of their furniture was bought in Tunisia, where they lived for a number of years. Second-hand dealers and antique dealers are all twisters. Con men, and his wife adds, you need to know what you're doing. But we've no idea what things like that are worth, that's why my husband says they're all twisters, out to cheat you. They can sell us fakes and tell us they're real, and as for the prices, I knew how to make good use of it. Their home is no museum, the ornaments and vases are not just dust traps. The various objects adorning the apartment are mostly presents from the children or friends, or have been rescued, and they all have their use. Madame L will not buy anything until she has already found a place for it. That vase now, I needed a vase, I wanted a vase because I wanted flowers, and when I was asked what I wanted, I said a vase and they bought it for me because I knew how to make good use of it. His children know perfectly well there's no point in buying things that I won't use or that I'll put away in a sideboard. Everything has to have a place for it. Otherwise, I don't like to have things just to put them away. They make most of their purchases in supermarkets, Carrefour, Record, or department stores, Nouvelles Galeries. I don't like window shopping, I go straight to a big supermarket and you find everything there, you can choose without going round a dozen shops, Mr. L explains. On holiday he always starts by checking out the market, I'm interested in the price I pay and the quality of what I get. If you buy with your eyes closed, they'll fob you off with anything. Now, I'll be glad to work. Recently they became the owners of a little house in the mountains outside Grenoble. Some friends he was an engineer invited them to take it over several years ago. In the last 3 years, they have done a lot of work on it, everything was rotten. I was walking around upstairs and I fell through the floor. There were no tiles left on the roof, the rain came in on all sides. Mr. L has done all the repair work himself, you know, I started as an apprentice on the railways, and an apprentice had to learn everything. You got a 3-month course on sanitation, 3 months on electro-welding and so on. And you always remember your trade, to some extent. They intend to make this house their main home. Now, I'll be glad to work, now that it's my house, I'm not working for other people. I'm fed up with working and being exploited. Learning to ski at 42. He is very fond of cold weather, snow, but not skiing, I'm afraid of hurting myself. I go tobogganing with my grandchildren. You see, I had an accident in my brother-in-law's car in Tunisia. And I injured my wrist. You only have to look at it to see the state it's in. That's why I prefer tobogganing. I can sit up and there's no danger of falling. His wife started learning to ski at 42, because of the children. We used to go out with them, we didn't want to spend the whole day sitting in a cafe or freezing in the car. When he was young, he did a lot of sport, especially football. You just have to like them. He sometimes does the cooking, when my wife's away or with her sisters and I'm here on my own, I'd rather do my own cooking than go and eat at my mother's or one of my sisters-in-law's. When she wants to give someone a treat, his wife looks up a menu in her recipe books. I don't altogether agree with my children when they say, you should cook something you like. I say, you often do things in life that you don't like to start with, but you just have to like them. I buy table wine at Carrefour, it's cheaper there. It's 11 proof and it costs 1 franc 40, by the bottle, it's 2 francs 35, I think. Always something to keep me busy. They go camping for their holidays. At the seaside, we go swimming. I like looking for shellfish. In the mountains, I go looking for mushrooms, or snails. There's always something to keep me busy. And his wife adds that last summer he was a bit disappointed because there was nothing to go looking for. He doesn't like being idle, he always has to find something to do. In fact, that's why we go camping. He couldn't really see himself sitting around in hotels and restaurants, whereas when we go camping, he can keep himself busy with the shopping, and a bit of swimming, of course, and all the things that have to be done. And then we generally have a look round the surrounding area. When we did Italy, we went all over the place looking at all the old sites, all the archaeological things. My husband doesn't enjoy that as much as I do. Personally, I belong to an adult education group, and so that sort of thing interests me. Circuses, games, quizzes. On television, he watches football matches, cycling, all sorts of sport. When the World Cup was on, 2 or 3 years back, I used to get up at 1 or 2 in the morning to watch the matches. Otherwise he does not watch much. I do like a good western, or a swashbuckling adventure. But if it's a play or something like that, I just drop off. His wife, who enjoys watching plays on TV, adds that she also likes circuses, games, the Guy Lux program, quizzes. He doesn't go to football matches, because he is nervous in crowds, but he reads the sports results in the papers. He does not buy a newspaper, but sometimes picks up those left by the passengers. The previous day, he brought home Le Figaro, L'Aurore, Le Canard Enchaîné and Le Nouvel Observateur. The one he most reads is L'Aurore, says his wife, road accidents, fights, things like that, whereas Le Monde is full of politics. He reads detective stories, Maurice Leblanc, Michel Zavacco. Historical adventures. When they turn up, I read them. Otherwise, frankly, I don't pay much attention. I go to bed and pick up a newspaper straight away so as to go to sleep. His wife, who borrows books from the local library, has recently read Solzhenitsyn's Cancer Ward, Michel de Saint-Pierre, Pierre Henry Simon and the Letters of Françoise Parturier. She buys books when she thinks them worthwhile. Don't ask me for the names of classical composers. When he was young, he played the clarinet a bit, then I took up football and there wasn't time for both. I've always encouraged my children's interest in music because I enjoy it. Vivaldi is nice. Lovely music, really catchy. Beethoven is good because it's soothing. Don't ask me for the names of classical composers, apart from Beethoven, Chopin, Bach, people like that. I can't remember the others. They have a few records, mainly dance music. His favorite singer is Sheila. There are 2 I can't stand, Sylvie Vartan and that guy Baird. His wife's favorites are Marie Laforêt, Les Compagnons de la Chanson and Moustaki. You can see what they represent. They rarely go to the cinema, why bother, when you've got TV? When they visited Paris, they saw the White Horse and the Golden Fleece at the Théâtre du Châtelet and Vienna waltzes at the Théâtre du Magatter. Since they were married they have not been to the opera. When he was young, he saw and enjoyed Tosca and La Traviata. On their first trip to Paris, they did all the museums, even the Musée Grévin, the Louvre, Versailles, the Pantheon. We've been to them all once. I like art but I don't know artists' names. I've heard of Goya and Pirandello and Michelangelo, people like that. His wife is somewhat embarrassed by his admission of lack of interest and reminds him, but Michelangelo now, you liked him. You did like the Sistine Chapel. Then he adds, I like those pictures because you can see what they represent. But when you see half a dozen squiggles and people spending a fortune on it, well, personally, I'd throw that sort of thing in the dustbin if I found it. Anyway, I'd be afraid of being swindled. The former are much less concerned than the latter to mark their distance from the most typically popular amusements and pastimes, such as funfairs or sporting events, 60.4% of them, and 58.2% of the semi-skilled and unskilled, say they have been to a funfair at least once in the previous year, compared to 49.5% of the clerical workers and 49.6% of the junior executives. Manual workers in general rather more often watch sport and circuses on TV, whereas junior executives and clerical workers much more often watch scientific, historical, or literary programs, CS7. Out of very similar incomes, the manual workers spend more on food and less on everything concerned with personal appearance and care, clothing, hygiene, hairdressing, pharmaceutical products. CS3, the men's spending on clothing is 85.6%, and the women's 83.7%, of the corresponding amounts among clerical workers. They buy the same clothes more cheaply. For example, they spend only 83% of the amount spent by clerical workers on overcoats, 68.7% on jackets, 83.5% on shoes, a difference which is much more marked among women, and, above all, different clothes, on the one hand, leather or imitation leather jackets and lumber jackets, for cold, early morning travel by scooter, boiler suits, dungarees, and overalls, on the other hand, overcoats, symbols of petit bourgeois respectability. Blouses, aprons, sports jackets, and blazers. The skilled workers, the only category isolated in the available statistics, differ from the clerical workers, although they have similar incomes, almost as much as manual workers in general, except on one point: expenditure on films and records. It is not, however, in the area of culture that one should look for a distance, or a self-distancing, from the dominant class and its values, other than a purely negative one, by default. There is, of course, everything which belongs to the art of living, a wisdom taught by necessity, suffering and humiliation and deposited in an inherited language, dense even in its stereotypes, a sense of revelry and festivity, of self-expression and practical solidarity with others, evoked by the adjective bon vivant with which the working classes identify, in short, everything that is engendered by the realistic, but not resigned, hedonism, and sceptical, but not cynical, materialism, which constitute both a form of adaptation to the conditions of existence and a defense against them. 20. There is the efficacy and vivacity of a speech which, freed from the censorship and constraints of quasi-written and therefore decontextualized speech, bases its ellipses, shortcuts, and metaphors on common reference to shared situations, experiences, and traditions. There is also everything concerned with politics, with the tradition of trade union struggles, which might provide the one genuine principle of a counterculture, but where, in fact, the effects of cultural domination never cease to operate. Those who believe in the existence of a popular culture, a paradoxical notion which imposes, willy-nilly, the dominant definition of culture, must expect to find, if they were to go and look, only the scattered fragments of an old erudite culture, such as folk medicine, selected and reinterpreted in terms of the fundamental principles of the class habitus and integrated into the unitary worldview it engenders, and not the counterculture they call for, a culture truly raised in opposition to the dominant culture and consciously claimed as a symbol of status or a declaration of separate existence. If there is no popular art in the sense of an art of the urban working class, it is perhaps because this class knows no other hierarchies than the purely negative ones which are measured by distance from the absolute poverty and insecurity of the sub-proletariat, and remains fundamentally defined by the relation of dispossessed to possessor which links it to the bourgeoisie. In culture as in other areas. 21. What is generally meant by popular art, i.e., the art of the peasant classes of capitalist and pre-capitalist societies, is the product of a stylizing intention which is associated with the existence of a hierarchy. Locally based, relatively autonomous milieux also have their hierarchies of luxury and necessity, which the symbolic marks, clothing, furniture, jewelry, express and reinforce. Here too, art marks differences which it presupposes. It is no accident that the only area of working class practice in which style in itself achieves stylization is that of language, with argot, the language of leaders, godfathers, which implicitly affirms a counter-legitimacy with, for example, the intention of deriding and desacralizing the values of the dominant morality and aesthetic. It tends to be forgotten that the specific logic of cultural domination means that the fullest recognition of cultural legitimacy can and often does coexist with the most radical challenging of political legitimacy. Furthermore, the awakening of political consciousness is often bound up with a whole process of rehabilitating and rebuilding self-esteem, which, because it involves a reaffirmation of cultural dignity that is experienced as, and indeed always is, liberatory, implies a submission to the dominant values and to some of the principles on which the dominant class bases its domination, such as recognition of the hierarchies linked to educational qualifications or to the capacities they are supposed to guarantee. A specific survey would be needed to establish beyond dispute the relationship within the working class between position in the relations of production, political consciousness, and relation to culture. But it is known that the rate of unionization rises from 23% among unskilled workers to 29% among the semi-skilled and 30%, of which 24% are CGT, among skilled workers, falling back to 18% among foremen and technicians, the relationship between educational level and rate of unionization being weakened by the fact that the foremen, while more educated, are also less unionized. 22 It is also clear that, like educational level, knowledge of legitimate culture rises with position in the occupational hierarchy. The skilled workers and foremen, older and having had a slightly longer schooling than the semi-skilled and unskilled workers, manifest a slightly greater cultural competence. Only 17.5% know, by name, fewer than 2 of the works of music, as against 48.5% of the semi-skilled and unskilled, of whom a very high proportion decline to answer the questions on painting and music. Skilled workers and foremen more often cite the canonical artists, Leonardo, 38% as against 20%, Watteau, Raphael, whereas the semi-skilled and unskilled pick out vaguely familiar names more or less at random, Picasso, Braque, Rousseau, no doubt confusing the douanier with Jean-Jacques. 23 And, above all, whereas the semi-skilled and unskilled readily admit that paintings do not interest them or that classical music is complicated, the skilled workers, more under the sway of cultural legitimacy, more often identify with a token of recognition combined with a confession of ignorance. I love classical music but I don't know much about it, or paintings are nice but difficult. 24. Thus, everything leads one to believe that the most politically conscious fraction of the working class remains profoundly subject, in culture and language, to the dominant norms and values, and therefore deeply sensitive to the effects of authority imposition which every holder of cultural authority can exert, even in politics, on those in whom the educational system. This is one of the social effects of primary education, has inculcated a recognition without knowledge. 8. Culture and politics. Perhaps the most radical approach to the problem of politics is to ask of it the question that Marx and Engels raise in relation to art. Having analyzed the concentration of the capacity for artistic production in the hands of a few individuals and the correlative, or even consequent, dispossession of the masses, they imagine a communist society in which there are no painters but at most people who engage in painting among other things one, and in which, thanks to the development of the productive forces, the general reduction of working time, through an overall decrease and an equal distribution, allows everyone sufficient free time to take part in the general affairs of society, theoretical as well as practical. There are no politicians but at most people who engage in politics among other activities. Here as elsewhere, a utopia is scientifically, and, no doubt, politically, justified by the way it demolishes self-evident appearances and forces one to bring to light the presuppositions of the usual order. Indeed, although its apparent generosity makes it the diametric opposite of the elitist denunciations of universal suffrage which the intellectuals and artists of another age went in for, the indulgent populism which credits the common people with innate knowledge of politics equally helps to disguise and so consecrate the concentration in a few individuals of the capacity to produce discourse about the social world, and, through this, the capacity for consciously changing that world. The utopian paradox breaks the Dasein, by imagining a social world in which anyone in whom there is a potential Raphael of painting or politics could develop without hindrance. It forces one to see that the concentration of the embodied or objectified instruments of production is scarcely less in politics than in art, and prevents one forgetting all the potential Raphaels whom the mechanisms responsible for this monopoly keep excluded much more effectively than any ideological state. Apparatuses. Even if one only credits the idealized people with a wholly practical knowledge of the social world as such, or at least of its position and interests in that world, one still has to examine whether, and how, this political sense can be expressed in a discourse corresponding to the truth it contains in practical form, and thus become the motor of a conscious and, through the mobilizing power of explicit statement, truly collective action. Point 2. Staying closer to reality, it has to be asked whether this political sense is really the infallible flair it is sometimes claimed to be, which could at least identify the most appropriate products on the market of discourses produced and supplied by the owners of the means of production of legitimate problems and opinions. Point 3. Political science long ago began to register the fact that a large proportion of the persons surveyed abstained from answering questions on politics, and that these non-responses varied significantly by sex, age, educational level, occupation, place of residence and political tendency. But no conclusions have been drawn, and the psephologists merely deplore this culpable abstention. As soon as one sees that the inert don't know category is largely recruited from what others call the masses or the people, one begins to suspect the function it performs in the operation of liberal democracy and the contribution it makes to maintaining the established order. Abstentionism is perhaps not so much a hiccup in the system as one of the conditions of its functioning as a misrecognized and therefore recognized restriction on political participation. What needs to be questioned is the very notion of personal opinion. The opinion poll, by urging all its respondents, without distinction, to produce a personal opinion and intention underlined by all the according to yous, in your views, and what do you personally thinks in the questionnaires, or to choose, by their own means, unaided, between several pre-formulated opinions, implicitly accepts a political philosophy which makes political choice a specifically political judgment, applying political principles to answer a problem that is presented as political, and which credits everyone with not only the right but also the power to produce such a judgment. A social history of the notion of personal opinion would no doubt show that this 18th century invention is rooted in the rationalist belief that the faculty of judging well, as Descartes called it, that is, of discerning good from bad, truth from falsehood, by a spontaneous and immediate inner feeling, is a universal aptitude of universal application, like the faculty of aesthetic judgment according to Kant, even if it had to be conceded, especially from the 19th century on, that universal education is indispensable in order to give this aptitude its full development and to secure a real basis for the universal judgment expressed in universal suffrage. The idea of personal opinion perhaps owes part of its self-evident character to the fact that, being constructed against the Church's claim to a monopoly of the legitimate production of judgments, the means of production of judgments and the producers of judgments, and being inseparable from the idea of tolerance, that is, the challenging of all authority in the name of the conviction that in such matters all opinions, whoever their producer, are equally valid, it expressed from the very beginning the interests of the intellectuals, small, self-employed opinion producers whose role developed parallel to the constitution of a specialized field of production and a market for cultural products, then of a subfield specializing in the production of political opinions, with the press, the parties, and all the representative bodies. The act of producing a response to a questionnaire on politics, like voting or, at another level of participation, reading a party newspaper, journal d'opinion, or joining a party, is a particular case of a supply meeting a demand. On one side is the field of ideological production, a relatively autonomous universe in which, amidst competition and conflict, the instruments for thinking the social world are created, and where, through this process, the field of the politically thinkable, or, to put it another way, the legitimate problematic, is defined. Point 4. On the other side are social agents, occupying different positions in the field of class relations and defined by a greater or lesser specific political competence, a greater or lesser capacity to recognize a political question as political and to treat it as such by responding to it politically, i.e., on the basis of specifically political principles, rather than ethical ones, for example. This capacity is inseparable from a more or less strong feeling of being competent, in the full sense of the word, that is, socially recognized as entitled to deal with political affairs, to express an opinion about them or even modify their course. In fact, there is reason to suppose that competence in the sense of technical capacity, political culture, is correlated with competence in the sense of a socially recognized capacity, ascribed by and ascribing status, the opposite of which is both impotence and objective and subjective exclusion. That is none of my business, that doesn't interest me. Point 5. Selective democracy. As soon as one takes seriously the don't knows and their variations, which are the most important information supplied by opinion polls, it is clear that the probability of having a particular opinion that is associated with a given category, which is indicated by the frequency with which members of that category choose one or another of the alternatives offered, is only a conditional probability, the probability that an eventuality will occur on condition that another eventuality occurs, in this case the production of an opinion rather than the sheer absence of a response. The opinions recorded, that is, explicitly stated, cannot be interpreted adequately unless it is borne in mind that they depend for their existence and their significance on the absolute probability of producing an opinion, which varies, at least as significantly as the conditional probability of producing a particular opinion, according to the properties of the respondents and also the properties of the question, or, more precisely, according to the relationships between these two sets of properties. This probability is greater for men than for women, greater for the young than the old, greater in large towns, especially Paris, and rises with educational capital, measured by qualifications, and economic capital, measured by income, and with social position. The variations linked to these variables are that much more marked when the questions are more remote from experience, more abstract and detached from ordinary realities in their content and phrasing, and also, but secondarily, when they have only recently appeared in the field of ideological production, and when they require more insistently a response produced on the basis of specifically political principles, a demand that is perceived in the very syntax and vocabulary of the question. Everything takes place as if the most legitimate agents, that is, those most competent in both senses, were and felt that much more legitimate, i.e., inclined and called upon to express an opinion the more legitimate the problem posed. Thus, one finds that those who cannot reply to the question of their political allegiance or preference, indicating the party to which they feel closest, are those who are also most inclined to leave the other questions unanswered, especially when the question posed is clearly located in the register of professional politics. The interviewees who fall into the non-aligned gray area in the Sophros survey do not reply, much less often, 81%, than those who identify with the extreme left, 91%, the left, 90%, the center, 86%, the right, 93%, or the extreme right, 92%, when asked whether France should help poor countries. But when asked whether France should favor countries with a democratic regime, they reply significantly less often, 57%, than those identifying with the extreme left, 76%, the left, 67%, the center, 75%, the right, 70%, or the extreme right, 74%, Sophros, 1971.